When those subtitles appeared before my eyes once again, my whole mind went blank. Universal Survival Countdown. 60 minutes. Eligible participants. Ages 18 to 35. Survival environment. Frozen rainforest. Temperature range from -3 degrees Celsius to -80 degrees Celsius, gradually dropping, with unknown hazards. To assist players in survival, 8 starting items are now available to choose from. 1. 3 bottles of mineral water. 2. 1 bag of rice, 3 pounds. 3. 1 first aid medical kit. 4. 1 winter coat. 5. 1 crossbow, with 3 bolts. 6. 1 small generator, with 200 milliliters of gasoline to start. Find more on your own afterward. 7. 1 maid, silicone material, male or female, requires food supply. 8. 5 billion in money, digital currency, non-transferable. I've been reborn. Brought back to this exact moment when the survival game had just begun. Yeah, I'd already lived through this hellhole once. In my last life, all for that laughable idea of mutual aid. Nobody lifted a finger to help me right up until I died. But I had no time for reflection now. The instant I snapped back to reality, I made my choice. 8. I wanted those 5 billion. Player, are you sure you want to be a prisoner of wealth? This is survival. Money may be useless here. Would you like to choose again? I let out a cold laugh and, without a second's hesitation, clicked no. These 5 billion were mine. This whole universal survival thing was a test of human nature from the very start. If it weren't for being reborn, I never in a million years would have picked money. Almost everyone thought exactly like I did in my past life. Even if this thing were real, playing it safe just in case, they'd never choose a useless pile of cash. But the truth? The complete opposite. That money could be spent within the survival environment. And here's the truly insane part. Out of everyone participating in the game, only one person could pick this option. Once you chose it, nobody else could ever select it again. How did I know? In my last life, a cancer patient told me. He was at death's door, no money for treatment. So he just went for the 5 billion, saying he wanted to be rich once before he died, even if he couldn't spend a cent. And the result? Even though he only survived a few days in the frozen rainforest, those days were nothing short of a good time. And precisely because he knew he was dying, he shared this secret with me. Otherwise, who would ever have known? This time, the chance was in my hands, and I wasn't about to let it slip away. Player has confirmed the choice of 5 billion, processing payment, funds received. No other players will be able to select this option. The moment the money hit my account, I let out a long breath. Done. This life, the cheat code was mine. Meanwhile, my phone was blowing up nonstop. I'm an orphan, so most of my messages came from one place. The group chat for Class 8, senior year. Hey everyone, did you guys see the Universal Survival subtitles? Or am I just seeing things? I saw it too. Somebody's prank? Gotta admit, it's kind of fun. That 5 billion is ridiculous, lol. It's a survival game. What idiot would pick money? If it were cash, I wouldn't say anything. At least you could burn it for warmth. Reading these messages, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Exactly like last time. Nobody took it seriously. Everyone was just joking around. That's when our homeroom teacher, Lee Manwin, spoke up. At everyone, don't panic. I've already reported this to the school, and we'll have answers soon. If anyone knows whose prank this is, please speak up ASAP. Truth is, she was more freaked out than anyone. Those subtitles were hanging right there in front of her eyes, plain as day, and she couldn't even begin to understand what kind of technology could pull this off. She was only 26, teaching her first class ever, and just after the principal had entrusted her with this big responsibility, something this bizarre happens. How could she not be stressed? After sending her message, she pushed back her chair and hurried out of the office. And it's a Saturday too. Unbelievable. The group chat, meanwhile, didn't slow down one bit. You know, maybe this is heaven's little surprise, cause it saw how hard we've been studying? If that's the case, might as well try picking something for fun. Sure, I'll take the mineral water. No water, and a person's dead in 3 days. I'll go with rice. I get seriously hungry if I skip even one meal. Right then, the richest rich kid in class chimed in. Hold up, since it's a survival game, there's obviously strength in numbers. How about we each pick something different and team up? Help each other out. Immediately a swarm of bootlickers piled on. Zhang always thinks ahead. So how do we do this? Zhang smiled and typed, 5 people per team. Cut out all the useless options, money, maids, all that, and we all pick water and food, share it out. We'll definitely survive better that way. Makes sense. Zhang, you pick the team members. That was exactly the line Zhang had been waiting for. Without hesitation, I'll go first with my team. Me, plus Jiang Ning, Yin Chun, Li Lingshan, and finally, let's add Shen Lang too. Haha, Zhang knows how to pick, huh? Snagged all the pretty girls for yourself. But, what do you want that dummy Shen Lang for? Reading this, I couldn't help but sneer. In my last life, This was exactly how I got played to death. Once you entered the survival world, players could indeed gift items to one another. And me? I'd always had a thing for Jiang Ning. To put it bluntly, I was her lapdog. But Jiang Ning was the textbook definition of a two-faced tease, flirting with Zhang Yi while stringing me along. When the frozen rainforest actually hit, that little snake and Zhang Yi stood together on their moral high ground, and, with her manipulative charm, conned me out of my life-saving bottle of water. And me? I got nothing. The result, I died on the 6th day. Survived only 5 days, and to the very end, not a single person helped me. No better off than that cancer patient. In the group chat, Zhang Yi was still putting on his act. Don't talk nonsense. Shenlang has a good heart. He's the best teammate. How can you say that about him? All right, my team's settled. I'll take the crossbow to protect everyone. You all call out your choices. Jiang Ning was the first to jump in. Got it. This is so fun. I'll pick the medical kit so I can save everyone. In Chun. Understood. I'll take the rice. Li Lingshan. I'm scared of the dark, so I'll take the generator. It'll give us some light at night. Zhang Yi nodded, keeping a straight face. I knew his little scheme all too well. Choosing the crossbow had only one purpose. If it really came down to survival, with that thing in hand, he'd have the means to take whatever he wanted. Why worry about running out of food or water then? After waiting a while without a reply from me, Zhang Yi called me out specifically. At Shenlang, say something. You're picking the bottled water, got it? That commanding tone, still just as punchable as ever. I smiled. Bottled water? Sure, whatever you want. But in this life, even if I had a truckload of water and dumped every drop into the desert, I wouldn't give you a single mouthful. Sure, I'll pick the bottled water. The second I sent that, I tossed my phone aside. This time around, let's see how you all survive without water. When Zhang Yi saw my reply, the corner of his mouth curled up. Good, he's being obedient. Honestly, he'd prefer this whole survival thing to be fake. But if it turned out to be real, then all those twisted little fantasies of his could finally play out. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate to pick the crossbow. The whole class group chat was buzzing as everyone scrambled to form teams and pick their items. These people clearly treated survival like a game, having the time of their lives. Same story with everyone else across the world who qualified. Once the curiosity wore off, they all started making tentative picks. Nothing to lose by choosing. And hey, what if it was real? One guy who'd been watching porn licked his lips and picked the maid. A top-tier silicone maid like this? I've been wanting one forever. And that cancer patient from my last life. He still reached out to tap the 5 billion. A line of text popped up. Sorry, please choose again. He froze for a second. Whatever. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well pick the maid. All a man really cares about his whole life is money and women. After the homeroom teacher, Li Manwen, filed her report, she had no choice but to think about herself too. For some reason, her heart was pounding. She couldn't shake the feeling that this survival thing was going to be real. She stared at the 8 options. If this is real, water matters most. But the setting is a freezing rainforest. There's a good chance there'll be water sources, and I could filter rainwater too. Bottled water isn't necessary. Rule out water, so food is the most critical. With food and water, I can last a long time. As for the maid and the generator, she didn't even glance at them. In the end, she picked the rice. Player selection complete. 30 minutes until the freezing rainforest begins. Right after, everyone received a notification. The freezing rainforest is about to open. Final 30 minutes. If you haven't chosen yet, hurry. If time runs out before you choose, you'll enter survival empty-handed, and the difficulty will increase dramatically. Players may only enter wearing summer clothing. 1 extra set of underwear is allowed. Nothing else may be brought in. Anyone who breaks the rules by wearing cotton clothing or smuggling in items will have all their possessions stripped away by the system, clothing included. The moment this warning appeared, plenty of the skeptics rushed to make a pick. It just felt real somehow. What the hell was going on? And those trying to be clever hesitated too. What if it was real? If the system said that, the punishment was definitely coming. A lot of people ended up giving up on smuggling anything in. Of course, there was still a huge crowd who didn't take it seriously at all. Survival? Bullshit. Probably some kind of black tech stunt somebody cooked up. The minutes ticked by, and the government got wind of it too. To keep everyone calm, officials told people not to jump to conclusions and to wait for the investigation. But then they added one line. We suggest treating it like a game. Feel free to pick something appropriate and give it a try. One look and I understood. The government itself was afraid this might be real because they couldn't explain it either. But they couldn't say that outright for fear of causing panic. So all they could do was smooth things over. Except now, ironically, a lot of people ended up picking nothing at all. The freezing rainforest is about to open. 1 minute countdown. Just as everyone was still scrolling videos and chatting about the latest gossip, the final minute popped up. And let me tell you, in that instant, countless hearts skipped a beat. That sense of reality, that dread, came rushing in all at once. A massive wave of people frantically grabbed items at the last second. Naturally, there was no shortage of wise guys either. The moment some of them saw the news, they started stuffing themselves with food and drink. The system said you couldn't bring items, but it never said you couldn't go in on a full stomach, right? Me? I did nothing. I changed into summer clothes, grabbed a pair of underwear, and made sure not to break any rules. Honestly, I couldn't have cared less whether I brought underwear or not. Because I knew perfectly well, when you wake up in the rainforest, everyone starts in the exact same condition. No matter how much you eat or drink beforehand, it won't do a damn thing. The freezing rainforest is about to open. Countdown, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 1. Players have officially entered the freezing rainforest. Survival begins. The text vanished, everything went blindingly white, and I lost consciousness. I don't know how long it lasted, but a soft drip, drip, reached my ears. I shivered and slowly came to. Back again. Looking at the scene in front of me, the smile on my lips was nothing like the terrified expression I'd worn in my last life. I was lying in a rundown little wooden cabin, its doors and windows creaking in the wind. I didn't get up. I just curled deeper into the tattered blanket. That wind was bitterly, bone-chillingly cold. It was still drizzling outside. Drip, drip, a damp cold that seeped straight into your bones. Welcome to the freezing rainforest. Current time, 6 a.m. temperature, -3 degrees Celsius. Humidity, 95%. Light wind and drizzle. A fine day for survival. The wooden cabin you're in is your only shelter. Please upgrade it whenever possible. Beginner protection period, 3 days. During the 12 daytime hours, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., you are completely safe. During the 12 nighttime hours, unknown dangers await. Try not to go outside. The cabin is your best shelter. Remember, shelter cannot guarantee 100% safety. Only by upgrading the cabin can you improve your safety level. After 3 days, features like the all-player chat and the marketplace will open. Resources like wood, stone, and blueprints can be used to upgrade your cabin or exchanged for marketplace currency. You can also earn rewards by doing jobs for other players. Players can trade and gift items to each other starting now. Note, initial items can be gifted, but cannot be listed on the trading marketplace. Treasure chests will be dropped around the perimeter of your shelter with a chance to obtain items. The drop rate is reduced during the beginner period. The moment the announcement finished, a panel resembling a chat app popped up in front of me. For now, it was organized mainly by class. Everyone I knew was in there, and we could talk freely or private message. There was also an all-player public channel, though it hadn't opened yet. As you'd expect, my group chat instantly blew up. This is actually real. I really got dropped into survival. Holy shit, it's freezing. I can't take this. The system didn't leave me a single piece of clothing. Help! I ate so much before coming in. How am I still this hungry after waking up? I'd been through all of this once before. So, while everyone else was panicking, freaking out, and flooding the group chat with a bunch of useless chatter, I didn't say a single word. I knew there was no point in saying anything right now. I fixed my eyes on the little wooden cabin in front of me, and a set of stats immediately popped up. Wooden cabin, level 1. Provides basic shelter. Upgrade requires 50 wood, 50 stone, and level 2 cabin blueprint. I knew this routine well. In my past life, I'd gotten my cabin up to level 2. In this hellhole, upgrading your cabin was the #1 priority. Everything else was minor. Because the further along you got, the harsher the environment became. If your cabin wasn't sturdy enough, then no matter how well you ate or how warmly you dressed, it was all pointless. At night, unknown creatures would even come to attack you. The cabin was the first key to survival. But the moment I thought about chopping trees for wood, my head started to ache. That stuff could work you to death. In my past life, I chopped for an entire hour, drenched in sweat, and one short tree only gave me 3 units of wood. Stone was even worse. You had to chisel it out of rock. Last time, I only barely managed to upgrade because I got lucky and opened a stone treasure chest. And it was precisely because of this upgrade mechanic that players were forced to tough it out at -3 degrees in short sleeves. But that could only last so long. Thinking about it, I suddenly froze. Wait, where was the money I'd paid? They couldn't seriously expect me to go out and chop trees in short sleeves, could they? Why wasn't there a top-up option yet? Did I really have to wait 3 days for the shop to open? Suffer through 3 whole days? Is this some kind of joke? I did not want to chop trees. Luckily, in the next second, a prompt appeared just for me. Survival is tough. Why not pave the way with cash? Frozen Rainforest Special Offer now live. First purchase 6 yen, Sharp Giant Axe, doubles chopping speed. First purchase 30 yen, Sharp Saw Blade, greatly boosts harvesting speed. First purchase 68 yen, Electric Saw, massively boosts harvesting speed. Limited battery. First purchase 128 yen, Chainsaw, Massively boosts harvesting speed. Limited fuel, but easier to obtain. First purchase 328 yen. One logging machine. Harvesting made effortless. First purchase 648 yen. One Boonie Bears style logging robot. Imported from Germany. Chops, strips branches, and cuts logs all in one go. With built-in AC as warm as spring, simple controls, and an endless supply of wood. Holy crap, I shot straight up out of bed. In that moment, I didn't even care about the cold. The options were fixed, but they were already insane. With enough wood, I could not only upgrade but also trade it. I'd exchange the extra for gasoline, log forever. I was going to be the logger of the frozen rainforest. I love chopping trees. I didn't waste any time and went straight for the 648 yen. That one even had AC. Chopping wood all cozy and warm. Way better than freezing my butt off out here, right? Confirm top up of 648 yen. No refunds after confirmation. And don't use the "I'm a minor" excuse. You're over 18. Cut the crap and give me my German imported logging robot already. Top up successful. Logging robot deployed. Balance for 1,999,999,000. Also, as the first paying customer in the frozen rainforest, you've been rewarded one premium bathroom blueprint. Huh, there was a bonus too? I was instantly stunned. Other people might not understand what a premium bathroom blueprint meant. Just know this, any blueprint was worth a fortune, and a premium blueprint was practically impossible to come by. It auto-upgraded along with your cabin, and most importantly, it only needed level 1 wood and stone to activate. For me, this was like manna falling from heaven. You have to understand, outside the cabin at night was extremely dangerous, and right now the cabin didn't have a bathroom at all. Just think about how important this blueprint was. Today, the most important thing for me was to build that bathroom. I looked at the blueprint's description. Premium bathroom blueprint. Matches level 1 wooden cabin. Activation requires 30 wood, 30 stone. Nice. So satisfying. I quickly installed the blueprint, opened the door, and there stood that badass logging robot right outside. Without a word, I climbed in, and the operating instructions poured straight into my brain, as if I'd been born knowing how to drive it. Next moment, one touch ignition. Time to chop some trees. The robot came to life, and the AC's warm air had me floating on cloud 9. That 30-meter giant tree in front of me? In my past life, I never had a prayer of chopping it down. This time, one tap of the gas pedal, and I was on it. 3 seconds, and the tree toppled, sliced by the machine into segment after segment of lumber, which then vanished, all credited to my account. Wood plus 1, wood plus 1, wood plus 1. In no time, I'd collected 12 units of wood. On to the next one. Just as I was lost in the joy of logging, in another little cabin, my homeroom teacher, Lee Manwin, was surveying her surroundings in a panic. The damp, cold wind blew in, and wearing nothing but a spaghetti-strap dress, she shrank deeper into a tattered blanket. We really are in a survival game. It's so cold, -3 degrees, and yet everyone was still in their summer clothes. Combined with the humidity of the rainforest, the cold seeped right into your bones. But after all, she was well educated, and she quickly snapped out of it and joined the students' discussion. After talking it over, everyone reached a consensus. They had to go out and gather resources, chop trees, chisel stone, find treasure chests. It was a necessary condition for staying alive. Lee Manwin looked at the axe in the corner, and tears nearly came to her eyes. She was a girl from a good family. Well-educated, sure, but pampered since childhood, delicate and soft. When had she ever done work like this? But the problem was, if she didn't do it, she'd die. If the cabin didn't get upgraded, it wouldn't hold up for more than a few days. And besides, all the students had already started working. Could she really back down? There was no other choice. She could only force herself to endure the cold, crawl out from under the blanket, and pick up the axe with trembling hands as she opened the door. The instant the cold wind hit her, she wrapped her arms tightly around herself. After steadying herself for a moment, she looked around, towering trees everywhere reaching into the clouds, only a few shorter ones, and puddles of water all over the ground. After some effort, she finally found a short tree about 7 or 8 meters tall. Dodging the puddles, she walked over, took a deep breath, and swung the axe for the very first time. Yikes! The axe flew right out of her hands and dropped to the ground, nearly hitting her own leg. She was scared half to death, her eyes misting over. But if she didn't do this, she'd die. So she could only pick the axe back up, controlling her strength, and chip away little by little at the base of the tree. Half an hour later, covered head to toe in muddy water, she couldn't take it anymore. She plopped down on the ground and started to cry. And that tree, it hadn't budged one bit. Boo-hoo-hoo. I don't want to chop trees, I want to teach. Just then, someone had her in the group chat. Zhang, Mr. Lee, don't go out chopping trees yourself. Let us collect the wood for you. And Jiang Ning, Lingshan, You girls shouldn't chop either. Go look around nearby for treasure chests. Leave the wood and stone work to us men, and we'll share resources when the time comes. The moment he said this, not just the elementary schoolers, but even Lee Manwin's eyes lit up. Just searching for treasure chests? That was way better than chopping trees. It was just a little embarrassing. Before she could say anything, the others jumped in. Yeah, Zhang's got a great idea. You girls are too delicate for this kind of work. Leave it to us men. No problem. It's just chopping trees. Jiang Ning and the others replied with smiles. Sure. Thanks then, Zhang Yi. Even though nobody could see each other right now, this one move instantly won Zhang Yi a lot of goodwill. In the end, all Li Manwen could say was, then thank you all, boys. Zhang Yi, you're welcome. It's what a man should do. He deliberately emphasized the word man. As for what he meant by it, Li Manwen could probably guess. She frowned but said nothing, pretending not to notice. All of this chatter, I saw every bit of it while sitting in my robot with the AC blasting. I knew exactly what Zhang Yi was scheming. The moment survival mode kicked in, it meant order had collapsed. Buttering up the girls? I had zero doubt. His real target was Li Manwen. For guys his age, a body like hers cranked the temptation all the way up. But this drama I was watching? Turns out it landed right on my own head. Zhang Yi, at Shenlang, see that? Chop more trees, help the girls and Mr. Li. Today's wood goes to them first. After dark, hand it all over to me to distribute. I froze for a second. Son of a bitch, so the burden's getting dumped on me now? Especially when I saw that hand it all over to me to distribute line, I nearly laughed out loud. In my past life, this dog used exactly this trick to rise to the top fast. The thing is, survival mode had just started, and a lot of people hadn't grasped how brutal the apocalypse would be, much less how terrifying it was to lose all order. They were still busy sucking up to Zhang Yi, the rich kid. On top of that, he'd claimed the moral high ground, so even the students who were unhappy didn't dare speak up. The teacher had already said thank you, so the plan had to go through. Banding together for warmth is human nature. But humans have more than one nature, and the most terrifying one of all is selfishness. Still, I had a logging robot. Chopping trees was effortless for me. I figured I'd just mess with him out of boredom. I replied, Zhang's got real leadership, alright. Your skills really shine when it counts. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring in plenty of wood so everyone's cabins can upgrade ASAP, and we can all live better. Zhang Yi saw it and nodded, extremely pleased. This Shenlang fit his image perfectly, never dared to cross him, though the flattery was new. Looked like the frozen rainforest had taught him a thing or two. Idiots like this needed to be put to good use. He didn't bother replying much and instead turned to message the school beauty, Jiang Ning. Ning, tell Shenlang something. Best if you can con all his bottled water out of him. He wasn't stepping in himself, obviously afraid of tipping his hand. He'd just finished talking about the wood. Asking for water right after might make me suspicious. And Jiang Ning was the perfect choice. Could any simp keep his head straight facing his goddess? Jiang Ning, still searching for chests, paused, then replied hesitantly. All of it? That doesn't seem right. Chopping trees burns a lot of energy. What if he has no water? If he dies of thirst, he'll get us wood. Zhang Yi paused too before responding. It's fine, baby. I'll give him a little later, won't let him die of thirst. I'm not stupid. Labor can be exploited, but you don't kill the workers. Forget my family used to run a factory. Besides, nobody on our team picked bottled water. When we're all sweaty from chopping, what are we going to drink? Water in our own hands is the only thing that feels safe. If you can't get it, and we run out of strength later, who's going to get you wood then? Just tell him. He'll say yes. Jiang Ning thought about it and agreed. In her mind, Shenlang was just a simp she could push around however she liked. And Zhang Yi was a rich kid who was even helping them collect wood. He held all the power, so following his lead couldn't be wrong. But Jiang Ning was no fool either. She was a top-tier manipulator. Once the water was in her hands, Zhang Yi wanted it, then he'd have to satisfy her wood needs first. Of course, she showed none of this right now. Jiang Ning. Got it. I'll go ask for the water now. Zhang Yi nodded. He'd been drooling over Jiang Ning for ages, but this woman always kept her distance. Flirting was fine, but she never let him have a taste. Well, now though, his chance would come soon enough. Since both the wood and the water would end up in his hands, why the hell would he bother chopping trees? Zhang Yi tossed his axe aside and rubbed his hands together. Freezing my ass off. Better to head back inside and wrap up in a blanket. After a moment's thought, he picked the axe back up before going in. As for me, I was happily logging inside my robot with the AC on when a private message came in. I opened it. Who else could it be but Jiang Ning, the one who used her honey trap act to get me killed in my past life? Jiang Ning, Shenlang, I'm so thirsty. I remember you picked bottled water. Could you give me a bottle? One bottle? Same old trick, thinking one line could sweet talk me out of a bottle of water? Dream on. Fishing for a bite, huh? This lifetime, I've got zero interest in playing this game with you. I have to make Jiang Ning understand just how terrifying being blunt and direct can be. But there's no rush yet. I knew clearly that only after the 3-day newbie period ended would everyone get the chance to meet in person. By then, want water? Sure, come trade water for it. For now, let's just tease the dog a bit first. So I replied to her, sure, once I finish chopping this tree. After replying, I ignored her. I had to give her something to hold on to so I could manipulate her later. As for me, I needed to log hard and stockpile more so I could trade for other things. Jiang Ning wasn't fazed by the reply either, answering sweetly. Okay, Shun Lang, thank you so much. As a seasoned angler, she knew exactly how not to spook the fish. But what she didn't know was, this fish was no longer the dumb one that would take the bait like in my past life. Right now, she was just like Li Manwen and the other girls, giving up on chopping trees to search the surroundings for treasure chests. Except the system had said the chest drop rate would be lower during the newbie period, so finding one wasn't easy. Noon came quickly. The vast majority of people couldn't hold out any longer and had returned to their cabins. Chopping trees might seem to keep the cold at bay for a while, but human stamina has its limits. The moment they stopped, the sweat on their bodies make them shiver to the bone. In the group chat, my male classmates started complaining. Chopping wood is brutal. I'm freezing my ass off, and I only got 3 units of lumber all morning. Tell me about it. I only got 2, and now I'm cold and starving. The cabin's supposed to keep us warm, but it's got so many drafts. And this blanket is way too thin. Zhang Yi was shivering under his blanket too. But as the leader, he forced himself to speak up. It's fine. Hang in there. It's just the first day. We're not used to it yet. Once we've got more lumber tonight, even if we can't upgrade, we can at least trade for some stuff. I saw people opening treasure chests in the store. They got blueprints and a ton of food too. That calmed everyone down. Okay, let's rest a bit and get back to chopping this afternoon. Girls, keep looking for those chests too. Sure thing, everyone hang in there. Let's grab something to eat first. Wait, I didn't pick food. Can anyone spare some? I don't have any either. Come on, guys, let's help each other out. They waited forever, but nobody replied. The first guy who'd spoken lost it. Hello? The second food comes up, everybody plays dead. Zhang Yi saw it too. He wasn't stupid. Getting people to hand over lumber was easy, but expecting anyone to share their starting items? Completely unrealistic. A single rice bowl in the store was already going for 20 units of lumber. Who'd be dumb enough to give it away? He knew someone on the team had picked rice, but he wasn't about to make her hand it out to everyone, and he sure wasn't going to piss her off. He figured he'd sweet-talk his way into some for himself later. Still, if he wanted to be the leader, he couldn't stay silent now. Hey man, relax. I picked the crossbow, so yeah, I don't have food. Tonight, once I pool everyone's haul, we'll trade for some food. Everyone will get a share then. Ugh, fine. Some people are just too selfish. They've got food and won't share, and now Zhang's got to divvy everything up. The moment he said that, someone blew up. The hell kind of thing to say is that? Starting items were 1 out of 8. We picked food to share with you. Can you share your crossbow, maid, or generator with us? Give me a break. Yeah, get off your high horse. Bottom line, you're just being greedy. Meanwhile, In Chun, the one who'd picked rice, didn't say a word. She hadn't even brought herself to eat any of it, let alone give it away. She'd already seen just how precious food was. The second survival critical starting items came into it. Tempers exploded. Zhang Yi quickly stepped in. Stop fighting. We can only survive if we pull together, right? Here's the deal. Nobody has to hand over their starting items. Who you give them to is your business. But everything we get from here on out has to be distributed equally. That's the only way to make sure we all make it. All right, we'll do what Zhang says. Agreed. The crowd quieted down, and Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. From this point on, he'd basically won. Elsewhere, Li Manwen, who'd just gotten back from searching for a chest, saw the messages too. She really wanted to share her rice with the students, but after wavering for a long time, she let the idea go. Only now did she understand, she was no saint. When it came down to life or death, human nature was to protect yourself. She just couldn't do it. In the end, all she could do was comfort herself. Skipping one meal wouldn't kill her, and tonight when supplies got distributed, she could trade for food. Li Manwen wrapped the ragged blanket around herself for warmth. After roaming around all morning, her legs were numb from the cold. She had a vague feeling the temperature kept dropping, but wasn't it noon? Nobody could answer that for her. Exhausted, starving, and, worst of all, thirsty. She had no water, but looking at the light drizzle falling from the sky, she cracked a small smile. After resting a bit, she got ready to head out and collect rainwater with some leaves and cook rice while she was at it. The system had given her raw rice. The problem was making fire. Luckily, she was a teacher, and she knew the theory of the fire drill method inside and out. Before heading out, she paused, then forced herself to leave the blanket inside despite the cold. If this thing got soaked, she could forget about sleeping tonight. But just as she was about to go out, something occurred to her. The next moment, she reached behind her back and pulled out an undergarment. Phew, can't shower here for now, and the rain's picked up again, better tuck this away. Good thing I didn't sweat much this morning, otherwise the spare I brought wouldn't be enough to change into. And this thing can keep me warm too. Muttering to herself, she carefully put it away before stepping out. Before long, she found 2 fairly dry branches and some vines, and made a simple fire drill. The big leaves for collecting rainwater she'd already set out under the eaves earlier. In this rainforest, at least those things were easy to find. But what came next caught her completely off guard. The fire drill seemed so simple when she'd read about it in books. So why were her hands rubbed raw, without a wisp of smoke? Staring at the 2 blood blisters on her palm, she pursed her lips, her voice thick with tears. Is it because it's not dry enough? She kept at it, and who knows how long passed. Her dress was soaked through with sweat and clinging to her. But in this perpetually damp environment, how was wood supposed to catch fire so easily? Looking at the blood on her palm, she realized she probably just didn't have what it took. The real despair was yet to come. Just as she was about to drink some rainwater to quench her thirst, a message popped up in the group chat. Help, someone help me. The rainwater, you can't drink it. I filtered it and still can't. Does anyone have a med kit? Please help me. I'm begging you. What? You can't drink the rainwater even after filtering it? The leaf in Lee Manwin's hand dropped straight to the ground, her face going deathly pale. The group chat got more and more terrifying. I've been messaging Qin Sheng privately, and he stopped responding. Is he dead? No way, right? Drinking water can kill you? Qin Sheng, are you still there? It's over. Yeah, no response at all now. Guess only the water you start with is safe to drink. Or the tradable water from the chests. Seeing these messages, Lee Manwin was completely out of options. Someone was already dead? She was gripped with panic. No water, no rice she could eat. And herself, was she going to die? On the other side, when Zhang Yi saw these messages, his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, one look at the store, and someone had already scored a water source and started trading it. Water was clearly even more precious than food. And the trades all wanted the same thing, lumber and stone, the hard currency for upgrading the cabins. But he'd lounged around all morning and had nothing. Snapping out of it, he quickly messaged Jiang Ning, afraid Shenlang might see how valuable water was and back out. Ning, did Shenlang give you the water or not? Right then, Jiang Ning was curled up in her ragged blanket. She had a mild stomach condition, and eating irregularly gave her stomach pains. She knew nobody would give her food. She'd already tried talking to Yin Chun, and that girl had completely ignored her. Right now, all she could do was counting on Zhang Yi to share some food tonight. As for Shenlang, she knew he'd only picked water, not food. But in her current state, she couldn't even keep water down. Swap for food herself? She hadn't found a single treasure chest all morning. She had nothing. Seeing Zhang Yi's message, she replied with a flicker of hope. Zhang Yi, could you figure out a way to get me some food first? Shenlang hasn't given me water yet, but he definitely will, and I'll pay you back the second he does. Huh. Zhang Yi instinctively figured this was one of Jiang Ning's schemes. He wasn't stupid. She wanted food when she couldn't even get water? Ning, you know I didn't pick food. Just hang in there. Once I collect supplies tonight, you'll be the first person I swap food to. But you've got to push Shenlang. Water matters more than food right now. Jiang Ning had no choice but to agree. Her stomach was cramping so badly she balled up her pleated skirt and pressed it against her belly, past caring about anything else. No one could see her anyway. The next moment, she didn't hesitate to message me. Shenlang, are you back yet? I'm dying of thirst. I really need water. The instinct of hunger made her add another line. Shenlang, if you've got extra lumber, could you swap me some food? I have a stomach condition, and being hungry makes it agony. Can you help me out? In her mind, I was clearly easier to manipulate than Zhang Yi. Maybe with a little coaxing, I'd break my back gathering lumber to trade her food. As for turning everything in tonight, she couldn't care less. She'd eat first and deal with it later. I was so obedient anyway. Would I really sell her out? And me? Right now I was tearing through the jungle. I had the lumberjack machine flying, with chips spraying everywhere it went. Lumber plus one, lumber plus one. In one morning, I'd already harvested a full 426 units of lumber, more than I'd collected in my entire previous life. I heard the private message alert and glanced at it. That green tea again. She wanted water, and now food too. She really had some nerve. But honestly, I was feeling hungry too. This frozen rainforest put you into a state of hunger the moment you entered. It just wasn't obvious at first. I checked the lumberjack's fuel gauge, basically empty. Just as well. Better to head back early and swap for supplies. Upgrading the cabin to survive the night was what mattered most. And I couldn't run the fuel dry, or I'd be in trouble if I couldn't drive back. On the way, I replied to Jiang Ning. Then wait for me to swap some food, and I'll bring it to you along with the water. Huh, really? Jiang Ning's eyes lit up instantly. When it counts, you can always rely on a simp. Shenlang, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? I really can't hold on much longer. I doubled down. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I could lie to anyone but you. If you don't believe me, I'll take a picture to show you. Whatever you want to eat, I'll swap for it. I harvested a ton of lumber this morning. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Shenlang. That's right. This chat system worked just like real-world apps. Group chats, private messages, even photos and videos. It was just that whatever she wanted to eat, well, that depended on what she was willing to give up. The corner of my mouth curled up slightly. You people toyed with me in my last life. This time, it all comes back to you. Be patient. After replying, I ignored her and drove the lumberjack machine who knows how far. But I wouldn't get lost. Anywhere the machine had driven left an obvious trail. I just had to follow it back. The only reason I dared go this far was the courage the machine gave me. In my last life, I'd only dared to loiter near the cabin. This time I deliberately drove in a straight line to see if I could stumble on another player's territory. But whether it was because of the beginner phase or the map was just too big, I didn't spot a single trace of anyone else. Just as I was racing back at full speed, a flash of light suddenly caught the left edge of my vision. Huh? A treasure chest. I was no stranger to these. I'd run into one in my last life too, but there was danger near treasure chests. Back then, the moment I got close, I heard the terrifying cry of some unknown creature and didn't dare open it. My body had been so frail then that forget an unknown creature, a single wolf could have killed me. But this time, I had no such worries. I drove the lumberjack machine straight at it, chugga chugga chugga, and charged right in. Maybe the engine noise was so monstrous, or maybe for some other reason. But this time I found nothing. The unknown creature seemed to have fled long ago. There was just a lone green treasure chest, nothing else around. Still, I didn't dare let my guard down. I circled the chest 3 times with the machine, and only after confirming there was no danger did I stop right in front of it. I got off and walked closer, and a message popped up. A green quality treasure chest has been found. Open it. Treasure chests come in 6 grades: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. The higher the grade, the better the items. Appearance rates: white 90%, green 6%, blue 3%, purple 0.8%, gold 0.19%, red 0.01%. Player triggered lucky encounter detected. Payment system activated. Pay 6 yen to permanently increase green chest appearance rate by 10 points. Pay 30 yen to permanently increase blue chest rate by 10 points. Pay 68 yen to permanently. Pay 648 yen to permanently increase red chest appearance rate by 10 points. Make a payment. This, I absolutely had to pay. Was I short on that kind of money? The odds of a red treasure chest were something you could only dream of. The stuff inside was all super items that could shape your entire future. Don't let the system fool you with those high probabilities. The catch is you have to stack up the chance of encountering a chest in the first place. Just finding a chest is luck. Finding a red one means you're one of the chosen few. To run into even a single green chest during the beginner phase, I was already blessed beyond measure. Without hesitation, I dropped 648 yen and snagged the red treasure chest rate boost outright. I checked the chest odds again. Sure enough, they'd changed. White 80%, green 6%, blue 3%, purple 0.8%, gold 0.19%, and red shot straight up to 10.01%. That 10 points had been carved right out of the white chest's odds. From now on, my chance of hitting worthless white junk chests dropped way down. Looks like I'd have to hunt for chests more often. Suppressing my excitement, I immediately opened that green chest. Congratulations. You've obtained a windbreaker jacket, windproof and waterproof. Nice. This jacket couldn't have come at a better time. Just from opening the chest out here, I'd been shivering. Without this jacket, I wouldn't even have made it back to the room. After all, the store wasn't open yet, and there was no telling when the purchase conditions would trigger. I pulled my jacket on snug. Hey, wearing this thing in the rainforest, the warmth was seriously top-notch. If I headed back to the cabin, I probably wouldn't feel cold at all. And if the cabin got an upgrade, that thought had me scrambling up into the logging machine, eager to head back, trade in my materials, and upgrade the cabin and bathroom. A little over half an hour later, I made it back to my little cabin and immediately sealed up all the doors and windows. But even so, a chill hit me. No surprise, the AC in the logging machine had it toasty in there. Once I'd sort of adjusted, I opened up the trading market. I had 426 units of lumber in hand and nothing else. Upgrading the cabin required 50 lumber, 50 stone, plus a tier 2 cabin blueprint. Upgrading the bathroom needed another 30 lumber and 30 stone. Lumber I definitely had enough of. I deliberately set aside 80 units and started trading the rest. 1 stone for 2 lumber, standard rate. I muttered, spending 160 lumber to trade with countless people for 80 stone. That left me with 186 lumber. I wanted to trade for a tier 2 cabin blueprint, but sadly couldn't find one. From what I remembered in my past life, this thing was ridiculously expensive. Early on it cost at least 500 lumber. The price only dropped later once everyone started upgrading. But right now, a lot of people still hadn't realized how important the blueprints were. I put up 100 lumber, listing it for a tier 2 cabin blueprint, gambling on a lucky steal. Honestly, my odds were pretty good at this point. Lumber and stone were the universal currency, basically money, and newly arrived players needed to eat and drink, so someone would definitely trade. The reason I kept 86 lumber was that I also needed to buy some food and drink, plus the most critical thing, gasoline. Just then, another private message from Jiang Ning popped up. This girl couldn't take it anymore. She'd waited nearly an hour, and not only had I not given her any food, I hadn't even replied to a single message. It had her fuming. As for me, her little simp, she didn't feel 1 ounce of gratitude anymore. If we'd been face to face, she probably would have started cursing already. But since she still hadn't gotten any food, she had to swallow her anger. Shenlang, sweetie, I'm really about to starve to death. Were you just messing with me? Why are you ignoring me now? Are you happy to watch me starve? Fine, I'm ignoring you now, humph. Seeing that message, I couldn't help but smirk. In my past life, reading her private messages left me nervous and flustered. This time around, why did I find it so thrilling, so exciting instead? I casually snapped a photo and sent it to her. I made sure to capture the food trading screen along with my lumber balance. Look, babe, I'm figuring out what to buy to eat right now. This bibimbap looks pretty good, only 26 lumber. Do you like it? The message reached Jiang Ning in an instant. Seeing that bibimbap and my 86 lumber balance, she barely contained her excitement, swallowing hard over and over. Shenlang, sweetie, how do you have so much lumber? Amazing. I'd love to eat that bibimbap. I'll accept it just to give you face. Thank you so much. After sending that message, she, shivering wrapped in her ratty blanket, reached up and wiped the corner of her mouth. Damn, she was drooling, unable to swallow it fast enough, just like a dog. Watching her still showing off that tea master act even now, I couldn't help but sneer coldly. Fine, let's see how long you can keep up the performance. The next moment, I bought the bibimbap outright. This thing was probably something someone else pulled from a supply crate. There's always someone with good luck. But compared to me, they're all small fry. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't buy this bibimbap for Jiang Ning. It was for me. The moment the aroma wafted out, my stomach growled, and I dug right in without a second thought. While eating, I didn't forget to snap a photo and send it over. Babe, let me taste it first to make sure it suits you. I remember you don't like pepper? There seems to be a little in here, huh? The photo reached Jiang Ning. She froze at first, then her eyes went wide in disbelief. In that stone bowl, every grain of rice was plump, the sauce glossy, and there was a soft-boiled egg, half of it gone, the other half in my mouth. Most crucial of all, only a little less than half the rice was left. Jiang Ning shrieked. Ah, you bastard. Who's your babe? What gives you the right to eat my bibimbap? Shenlang, go to hell. How dare you? After cursing him out, she clutched her stomach, the hunger pangs hurting even worse. But she didn't dare actually send that message, because she realized something serious. Shenlang seemed different. That made her panic inside, not daring to offend me directly. She really wanted that bibimbap. She'd been starving for almost a whole day. Even if I'd already eaten some of it, she still wanted it. So even she couldn't believe it when she actually sent this message. Shenlang, sweetie. Oh, I actually like pepper too. Don't finish it all. Save me a little. My stomach really hurts so bad. I'm begging you. Can you bear to see me this miserable? I could hardly believe it myself. This little fake was already ready to eat my leftovers? Turns out reeling her in wasn't so hard after all. While she waited hopefully, I sent another photo and one line. I thought you didn't like it, so I finished it off. The photo, an empty bowl with just a few scattered grains of rice left. Jiang Ning absolutely lost it. Shenlang, you son of a bitch. Go to hell. But cursing aside, staring at that greasy bowl and the leftover grains, she couldn't help but stick out her little tongue and lick her lips. She wanted to lick the bowl. What was going on with her? Over on my end, I was cackling with laughter. Feigning innocence, I replied, Huh? Why are you cursing at me? I still have 50 lumber, and I was thinking of buying you something you'd like. Sigh, you've really hurt my feelings. Forget it. I'll trade for something else. After sending that, I put up my lumber to trade for gasoline. That was what really mattered. Huh. Jiang Ning felt like she was breaking down, slapping her own thigh hard enough to leave her fair skin red. How could she have forgotten Shenlang still had lumber? Damn you, Shenlang, you're playing me. But she didn't dare gamble. Once she'd recovered a bit, She could only put on a shameless face and message again. Shenlang, sweetie, I'm sorry. I sent that to the wrong person just now. That message was meant for Zhang. Can you buy me another bibimbap? I don't want to eat anything else right now. I just want bibimbap. Ah. Watching her spew such nonsense, I nearly laughed myself sick. She'd just cursed me out by name, and now she could come up with an excuse like that? This kid was truly starving out of her mind. But I didn't reply to her again, because right then, the crappy system decided to mess with me too. The first daytime in the extreme cold rainforest is halfway over. Congratulations, player, on surviving well done. Special reward recharge options. Recharge 6 yuan, green. 1 order of shredded pepper pork chow mein. Comes with a can of iced tea. Recharge 30 yuan. 1 order of lamb pao ma. Comes with a carton of probiotic milk. Recharge 68 yuan. Recharge 648 yuan. 1 seafood feast, including Australian lobster, Arctic abalone, garlic vermicelli oysters. Plus a free top-tier fireplace blueprint. Provides warmth and can be used for grilling and heating. Note: functions only unlock after leveling up. Charcoal is limited and must be replenished. Bottom line: the more you recharge, the better the deal. Recharge now? Limited to 2 hours. After that, the offer disappears. Screw you. I just ate my fill and you hit me with this? But still, can I really not recharge? I've got to do it. I've still got to eat tonight, right? But there's no rush now. I've still got 2 hours. First, I want to see if I can upgrade the cabin to level 2. That way the fireplace would be level 2 too, and the energy consumption would definitely drop. The key thing is, even if I buy it now, I don't have the materials to build a fireplace. I'm not cold right now anyway, so what's the hurry? Let me build the bathroom first. I've got enough materials for that. This thing's even more important than the fireplace. I sure as hell don't want to go outside to take a piss in the middle of the night. I pulled out the bathroom blueprint, and a full panoramic view of the cabin instantly appeared in my mind, with placement left up to me. Build the bathroom in the southeast corner of the house. Requires 30 wood and 30 stone. Confirm construction? I hit build. Bathroom under construction. Time required, 1 hour. Yeah, building things takes time, and the higher the level, the longer it takes. But I know I'll be able to get speed-up items later on. Aside from the core materials, which can't be bought directly, everything else can be paid for with cash. It's only an hour right now. I can wait. Next, I just had to wait for the level 2 blueprint. That thing's a matter of pure luck. The gasoline, though, I traded for quickly. 50 wood for 5 liters, dirt cheap. But for the vast majority of players, gasoline is absurdly expensive right now. They can't even scrape together 10 wood in a whole day, and besides, gasoline would be useless to them anyway. Once I got the gasoline, I filled up the logging machine and headed back out to work. There was nothing to do in the cabin anyway, and you've got to hustle to get rich, right? Might as well grab more wood while I've got the time. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was completely falling apart. That animal, me, was ignoring her. Her mind was consumed by stone pot bibimbap. No exaggeration. Right now, there's nothing you could offer to trade for it. She'd never in her life thought bibimbap could taste so good. Shenlang, are you really mad at me? I said I'm sorry, isn't that enough? I really didn't mean it. I was just so hungry I lost my mind. When you're starving, you get dizzy, and when you're dizzy, your brain doesn't work right. It was all nonsense. But her messages vanished like stones dropped into the sea. Jiang Ning completely broke down, burying her head in her hands and sobbing. Just then, Zhang Yi sent a message. Ning, did you get Shenlang's water yet? Everyone's about to head back, and they're waiting to drink it. Without water, they might not be willing to share their supplies. This guy was still trying to squeeze Jiang Ning even now. Little did he know, the second she saw it, Jiang Ning exploded. Water, water, water. All you know is fucking water. I'm about to starve to death here. Where's the food? Zhang Yi was stunned for a second. Wait, why did this two-faced girl suddenly rip off the mask? Was she really that hungry? Or did she already have the water in hand and decided to stop pretending and lay her cards on the table? Most likely she was laying it all out. Otherwise she wouldn't dare talk to him like that. Thinking this, Zhang Yi didn't blow up. Instead, he coaxed her. Ning, I know you're hungry. I'm hungry too. But everyone's the same. It's getting dark, and we're too exhausted to keep chopping trees. We might not be able to trade for much food today, but once everyone's back, I'll get you some first, okay? Okay. What choice did Jiang Ning have? She fired right back. I want stone pot bibimbap. Zhang Yi's eye twitched. What kind of demand was that? She still wanted bibimbap? How much would could all 26 guys in the class scrape together combined? One serving of bibimbap costs 26 wood. He thought Jiang Ning had lost her mind. But for that bottle of water in her hands, Zhang Yi could only grit his teeth. Fine, I'll try. So when are you giving me the water? Jiang Ning. When I see the stone pot bibimbap. Zhang Yi. He couldn't figure out what had gotten into Jiang Ning, why she was so hung up on bibimbap. But there was nothing more he could say. so he just checked in with the group. At everyone. Guys, I collected 6 units of wood today. I'm dead tired and heading back. How about you all? Zhang Yi was actually hiding under a blanket the whole time and hadn't gathered a single splinter, but nobody knew that. And he wasn't afraid of them finding out either, because that bottle of water in Xun Lang's hands, the water he thought was in Jiang Ning's hands, was his ace in the hole. If anyone accused him of skimming, he'd just say he bought water for everyone. Who could say anything to that? The replies rolled in one after another. I got 8 wood, I'm dying. Zhang, hurry and get me some water when we're back. I got lucky, 10 wood plus 5 stone. Found a chunk of, and mined it while I was at it. Zhang, nice. Awesome, I got 6 wood. Me, I only got 4. Zhang did the math. The whole class had 162 units of wood total, plus 5 stone. He was thrilled. Great, great, great. Everybody keep an eye on the time. Do not stay outside past 6. Once you're all back, pull the supplies together and I'll buy food for everyone. Got it. Thanks, Zhang. Thank you, Zhang. Thanks, Zhang. Zhang Yi smiled smugly and started browsing the items in the trading marketplace. Maybe it was because Jiang Ning had put it in his head, the power of suggestion getting to him. But he suddenly had a serious craving for stone pot bibimbap too. What was up with that? The men were working up a storm, and naturally the women couldn't just sit around eating and drinking for free. They were still out hunting for treasure chests. After starving past the point of hunger, Jiang Ning's stomach settled a little, so she went out to look for treasure chests too. She had no choice. Her heart was in knots, and having nothing in her hands left her deeply uneasy. All she could do was endure the cold and search aimlessly, cursing herself for wearing a short skirt. Her legs had gone blue from the chill. Sharing her fate was the homeroom teacher, Li Manwen. As a teacher, she felt even more ashamed about mooching off her students. On top of that, she'd chosen rice at the start but couldn't bring herself to share it. With her full figure, she needed more energy, and she'd long since hit her limit. She walked along crying, popping raw grains of rice into her mouth one by one. If she didn't eat, she really would starve. Just then, something flashed before her eyes. It looked like a beam of light. A treasure chest. Li Manwen instantly perked up. Her luck had turned. She hurriedly tucked away the rest of her rice and headed toward the chest. She had no idea of the danger. As she drew closer, I took a look. It was a green treasure chest. Green. Way better than white. Li Manwen wasn't thinking about anything else right now. All she wanted was to score some food. Does the player wish to open the chest? Open it. Congratulations, player. You've obtained 1 level 2 cabin blueprint. Huh. A yellowed blueprint materialized before Li Manwen's eyes. A level 2 cabin blueprint? No, wait, I wanted food. Actually, this thing might be tradable for food. At that thought, her spirits lifted again. But right then, a whistling sound reached her ears. Li Manwen froze. Why did that sound so much like a rattlesnake? No way. As if sensing something, she instinctively turned around. In that instant, her eyes went blank with terror. A rattlesnake, 7 or 8 meters long, launched itself into the air and lunged straight at her. Ah, help! But who could save her now? Li Manwen felt a searing pain shoot through her inner thigh. She flailed wildly, then collapsed onto the ground. Don't bite me. Boo-hoo-hoo. Having landed its strike, the rattlesnake turned and slithered away. It had no interest in actually eating her. Lucky for her, the guardian of this green chest didn't have the ability to devour humans. But even so, Li Manwen was on death's doorstep. She lifted the hem of her skirt. 2 bloody puncture wounds gaped on her inner thigh. It's over. Am I going to die? I don't want to die. I haven't even finished my rice yet. As she cried, she grasped at a lifeline and rushed to beg for help in the group chat. At everyone. Please, classmates, does anyone have a first aid kit that can save me? I got bitten by a rattlesnake. I'm willing to trade rice for it. The group chat went quiet for a moment, then exploded. Teacher Lee, you've got food. You're a teacher, and you watched us go hungry while you were sitting on food? Now that your life's on the line, now you offer to trade it. Rice for a life? Keep it and eat it yourself. We've been working all day. We could have traded for food ages ago. Do you have any idea how expensive first aid kits are right now? Li Manwen was both mortified and panicked, at a total loss. Then she suddenly remembered the blueprint and quickly added, I've also got a level 2 cabin blueprint. I'll trade it for a first aid kit. A blueprint's worth more than a life. You're always going on about for the students. When it's actually time to do something for us, this is how you do it. Keep the blueprint and upgrade it yourself. Maybe you can use it as a tombstone. Most people didn't have a first aid kit at all. And those who did, like Jiang Ning, she wanted rice, not a blueprint. But more than that, she feared death. Her first aid kit was the lifesaver she wouldn't part with even if she were starving to death. Besides, starting items couldn't be listed on the marketplace. They could only be gifted. There was no way she'd want plain rice, and even less way she'd hand it over to Li Manwen. So Jiang Ning simply pretended she hadn't seen the message. At that moment, Zhang Yi slapped his thigh in his room. What a shame. He wanted to save Li Manwen, wanted to get his hooks into this teacher, but right now he really didn't have the means, nor the capital to bet so big on a woman. Still, he kept an angle open, just in case Li Manwen stumbled into some kind of lucky break. So he put on a show. Teacher Li, I so want to save you, but I chose the crossbow build. There's really nothing I can do. If you can just hold on a couple more days, maybe things will turn around. Hold on 2 days? Heh. Li Manwen laughed bitterly at herself. By now she saw it clearly. Not a single person she knew was willing to save her. Zhang Yi talked a good game, but he was just a smooth-talking dog of a man. She'd seen plenty of his type. As death approached, her mind only grew clearer. Suddenly, she thought of one last option. Check the marketplace and see if she could trade the level 2 cabin blueprint for a life-saving item. But the outcome was obvious. No one was willing to sell anything that could save a life. And even if they were, the price would be far more than a single blueprint could cover. Despairing, Li Manwen slumped against the ground. A cold chill crept up her body, and her consciousness began to blur. Meanwhile, on my end, I didn't have much gasoline left for the afternoon, and I'd wasted a fair bit of time too. After more than an hour of work, I'd collected another 100 units of lumber and was about to head back. But my luck went through the roof. I actually spotted a blue treasure chest. It suddenly clicked for me. When the odds of white chests drop, it's not just red chests that get more likely. The odds of every other chest go up too, indirectly. Once I figured that out, I pulled my old trick and drove the logging machine around the chest 3 times. And wouldn't you know it, I really did lure out an unknown creature. It looked like a fierce tiger, more like a zombie version of one. Facing the logging machine, ferocious as it was, even it knew it couldn't win. After a brief standoff, the monster tiger retreated. I waited a good while longer, confirmed it had gone far enough away, and then quickly opened the chest. Congratulations, player. You've obtained a blue treasure chest. Open it. Open it. Congratulations, player. You've obtained a universal first aid kit. Cures any fatal wound, poison, etc. Now that's the good stuff. Basically a second life. I didn't think my life was in any danger, but whoever complains about having extra lives? And it was right then that the ad in the group chat brought Teacher Li's message to my attention. Teacher Li got hit with snake venom? I glanced at the first aid kit in my hand and let out a wry chuckle. Is this my luck or Teacher Li's luck? Could I just stand by and watch her die? Maybe other people could, but Teacher Li, I couldn't bring myself to. She really didn't save me in my past life, but that was just human nature. I couldn't let a beauty like her wither away because of it. Of course, the most important thing was, I needed that level 2 cabin blueprint she was holding. I immediately sent her a private message. Teacher Li, how are you holding up? I've got a first aid kit. Li Manwen had been about to give up the fight, but my message brought her surging back to life. Her eyes lit up. Really? Shenlang, what do you want? Anything I have is yours. I smiled. I want you to trade the level 2 cabin blueprint for it. Deal. One more thing. I need to see your wound and check how bad the poisoning is to make sure the first aid kit will actually work on it. Li Manwen's brow furrowed slightly. Look at her wound. But at a time like this, why was she even overthinking it? What he said made sense. What if the kit couldn't cure snake venom? Then she'd have wasted precious time for nothing. She didn't hesitate any longer. Okay, I'll take a photo and send it to you right now. Honestly, I didn't quite know why I insisted on seeing the wound myself. Maybe it was that curiosity I'd always had about Teacher Li? No, I'm not that kind of guy. I was simply concerned. Yeah, concerned. On her end, Li Manwen didn't dare waste a second. She took a deep breath, forced herself to focus, and once again lifted her long skirt, exposing the wound on her inner thigh, along with a broad expanse of snow white. The area around the bite wound had already turned bruised and dark. The poison was sinking deeper. Even now, the thought of taking a photo to send to a student made her pale face flush faintly. But that was all. The moment her gaze focused, the system went click, freezing the image. Shenlang, I sent you the photo. See if the first aid kit will work. My breathing grew a little heavier without my noticing as I opened it. In the picture, Teacher Li sat on the ground, as if she could no longer even feel the cold. But the position was genuinely awkward, near her inner thigh. I could even see her bright gold lace-trimmed panties. I swallowed quietly. Teacher Li is really thick. The next moment, I quickly shook off the messy thoughts and immediately sent over the first aid kit. Teacher Li, this can be used on you. Li Manwen's eyes lit up. The first aid kit soon appeared before her, complete with detailed information. Universal First Aid Kit. Usable on any injury or toxin. Seeing that line of text, she froze. Then her face flushed crimson. This bad student. Was he doing this on purpose? But then again, a universal first aid kit like this had to be high in both tier and value, and he was willing to save her. Sigh. This wasn't the time to think about such things. She used it immediately. First aid kit used successfully. Player will recover to normal within 1 minute. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the dizziness and nausea from before vanished completely. Color returned to her pale face, and aside from 2 small red dots, the wound left nothing behind. Only then did she feel the biting cold seeping up from beneath her, and she quickly got to her feet. Another message came from me. Teacher Lee, how is it? Did it work for you? Lee Manwin secretly gritted her teeth. This little brat, asking questions he already knew the answers to. But, maybe out of gratitude for saving her life, her impression of me had changed. She even replied in a slightly annoyed, almost coy tone. Should I take another photo of the wound's recovery to show you? The moment she sent it, she regretted it. What kind of behavior was that, flirting? Or mocking someone after they'd rescued you? She was just about to explain when I replied lightning fast. Sure, otherwise I really won't feel at ease. It looked like there was a pretty long wound. A pretty long wound. Lee Manwin's eyes went wide. She knew exactly where I meant. But, she suddenly felt I hadn't done it on purpose. Could he have really misread it? Thinking from the start that the wound wasn't those 2 red dots? This silly boy. Well, of course, how old was he anyway? A snakebite wound wasn't obvious to begin with, and with the lack of any sex education, he probably genuinely didn't understand and was simply worried. She'd misunderstood him. Getting older had made her mind dirty. Never mind. Either way, this topic couldn't continue. She forced down her embarrassment. Haha. Teacher's all better now. No need to worry. Thank you again for your concern, Shinlang. Now teacher will give you the Tier 2 cabin blueprint. Soon the Tier 2 cabin blueprint appeared before my eyes. I raised an eyebrow and quickly accepted it. With this, my little cabin back home could be upgraded, the single most crucial treasure at this stage. The first aid kit I didn't need for now and could leave with Lee Manwin, but the blueprint, I couldn't afford to waste a single moment. As for taking another look at the wound, after being reborn once, I no longer had so many hang-ups. Yes, I'd done it on purpose. Maybe it was a man's instinct, maybe a bit of payback for how she'd left me to die in my past life. Either way, once the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, my mindset had long since changed. I couldn't afford to be timid and hesitant anymore. But, Teacher Lee didn't seem to read too much into it. All the better. Of course, everything has to stop at the right point. I gave an appropriate reply. Good to hear, Teacher Lee. It's almost 6. Hurry back to your cabin. It's not safe out there. Lee Manwin was genuinely moved. She'd probably completely misjudged me, this silly boy, before. Without a word, she shoved another big handful of rice at me, nearly 2 pounds worth. But she never expected that a second later, I'd hand the rice right back. Teacher Lee, keep the food for yourself. I have lumber to trade for food, so don't worry about me. Take care of yourself, and come find me if you need help. At this, Lee Manwin actually cried, tears of being moved. Adversity reveals the heart. That saying really was true. Normally I kept to myself, and I was an orphan on top of that. Who would have thought that when the apocalypse came, I could still hold on to the purest kind of kindness? From this moment on, she truly let down her guard toward me from the bottom of her heart. Shinlang, teacher chose rice. It's enough to eat, so just take it. You saw the group chat. Teacher's selfish. Teacher can't bear to share food. Teacher's afraid of dying. But teacher genuinely wants to give you this rice. I don't want to be like this either, but I'm really so scared. Watching her reveal her most fragile side in front of me, her words a little scattered, I felt a pang of emotion too. But I was someone who'd already died once. I wasn't about to play the saint. Unless, an equal exchange. And only on the condition that my own safety was guaranteed. All right, Teacher Lee, I need to head back too. Don't stand on ceremony. I'll let you know if I ever need anything, okay? She nodded immediately. Okay. With that, she looked up at the sky. Without either of us noticing, it had already grown dark. Worse still, the temperature had dropped further, and the rain was pouring harder and harder. She hurried off toward her cabin at a jog. Strange as it was, after being saved by me, the panic in her heart seemed to have faded quite a bit, as if she'd subconsciously realized she now had someone to rely on. As for me, I'd long since started up the logging machine and was sprinting toward my cabin. Lee Manwin, Jiang Ning, and her crowd. To me, they were all just icing on the cake amusements. Here, staying alive came first. Soon I made it back to my little cabin. Just then, the global subtitles appeared. Congratulations, players, for surviving 12 hours. Night approaches. Keep fighting to stay alive. Time, 5:32 p.m. Temperature, -8 degrees Celsius. Weather, moderate rain turning to hail. Unknown dangers stir outside the cabins. The higher a cabin's tier, the higher its safety factored. Note, the light bulbs inside the cabins will stay on until 10 p.m. before going out. Wishing all players sweet dreams. Sweet dreams? Sweet dreams my ass. Jiang Ning, having just returned to her room, couldn't help cursing under her breath. She'd run around all afternoon and hadn't seen a single treasure chest. Her pleated skirt and the t-shirt clinging to her skin were soaked through, and she was freezing half to death. Luckily, before entering, she'd packed an extra black bodycon skirt as the system required. She quickly stripped off her wet clothes and changed into it, then wrapped the tattered blanket around herself, finally feeling a faint trace of warmth. What am I going to do? No food, no treasure chest. That jerk Shinlang won't even talk to me, and all Zhang Yi cares about is water. I don't even know if he's stocked up on supplies. Will he give me something to eat? Am I really going to freeze to death in here? The words had barely left her mouth when bang. Jiang Ning shrieked in terror. Ah! She whipped around to see that a hailstone had shattered the broken window. It was hailing. Watching hailstones the size of eggs roll into the room, Jiang Ning was stunned. That flimsy single-pane old glass, which offered no insulation to begin with, now had a gaping hole in it. The cold wind howled straight in at her, and she pulled the blanket tighter, shivering violently, her lips turning purple. Even more terrifying was the relentless bang 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 on the roof, as if the hail was about to punch right through. The group chat had erupted too. Holy crap, it's hailing. My house is leaking. I'm freezing. Can someone tell me what to do? It's -8 degrees. Who's supposed to survive tonight in these conditions? Isn't this just straight up murder? I'm about to lose it. They said there'd be unknown dangers tonight, and now my window's busted. I've got zero sense of security. I get it now. The system said upgrading the cabin is the key. Today is just the beginning. It's only going to get more horrifying from here. There's no surviving in a level 1 cabin. In that moment, quite a few people remembered the level 2 cabin blueprint Li Manwen had mentioned, but most just felt it was a shame. Surely Ms. Li was already dead. Zhang Yi was no exception. By now, he'd already gathered everyone's supplies together, 150 units of wood. A few idiots had even scrounged up an extra 24 units, and 5 units of stone. He set aside 50 units of wood, then traded 90 units of wood for 45 units of stone. Now he had 60 wood and 50 stone in hand. All he needed was a single level 2 cabin blueprint, and he'd have enough to upgrade. His thoughts turned back to Li Manwen. If he could just get his hands on her blueprint, he could upgrade right away. As for what happened when the supplies ran out, no big deal. He still had 10 wood left, didn't he? He could just trade for the cheapest junk, give everyone a bite, and smooth talk his way through it. Right now, there were only 2 things on his mind. 1. Li Manwen's blueprint. 2. The water that was already in Jiang Ning's hands. Zhang Yi immediately messaged Li Manwen. He was genuinely afraid she'd died. Ms. Li, are you okay? We gathered quite a lot today. Just hold on a little longer. Tomorrow, or the day after at the latest, I'll definitely save you. As he waited anxiously, Li Manwen replied, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Zhang Yi lit up. She wasn't dead. That's wonderful, Ms. Li. I'll definitely save you. But there's something I need to ask of you first. Could you hand over the level 2 cabin blueprint? I want to use it to trade for more wood, so we can buy a first aid kit faster. Li Manwen let out a cold laugh. He wanted the blueprint? Did he really think she couldn't see through this something-for-nothing scam? If she were truly on the brink of death, mind clouded, maybe she'd have fallen for it. But she was alive and well, still had raw rice to eat. Healthier than most people out there. Zhang Yi, I'd like to keep the blueprint to upgrade my own cabin. You've seen how the conditions keep getting worse. Without upgrading, I probably won't survive. She said it deliberately, just to test this student's heart. Sure enough, Zhang Yi's brow furrowed. Ms. Li, come on, I'm trying to save you. And you want to keep your stuff and make us spend everything we worked for just to rescue you? Isn't that a little selfish? Who's going to want to save you like that? Li Manwen couldn't be bothered to play along anymore. Then don't save me. The moment she said it, Zhang Yi burst into a furious laugh and dropped the act entirely. Li Manwen, you're a joke. If it weren't for that slutty little look of yours, who'd waste their breath on you? On death's door and still clinging to a blueprint? A teacher's supposed to have a spirit of sacrifice. Didn't get chewed out enough this afternoon? My advice, hand over that blueprint before you die. Maybe you'll salvage your reputation as a people's educator. That's the smartest move you've got. Don't worry, the students will all be grateful to you when the time comes. Li Manwen hadn't expected him to lay his cards on the table so bluntly. This student would actually say such things to her, and then try to claim the moral high ground, pressuring her to sacrifice herself for them before she died? How absurd. What enraged her even more, to the point of bitter laughter, was that Zhang Yi actually posted the news that she was still alive in the group chat, rallying everyone to pressure her together, forcing her to hand over the blueprint. In that moment, she truly understood what human nature really was. My face couldn't help but surface in her mind. Compared to people like Zhang Yi, it was like heaven and earth. She didn't even bother responding. She just blocked Zhang Yi outright and muted the group chat along with him. But after being cursed out like that by Zhang Yi, how could she not feel wronged? On top of that, with the sudden shift in weather, The sky had gone almost completely dark, leaving only a single dim yellow bulb on the ceiling flickering weakly. The sound of hailstones crashing down made her heart tremble along with it. She was terrified the roof would be punched through and the bulb shattered. Under all that pressure, she instinctively sent me a message. Shenlang, is everything okay on your end? My end. I was doing just fine, of course. The moment I stepped inside, I received the notification that my bathroom construction was complete. In the southeast corner of the room, a bathroom of about 5 square meters had appeared. It was shabby, nothing but a toilet and a single sink, but this was, after all, a level 1 bathroom. There was plenty of room to upgrade down the line. A hot shower was no longer just a dream. Most importantly, I could now use the toilet indoors and had clean water to wash my hands. Compared to everyone else, it was truly a world of difference. And before the hail even arrived, I'd already started upgrading my cabin. Player, confirm upgrading the cabin to level 2. Required. 50 wood, 50 stone, 1 level 2 cabin blueprint. Conditions met. Proceed with upgrade. Without hesitation, I tapped upgrade. Upgrading the cabin will take 2 hours. Construction in progress. Ding. Newbie special offer. Player is upgrading the cabin for the first time. Activate a payment to permanently reduce the main cabin's construction time. Note, this is a one-time opportunity only. Once it's gone forever. Pay 6 yen, upgrade speed increased by 1%. Pay 30 yen, increased by 5%. Pay 68 yen, increased by 10%. Pay 648 yen, increased by 30%. Pay 6.48 million yen in the cabin. Cabin upgrades are now permanent. No wait time. This is a must-buy. It's only 6.48 million. From now on, all my cabin upgrades will be instant. No waiting required. This is huge. Without a second thought, I dropped 6.48 million. Congratulations, player. Payment successful. You've obtained the valuable perk. Reduced cabin upgrade time. Cabin upgrade complete. Now a level 2 shelter with enhanced defense. Hearing this, I couldn't help but grin. Then I looked over at my little cabin, and the notification had already changed dramatically. The system prompt in front of me read, cabin upgraded to level 2. Upgrading to level 3 requires 300 wood, 300 stone, plus 1 blueprint. I looked around, and the whole cabin was completely transformed. The formerly rundown wooden structure was now interior wood paneling, with a thin brick wall added to the outer shell. What satisfied me most were the windows. Those cheap single-pane glass panels had become aluminum frame sliding windows with double-layer laminated glass, complete with locks. Just one look gave me a real sense of security. Even the cement floor was now covered with a layer of old hardwood, making the place feel warm and cozy. Right then, the hail came. I stood by the window and watched with my own eyes as the hailstones smacked against the glass, making only a faint thud. The glass didn't have a scratch on it, top-notch quality. And the hail hitting the roof? I could barely hear a thing. Not bad. Level 2 cabin on day 1. There's no way this environment can wreck it. Nice and comfy, I thought, feeling pretty pleased with myself. The benefits of upgrading early were way better than they'd been in my previous life. Wait until the environment got even harsher. A level 2 cabin wouldn't cut it then. At that moment, the system chimed in again. Warning, your special event payment offer will expire in 1 minute. Would you like to make the purchase? I froze. I'd almost forgotten about my seafood feast and that premium fireplace. Pay the 6.48 million. Do it now. Payment successful. You've obtained 1 seafood feast, including Australian lobster, Arctic abalone, garlic vermicelli oysters. Bonus, 1 premium fireplace blueprint, which provides heat and can be used for grilling and warming food. Note, functions unlock only as its level increases. Charcoal is limited and must be replenished. Immediately, another message popped up. For your first purchase totaling 10 million yuan, you'll receive a special reward. The ability to inspect any player's residence without their consent, completely undetected. This reward can only be used after the 3-day beginner period ends. Huh, there's a reward like that? 10 million. I'd better hurry up and spend. With that kind of power, I could easily learn all about other players' situations. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll win every battle. But I'll deal with that later. Right now, my attention was completely captured by the seafood feast. The aroma of that garlic vermicelli went straight up my nose. I hadn't even been that hungry, but suddenly I was drooling. What was even crazier was that this feast came with several drinks. A cup of Blue Mountain coffee, a glass of strawberry juice, a bottle of Wong low-cat herbal tea, and a bottle of 1982 Evian to use as mouthwash. You call this a survival game? I couldn't help but laugh. This was clearly a vacation. But before digging in, I took a look at the fireplace blueprint first. This thing was the most crucial upgrade item coming up next. Premium fireplace blueprint upgrades alongside your cabin's level. Comes with 10 pieces of charcoal, which can be lit at the player's discretion, the most important source of fire for any survivor. Upgrading to level 2 requires 300 wood, 300 stone. Wow, so this is what top-tier gear looks like. Just level 2 needs this much material, way more expensive than the bathroom. But no problem. I was confident I could gather all these materials tomorrow. I'd already listed all the wood I'd collected that afternoon on the trading market, even the 100 units I'd used to exchange for the blueprint. 200 units total, all traded for gasoline. It was all for tomorrow's insane logging spree to speed up the cabin and fireplace upgrades. Anyway, I wasn't cold at all right now. I had my windbreaker, the room sealed out the cold air, and combined with the heat from the seafood feast, the temperature around me had to be at least 15 degrees or higher. I was definitely going to have a comfortable night. Let's eat, let's eat, while it's hot. I ripped open the Australian lobster's midsection, revealing the tender white meat inside, and took a huge bite. Juice burst in my mouth, the sweet freshness of the lobster hitting my taste buds. Holy crap, this is way too good. I hadn't had any water all day, so I quickly cracked open the Wong Lo cat and took a big gulp. I felt like I was floating on cloud 9. Just then, a private message snapped me out of it. It was Lee Manwin. Teacher Lee's asking how I'm doing over here. I shoved another big bite of lobster meat in my mouth and replied, Teacher Lee, I'm doing great. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Manwin was eating raw rice. She didn't dare eat much at once, so she ate it grain by grain, hoping it would cook in her stomach and not get stuck in her intestines. But at this rate, she could never eat enough to feel full. Even so, she still felt pretty fortunate. After all, plenty of people didn't even have anything to eat. A little comparison, and the sense of gratitude came flooding in. It was just that her cabin was too flimsy. Cold wind kept pouring in, and that dim yellow light bulb flickered on the verge of going out, as if it might die at any second. The thought of being plunged into total darkness after 10 p.m. sent fear creeping into her heart. The sound of hail pounding the roof struck at her heart, one blow after another. Instinctively, she curled her white-socked feet beneath her, seeking both warmth and a little sense of security. Maybe only chatting with me could drive away the fear inside her. Seeing my reply, she immediately asked with concern, Shen Lang, do you really not need any rice? I don't eat much. This is enough to feed both of us for 3 days. Eating it raw, I need even less, so don't worry about there not being enough for you. Huh. I paused for a moment. Eating raw rice. Has Teacher Lee lost her mind? No. It's one thing for you to go crazy yourself, but now you want to drag me down to eat raw rice too? Who do you take me for? I swallowed the oyster in my mouth, took another sip of strawberry juice, then replied, Teacher Lee, how could you eat raw rice? Won't that give you constipation? The moment the word constipation came out, Lee Manwin's face instantly flushed red. Was this bad boy doing it on purpose? Why does he keep zeroing in on these embarrassing topics? Before she could dwell on it, I sent another message. Teacher Lee, you need to understand that you can't leave the cabin at night. Think about it. If it's just number 1, that's fine. You can handle it quickly by the door. But what if it's number 2? What if you get constipated? What are you going to do then? Ah, that's true. Lee Manwin instantly panicked. Was she going to have to, right in her, solve it in her room? No way. She could never do that. She's such a clean freak. How could she possibly relieve herself in her bedroom? That'd be no different from an animal. And how would anyone live in that room afterward? Absolutely not. But then what am I supposed to do, Shen Lang? I can't get a fire going, boo-hoo. Shen Lang, I'm so scared. I can handle the cold, but the darkness at night. I honestly don't know how I'm going to make it through tonight. The moment I saw this message, charcoal popped into my head. You have to admit, Lee Manwin has ridiculous luck. Somehow, whatever she's missing, I just happen to have. Charcoal's precious, sure, but as players progress, a single fire source really isn't much. And right now, while barely anyone is fire, isn't this the perfect chance to corrupt Lee Manwin? Once she's overflowing with gratitude, a lot of things will fall into place naturally. Some people go for the heavy-handed approach. I prefer boiling the frog slowly. That's where the fun is. With that in mind, I immediately sent her a piece of charcoal, along with a message. Ms. Lee, you should have said something sooner. I actually made a charcoal fire source with some wood today. Here, take it. I'm not afraid of the dark. Use it to start a fire and cook a proper meal. Stop eating raw food. It's bad for you, got it? That little speech, plus a piece of charcoal that could start a fire, brought Lee Manwin to tears all over again. She didn't realize it, but my tone had stopped sounding like a student's. It sounded more like a man who could take care of her, a man she could lean on. And instead of pushing that away, she was quietly starting to depend on me, without even noticing the subtle shift happening inside her. Shen Lang, you're so good to me. How can your teacher ever repay you? Repay me? If I told you how, would you actually go along with it? Honestly, what I really wanted to say was that I'd love to take a closer look at that wound on her body. But I couldn't be that blunt. There was no need for force or anything sleazy with Ms. Lee. That would only turn her against me. Bottom line, I was counting on having a devoted little housekeeper down the road, and that's a completely different kind of need than just taking what I wanted. Of course, if she ever got out of line, that'd be a whole other story. I thought it over and replied, Ms. Lee, the best way to repay me is to cook your rice, eat your fill, and stop letting yourself waste away. Lee Manwin. You. I added another line. Just kidding. From now on, if you get any blueprints or stuff like that, give me first dibs on trading, okay? Only then did she relax. She'd actually started thinking her student had some weird ideas about her, which would have thrown her into a panic. Okay, understood. From now on, just tell your teacher whatever you need. As long as I have it, it's yours first. I nodded, satisfied, and didn't reply again. Back in the day, I was an orphan, groveling to please everyone just so they'd let me tag along. It was exactly that kind of twisted mindset that dragged me, step by step, into the abyss. And now, I felt like I was seeing my old self in Lee Manwin. But there was a big difference. At least I wasn't screwing her over, and she was only like this with me and me alone. In my past life, those people cleaned me out of everything I had and didn't leave me a single scrap. The thought made me slap myself hard across the face. Even the lobster in my mouth lost its flavor. How could I have been so damn stupid back then? Meanwhile, on Lee Manwin's end, when I stopped replying, she felt hollow inside. Alone in this brutal, freezing environment, she desperately needed someone, to lean on emotionally. What embarrassed her most was that she worked up the courage to send another message. S.H. Shin Lang. Do you have any water? I don't have any, so I can't cook the rice. But don't worry, once it's done, you eat first. I'll have whatever's left over. Seeing that, I froze again. I'd forgotten. The rainwater players had already proven with their lives that even boiled rainwater couldn't be drunk. It'd still kill you. If you wanted water, right now your only options besides your starting items were opening treasure chests or the trading market. But water was so precious. On day one, hardly any players had water to sell, and even fewer could afford it. People were dying left and right just from lack of water. Some might call it unfair, but there's no helping it. Survival is a game of luck at its core. Without any cheats, all you can do is pray fortune smiles on you. Should I give Lee Manwin water? I hesitated. Giving it away kind of annoyed me. I'd already been more than good to her, and this was starting to feel like she was pushing her luck. But if I didn't, I was afraid she wouldn't make it through. After thinking it over, I sent her that half-finished cup of strawberry juice, and figured I'd use it to test whether this woman had any other ideas in mind. Ms. Lee, this came out of a chest I opened, but I've already had some. If it grosses you out, just send it back. Grossed out? Not a chance. Setting aside the fact that she'd never been grossed out by me, in her current situation, what right did she have to be picky? On top of all the help I'd already given her, she'd long since let her guard down completely around me. She immediately replied with thanks. Thank you so much, Shin Lang. With this, I can finally cook. I'll send you some rice once it's done. I read her message, smiled a little, and didn't reply again. She probably didn't have time to chat with me anymore either. Right now she was cold and starving, and that little bit of fire, rice, and juice in her hands was her lifeline for pulling through. I only found out later. At that moment, she'd stared at the half cup of strawberry juice left in the cup, licking her cracked lips with longing. But she couldn't bring herself to drink it, didn't dare to. Water was too scarce. One sip meant that much less rice she could cook. She'd already made up her mind. It was food for the two of us, and no matter how thirsty she got, she wouldn't touch it. Shivering, she crawled out from under the tattered blanket. Since she'd put her underwear back on after returning to the room, her figure was actually more noticeable now. Clutching the fire source in dry wood, she shuffled over to a corner. Too scared to step outside, she only dared to crack the door open and grab a few stones from the doorway, and even that nearly froze her stiff. Worse still, the instant she opened the door, she thought she heard a strange sound coming from somewhere far off. Terrified, she slammed the door shut, and only then did her heart settle a little. She rigged up a simple stove, poured the rice into a hollowed-out section of wood, and dumped all the juice in after it. No pot. But she didn't worry about the wood burning through. With water inside, it wouldn't burn all the way. Once the fire got going, she finally felt a trace of warmth. In the end, she couldn't hold back. She brought the cup to her lips and, little by little, licked it clean inside and out, her eyes full of satisfaction. Only after she'd finished did it hit her. This was the cup I'd drunk from. Mortified, she secretly swore she'd never let me find out. But with that bit of sugar in her stomach, her hunger did seem to have eased up a bit. With me looking out for her, she was getting by okay. But Zhang Yi and Jiang Ning's crew? They were about to lose their minds. The group chat had blown up. Zhang, we handed everything over to you. It's almost 8. Where's the food? Guys, we're freezing and starving over here. We can't take it anymore. Zhang, you're not pocketing the supplies, are you? Come out and explain yourself. Zhang Yi himself was starving to death. The problem was, the most he could scrape together was 10 units of wood. He had to buy something cheap and filling, but a single stone pot bibimbap wasn't even enough for one person, and it cost 26 wood. All he could do was sit there and stare. Feed himself first? He wasn't stupid. Pull that on day one, and who'd ever hand him their resources again? The current mess was proof enough. So he pinned all his hopes on Jiang Ning. Before contacting her, he first calmed the group down. Everybody relax. I'm picking out something cheap and filling. That takes time. Plus I've got to buy water. Water's precious. I can't just blow through everyone's supplies recklessly, right? Hang tight a little longer. I promise there'll be food soon. And these people actually bought it. That's our Zhang, always thinking of us. Sorry, Zhang, I lost my head from hunger. We'll wait for you. Zhang, he couldn't be bothered with this pack of idiots. He turned right around and messaged Jiang Ning privately. Jiang Ning, did you ever get Xunlang's water or not? Give it to me first. Everyone's about to break down. I need your water to trade for food. Where are you? Quit playing dead. The two of us teaming up is the only way this works. When it comes together, I'll not only give you food, I'll help you upgrade your cabin. He fired off message after message. Jiang Ning didn't reply. Zhang Yi started to worry she was dead. She hadn't answered before either. But he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. So he messaged In Chun next. Chun, you there? In Chun was, at that moment, huddled on her bed in terror, gnawing on hard, raw rice. Likely Manwen, she'd chosen rice, and had no fire source either. But the worst part was that she was so timid she was scared of her own shadow. When the private message came in, she flinched, and only after collecting herself did she reply. Zhang, I'm here. What is it? When is this night ever going to end? One look and Zhang, he had her pegged. He rushed to soothe her. Almost over. Once we upgrade our cabins, none of this will matter. In Chun broke down crying. But when are we ever going to be able to upgrade? Sob, sob. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Don't cry. When the time comes, I'll upgrade yours first. I've got the guts for it. Really? Of course. But right now, I need a small favor from you. Desperate to upgrade sooner, In Chun couldn't wait. What favor? As long as you help me upgrade my cabin, I'll do anything I can. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. This woman, so easy to fool. Simple. You picked rice, right? Give me a pound. Not for me, for everyone to share. That way we save the wood we'd spend on food, and I can quietly upgrade yours first. You don't lose out either. Once I get water, I'll cut you in on that too. He had it all figured out. Get the rice from In Chun, get the water from Jiang Ning, buy a lump of charcoal for a fire source, cook the rice, and dole it out to everyone. A whole scheme built on other people's stuff. As for upgrading In Chun's cabin first, only a fool would believe that. What kind of place was this? A freezing rainforest. But In Chun, wrapped in fear right now, had long stopped thinking straight. Like a drowning person, knowing full well the straw can't save her, yet refusing to let go even in death. Zhang, is what you're saying true? The second she asked, Zhang Yi knew. Asking like that was as good as saying yes. She was just looking for a little comfort to ease her own mind. Of course. You still don't trust me? Wasn't I always generous to you guys back at school? All the supplies are with me now. I've got the means. In Chun nodded, and that last flicker of doubt vanished, her head filled with nothing but laughable hope. She'd forgotten that this place had nothing to do with the real world anymore. Okay, I'll give it to you right now. In no time, a pound of rice was in hand. With this, even if Jiang Ning went silent, he could scrape together some kind of answer for everyone. As for Jiang Ning, she hadn't replied because she'd genuinely fallen asleep. Whether she'd passed out from hunger or the cold, no one knew. It took Zhang Yi's barrage of messages to drag her back into a groggy consciousness. One look and it was more demands for water. She was livid. Before she could even respond, Zhang Yi struck again. Just so you know, I've already got the rice. If you're too stingy to hand over the water, then don't dream about eating. Don't blame me for being cold. And upgrading your cabin? You're on your own for that. He even attached a photo of the rice. Jiang Ning panicked instantly. She didn't even dare curse anymore. What if there really was no food? Without Zhang Yi's help, she figured she wouldn't survive. But then it hit her. Without giving up the water, she'd have no food anyway. Where was the water? Right here with me. So that made her far more important than Zhang Yi. But she'd been ignoring me for so long. What was she supposed to do? Jiang Ning was furious, unable to wrap her head around how this simp had changed. Left with no choice, she forced herself to snap out of it, and shamelessly slid back into my DMs. Xunlang, haven't you forgiven me yet? I really know I was wrong. It's been half a day. Please don't be like this to me, okay? I didn't understand before. It wasn't until now that I realized. Just a few hours without a message from you. And there's this empty spot in my heart. I think I finally get it. My world can't exist without you. Forgive me. Give me a little something to eat and drink. I'm begging you. Right then I was rinsing my mouth with Evian. The table was covered in the empty shells of the lobster and oysters I'd finished. When I saw her message, I let out a scoff and spat a mouthful of mouthwash straight into the clay pot I'd eaten my stone pot bibimbap out of at noon. Your world can't exist without me? More like it can't exist without my supplies. A tea pourer is a tea pourer. Even now, she can still work her manipulation. When you were typing all that, I bet you were grinding your teeth, cursing me half to death inside. Fine. I'll play along today and show you just how fragile that fake sweet act is in the face of reality. Just as I was thinking about how to reply, someone unexpected messaged me. Zhangyi. Shenlang, where's that mineral water you picked? Take out a bottle for everyone to share. We're all one team. You've got to contribute your part, and I'll give you food. But before that, hand over today's supplies to me to store together. You're the only one in the class left. Heh, one shadier than the next. Jiang Ning wants my water. Zhang Yi wants to leave me with nothing at all. Fine by me. Let the two dogs bite each other. I replied to Zhang Yi first. Zhang, didn't I give the water to Ning at noon? She said she'd share it with everyone. You don't know? I traded everything I gathered today for food and gave it all to her. She didn't tell you? So I can't turn in my supplies. I'm so sorry, Zhang. Could you spare me a little food? I promise I'll turn stuff in tomorrow. Zhang Yi exploded on the spot, cursing his head off inside the cabin. Jiang Ning, you little bitch. You got food and water, and you're still playing me? No wonder you were so calm about ignoring my messages. Turns out you've got Shenlang, that simp, keeping you fed. Fine. Just you wait. Once I get my hands on your water, I'll make you get on your knees and beg me for food. After venting, he choked down his rage to punish Jiang Ning and turned all sweet and gentle toward me. Oh, so that's what happened. Ningning must have forgotten. I'll have a word with her, no big deal. Listen, Shenlang, don't go buying random stuff tomorrow, okay? We're all one team here. Can't be doing that, got it? Remember, turn everything into me tomorrow, and I'll handle the distribution. A trace of mockery crossed my face, still treating me like an idiot. I took a slow, leisurely sip of my after-dinner Blue Mountain coffee before replying. Sure thing, Jean. I'll hand it all over tomorrow. It's just, I'm really hungry right now. Could you give me a little food first? Food. Zhang Yi nearly blew a gasket. But he still had to coddle this idiot. Losing a workhorse wasn't worth it. So he begrudgingly replied, just wait. I'll share some with you once I've got it. Thanks, Zhang. Once I dealt with Zhang Yi, I finally replied to Jiang Ning. Ningning, is what you said really true? You've got me so heartbroken today. The second Jiang Ning saw me reply, her eyes lit up. She couldn't even be bothered to open Zhang Yi's private message. Shenlang, of course it's true. I swear. Swear? That means nothing to someone without a conscience. But how are you going to prove it? Jiang Ning paused, thinking I really had gotten smarter. Then how do you want me to prove it? I raised an eyebrow. You know I've always liked you, right? How about showing me something nice as a little reward? Something nice? Jiang Ning sneered inwardly, as if I'd turned right back into that simp. She knew exactly what I meant, and her old scheming came right back out. Shenlang, so if I show you something nice, you'll forgive me? But I'm not that kind of girl. Seeing her about to put on airs again, I couldn't be bothered. I glanced at the clay pot and the mouthwash inside it, and replied bluntly, if you show me, there's bibimbap and water in it for you. Huh. Jiang Ning instantly lost her cool. The moment she heard bibimbap, her eyes nearly popped out of her head, and the cramping in her stomach came roaring back. Worst of all, there was water too. She was parched. She couldn't keep up the act anymore. Okay, since you're so nice, Shenlang, I'll indulge this little request of yours. With that, she reluctantly stuck her leg out from under her tattered blanket and snapped a photo of her stocking-clad foot. Maybe it was the cold, but her toes were slightly splayed. The photo came through in no time. I arched a brow. Like I said, a campus beauty is a campus beauty for a reason. So tender. Even through the white stockings, I could clearly see Jiang Ning's plump, delicate feet. I had to admit, this femme fatale really knew how to work a man. But I'm a man of my word, so I sent the clay pot right over. Jiang Ning saw it and gleefully accepted. But the moment she saw the bowl with nothing but a few grains of rice and some water, she couldn't help cursing. Shenlang, you bastard. You goddamn animal. As she cursed, she stared at the rice grains and watery broth in the bowl, her expression growing stranger by the second, her throat bobbing once. The next moment, she actually picked up the clay pot carefully, examining it from every angle. Those peach blossom eyes locked onto the rice grains along the rim and wouldn't let go. To my surprise, she flushed red, lowered her head, stuck out her tongue, and rolled every single grain of rice from the rim into her mouth, one by one. And that wasn't all. There was still plenty of rice in the water, and she couldn't bear to waste it. She carefully poured the water into a bamboo tube. She'd gotten lucky today and stumbled on a bamboo grove she brought some back from. After pouring, she went back to eating the remaining grains at the bottom of the bowl. Bibimbap is so good. In the end, She even licked the bowl clean of every last bit of grease. After taking a sip from the bamboo tube, Jiang Ning finally sent the rest of the water to Zhang Yi and opened his private message. Zhang Yi had written, Jiang Ning, I know the water's with you. You really planning to go it alone? Think you're all set now that you've got Shenlang helping you? You'd better not regret this. Jiang Ning frowned. Shenlang, helping her? That guy was long past being her simp. Now he was trying to turn her into his dog. But she didn't dare cross Zhang Yi right now, so she quickly replied, I sent you the water. Hurry up and give me food. Those few grains of rice had only made her hungrier. On the other end, Zhang Yi received the water and message and got excited. Now you're being reasonable. He replied with got it, then reluctantly spent 5 units of wood to buy a piece of charcoal and started cooking. Jiang Ning knew Zhang Yi couldn't give her much over there. She'd still need to get her extra meals from me. So she put on a fake pouty, angry act and replied, Shenlang, how could you bully me like this? Those were your leftovers, and there was nothing left. You made me cry. Next time I won't show you my feet. Reading it, my expression turned odd, and then I burst out laughing. Bully? You call this bullying? Back when you and Zhang Yi screwed me over, did you ever think of that as bullying? As for the feet? Showing me? Heh, I replied. Ning Ning, I don't get what you're saying. Didn't you want the bibimbap? I didn't have the wood to buy a new one, so that's all I could give you. Do you not know how precious water is? It really hurts me to hear you say that. Jiang Ning paused. True, water really was precious, and bibimbap cost 26 wood. Maybe he really was out. But she wasn't giving up. Shenlang, maybe I misunderstood you. But don't you have wood? Couldn't you just buy me another one? Those few grains of rice. Could you really bear to make me eat that? I didn't care whether she'd eaten or not. Huh? I thought you said you had a small appetite and couldn't eat much? And you gave the breakfast I brought you away to someone else. I figured that was plenty for you. Jiang Ning nearly blew up. She suspected I was toying with her. But how could now be the same as back then? She didn't dare argue, and just played the victim. Shenlang, I'm really, really hungry. You must still have wood. Are you just unwilling to buy me a bibimbap? Unwilling? Of course. But my eyes drifted over to the leftover Australian lobster I hadn't finished. Head cocked, I had a flash of inspiration. How? I'm not lying to you. I used up all my wood. Don't believe me? I'll send you a screenshot. As I said this, I snapped a photo of my wood balance, and casually, like it was nothing, made sure that big lobster head made it into the frame too. Jiang Ning didn't catch on at first. She was still staring at my balance. Once she confirmed I really had no wood, she sighed and was about to make some sympathetic comment when she suddenly spotted that Aussie lobster head on the table. Instant meltdown. Lobster? Wait, how do you still have lobster to eat? If you had it, why didn't you give me any? I smiled. Why should I give you any? Then I put on a perfectly serious face. Didn't you say you wanted bibimbap? I could only try to satisfy that for you. That's why I'm stuck eating lobster, which, as you know, I can't really stand. Sigh. Huh. Oh, so you do want lobster? Well, there's one more head. Want it? Jiang Ning was now fully convinced I was nothing like the old Shenlang. I was just messing with her. But none of that mattered anymore. Food is king. A green tea girl has her own kind of smarts. She knew perfectly well I was toying with her, but she didn't call it out. Instead, she replied, Shenlang, sweetie, lobster is my absolute favorite. Even though you ate the tail, getting to share one lobster with you is such a lucky thing. Oh, I was stunned. So the campus queen I used to fawn over was just a joke herself, and pretty good at sucking up, too. But I'm a man of my word. Since I'd said it, I gave her the lobster head then and there. After that, I didn't hear back from her for a long time. Instead, I unexpectedly got a message and a gift from Li Manwen. Li Manwen, Shenlang, teacher's rice is done cooking. Eat something warm quickly to heat yourself up, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. A full cup of red rice appeared in front of me. She'd used a cup to hold it. And honestly, this rice cooked in strawberry juice was pretty sweet and fragrant. What's more, Li Manwen's attitude and tone almost sounded like a young wife fussing over her husband. Interesting. It seemed Teacher Li could pass my little test. I replied, Thank you, Teacher Li. This rice looks delicious. I'm really starving. By the way, do you have any for yourself? The truth is, I already knew whether she had any. How much juice she gave, how much rice that could cook. I could do the math. I asked on purpose, just to see how she'd answer, so I could decide how to treat her going forward. Inside Li Manwen's wooden hut, the woman sat hugging her arms tightly, huddled next to the last flickering flames to fend off the cold. She'd given me all the rice, and was now scraping the few remaining grains out of the wood shavings, putting them into her mouth bit by bit. Hungry as she was, she did it willingly. Because I hadn't just saved her life. I was the only person helping her in this freezing rainforest. She replied without hesitation, Shenlang, don't worry about teacher. How could I not eat for myself? Relax, you're a grown man. If you don't eat enough, it's even harder to survive. Don't overthink it. Reading that, I paused for a moment. This teacher Lee was a bit unexpected. But, having been burned to death once already, I didn't dare let my guard down in the slightest, and I definitely didn't dare trust anyone easily. Since ancient times, schemes have won people's hearts. When it's time to scheme, you can't be a fool. I took a big bite just to taste it. Was it good? To me, it was SOSO. The seafood feast had already filled me up. Still, it had its own unique flavor. Then, without hesitation, I sent the rice right back. Teacher Lee, I'm full. And I'll say it, juice rice really is sweet, and filling too. You eat the rest, there's plenty. Keeping it here would just waste it. Finish it, and get to bed early. Stay safe tonight, and whatever you do, don't go outside. If you need to relieve yourself, use this cup, it's safer. I'm going to sleep too. I've got trees to chop tomorrow, so no need to reply. Good night. The moment the message and the rice reached Lee Manwen, the woman instantly cried like a child. How could she not understand what I meant? This poor kid, an orphan since childhood, yet so thoughtful and mature, still able to keep this kind of tenderness and kindness. Shenlang, teacher really doesn't know how to repay you. She murmured that once, but didn't dare reply again, afraid of disturbing me. Holding the cup, she leaned toward the flames and swallowed hard. She really was starving. Only then did it dawn on her. Earlier, I told her to use this cup to relieve herself. That rascal. Why did he always say such embarrassing things? Still, it came from a good place. But looking at the rice inside, she couldn't shake a strange feeling. Yet hunger quickly won out. She threw the stray thoughts aside, and, too reluctant to eat it in big bites, savored this heavenly delicacy in tiny mouthfuls. It was the best rice she'd ever eaten. I just finished my conversation with Lee Manwen when, of all things, I received food sent by Zhang Yi. I paused, then read the message and understood. This bastard was fishing, and I was the fish. Shenlang, here's some food for you. Go ahead and accept it. Don't say Brother Zhang doesn't treat you well. Your portion is bigger than everyone else's. Whatever you do, don't spread it around, or everyone will get upset, and it'll be hard for me. Oh, and tomorrow remember to put your resources on my side, so Brother Zhang isn't stuck with no way to answer to everyone. I looked at the broken piece of wood in my hand, with just one mouthful of rice in it, smiled, and was about to toss it right away. But on second thought, wasting food isn't good, and Teacher Lee over there still doesn't have enough to eat. Still, there was no way I'd give her this rice. Never mind that she definitely had food for tonight. The key thing was, who knows how Zhang Yi got this stuff? What if it wasn't clean? Was it clean? Well, actually no, because the water used to cook this rice was my own mouthwash spit, and it had gone through the double filtration of Jiang Ning's mouth before it ever reached Zhang Yi's hands. Luckily, from the group chat I'd figured out long ago that Zhang Yi would never give Teacher Lee any food. Otherwise, I really would have had to warn her. I thought it over and decided I might as well give this bowl of rice to Jiang Ning. I couldn't bear to let that woman starve to death so soon. As for Jiang Ning, when she received that lobster head from me, she cried tears of pure craving. Turn her nose up at it? She licked the bowl clean. What right did she have to look down on me now? You bastard, Shenlang, this lobster head is still warm. Why didn't you give it to me sooner? She scolded, all while shoving the lobster body into her mouth, the slurping sounds nonstop. So good. There's even roe inside. Right in the middle of eating, she received Zhang Yi's gift, one bite of rice, packaged with a whole heap of nonsense. Nothing but the same old smooth talk, pretty much identical to what he'd sent everyone. Yours is the biggest portion, don't tell anyone. But for Jiang Ning, Zhang Yi added one more line. Ning Ning, after all the care I've given you, could you reward me a little? You know I've always liked you. Could you send me a photo? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just concerned about how you're doing right now. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh. What kind of person was she? A green tea girl. Oh, the biggest thing about a manipulative girl like her is that she's smart, way too hard to fool. In real life, even Zhang Yi, with all his rich kid clout, never got anywhere with her. Now that he's reduced to this, forget about it. If anything, someone like me, who's actually playing her, can keep her in check. So she typed back, Zhang Yi, you've really let me down. Thinking about all this random nonsense at a time like this? How am you supposed to look at you now? Sigh. Then she just ignored him. Keeping a guy at arm's length is her most powerful weapon for reeling one in. Truth is, at that moment she'd already written Zhang Yi off in her head. Some hotshot rich kid, my ass. Shenlang's over there eating lobster, and you still need to hand me water just so I can eat. Plus a whole load of yapping. I might as well just snap a photo for Shenlang and be done with it. Even as she thought that, she still shoved that mouthful of rice in. Free food's free food. Rice with lobster, Jiang Ning finally got a taste of something good after so long. Too bad it lasted only a second before the rice went down her throat. If only I could get one more bite. The instant she thought it, my gift and message came through. Zhang Yi handed out garbage. I was going to toss it, but figured you're probably still hungry, so here you go. Ning Ning, Aren't I good to you? You son of a… Shen Lang. Jiang Ning saw I wasn't even pretending anymore, and it made her blood boil. But her body was honest. She cursed me out and then popped the rice right into her mouth. Now she was half full, her stomach stopped aching, and even the cold eased up just a tiny bit. But that wasn't the point. The point was, she was now absolutely certain. Shen Lang definitely got some kind of lucky break. I had enough food that I not only turned my nose up at precious rice, I had Australian lobster. If she didn't work a little of her charm right now to con those supplies out of me, would she even deserve to call herself a manipulator? Maybe if she clung tight to my leg, she could even upgrade that little cabin of hers. As for me playing her, so what? At least the guy's dishing out lobster and bibimbap. Once she'd conned everything out of me, then she'd get her revenge, mock me, toy with me, make my skin crawl. With that in mind, she obediently knelt on the bed, leaned forward slightly, flashed a peace sign at the camera, and sent over a photo. Jiang Ning. Thanks for the food, Shen Lang. Love ya. Think you could feed me a little something tomorrow too? I took one look at the photo and raised an eyebrow. What a scheming little vixen. She'd swapped that pleated skirt for a tight black bodycon skirt and hiked it up on purpose so her little white panties and the curve of her butt were showing. The skin-tight skirt hugged her killer figure, and I had to admit, it had a certain something. I smirked and didn't reply. I knew exactly what she was up to. All of this was just tactics. Anyone who actually believed she was willing to do something with me would be a fool. When someone looks down on you, that mindset doesn't flip overnight. It takes special circumstances to happen. But no matter, those circumstances would come soon enough. You like to play? Then let's play, and see who ends up outplaying whom. Over on his end, Zhang Yi hadn't scored a photo and sighed in disappointment. Stupid bitch, keep acting all high and mighty. Once my cabin's upgraded, don't come crawling to me. After venting, he dropped it and turned to winning over the group instead. At everyone, you've all gotten food, right? I'm sorry. I'm useless. Kept you all waiting so long, and it cost 100 units of wood. But there was nothing I could do. Water and food are just too expensive. I did my best. If anyone's unhappy with me being in charge, I'm happy to step aside for someone better. The moment he said this, the group instantly filled with a chorus of butt kissing. After all, they'd just eaten the food he provided. Even just a bite of it was life-saving. Zhang, you're the man. From now on, we brothers follow your lead. Zhang, you've already been so frugal, don't overthink it. Anyone who's not happy, I'll be the first to shut them down. Agreed. Agreed. At that moment, only 3 people were sneering coldly. Me, Jiang Ning, and Li Manwen. Zhang Yi hadn't done a single thing today, mooched a full meal, and embezzled over 100 units of wood. This little victory had him thrilled, better than getting an allowance from his dad. So this was the joy of exploitation? No wonder his old man kept telling him to come home and take over the factory. No wonder he ran that whole 2-shift setup and put on a show of handing out year-end bonuses. Zhang Yi finally got it. But right as he was basking in his glory, the lights suddenly went out, and the world plunged into darkness in an instant. Frozen rainforest. It is now 10 p.m., the hour of the nocturnal creatures. They dislike bright light. Light can effectively drive them away. But if the scent of meat drifts through the darkness, it will surely drive them into a frenzy. Final warning. At night, your cabin is the safest refuge for all players. Remember this. Current temperature, minus 13 degrees. Wind speed rising. Hail has stopped, turning into heavy rain. Wishing all players sweet dreams on their first day of survival. The second the lights died, the world seemed to fall silent all at once. In that brief silence, everyone heard the roar outside, whether it was wind rustling the leaves or some animal. Mixed with the rain, no one could make it out, and no one wanted to find out. But human curiosity couldn't help but guess, couldn't help but listen, and only one thought filled their minds. The things out there can smell meat? And this meat, what exactly does it mean? Bang! Zhang Yi jumped. Shit! What was that? A gust of cold wind rushed in. Turned out a broken window had been blown open. He had no choice but to force himself through the cold to shut it. Minus 13 degrees, and with nothing but summer clothes and a ratty blanket, they weren't far from death. Forget upgrading the cabin. He quickly opened the trading market and spent 10 units of wood to buy a pair of thermal long johns someone had pulled from a loot box. Probably part of a set. That person kept the top and sold the bottoms. Bottoms or not, they were warm, and even getting them was pure luck on his part. Zhang Yi tore a hole in the crotch, wore the waistband as a top and the pant legs as sleeves, poked his head out through the hole, then wrapped the blanket around his legs. Instantly, he felt way more comfortable. He was still shivering, but at least he wasn't in serious trouble anymore. Others weren't so lucky though. Some had cabins with roofs punched through by hail, and with the rain coming down harder and harder, Inchun's room was practically turning into a waterfall cave. She huddled crying in the corner, shivering, unable to even stay on the bed. The bit of warmth from that one mouthful of hot rice. How could it possibly last against all this? Even worse, as the darkness set in, she listened to the rain dripping from the roof. It sounded like the footsteps of a person or an animal, as if something were slowly drawing near. No, no, don't come closer. Someone please save me. I'm so cold. I'm so scared. She sent a message to the group, and the reply? Few people actually spoke up. Maybe it was too cold, or maybe everyone just felt helpless. It took a long time before a single reply came through. Liang, In Chun, we're cold and scared too. The officials said as long as you don't leave your cabin, you'll be fine. Just make it through tonight. After typing that, he secretly took a bite of bread under his tattered blanket, the steam from his breath nearly burying it. Yes, while the men were out chopping trees, they also had chances to stumble onto treasure chests. Who wouldn't keep that to themselves? When Liang found food, he didn't say a word about it. He'd even listed some on the marketplace to trade for water. He was sure plenty of people were just like him. In weather this cold, without enough warmth or food, there was no way to survive. People were definitely going to die tonight. The fact that he'd bothered to type a word of comfort was already generous. In Chun, but my room is leaking. What do I do? Can someone help me? Wang Yin, my place is leaking too. Just hang in there. Get some sleep early. You'll feel better once you're out. Liang, right. Just sleep till morning and it'll be warm and safe again. After those two messages, the group chat went silent. Nobody knew that In Chun's bed was already impossible to sleep in. What made it even more hopeless was that she'd run into the same thing as Zhang Yi. A gust of cold wind had blown her broken window open. During the day it was one thing, but now it was night. She didn't dare go near it, always feeling like something was waiting for her outside. But if she didn't close the window, she'd freeze to death. She had no choice. She crept along the wall, using sound to navigate around the leaking spots. Even so, she stepped right into the bone-chilling, icy water. SSSS. Her jade-like feet instantly turned red from the cold. The soles flushed a raw pink. Thankfully, following the sound of the wind, she was almost at the window now. And while everyone else was struggling through the miserable night, on my end, no surprise, another pay-to-win option popped up. The moment the lights went out, I felt a chill too. The level 2 cabin was far better at blocking wind and cold than a level 1, but at the end of the day, it was still just level 2. It couldn't hold up against the negative 13 degrees outside. The cold seemed to seep right in, and the double pane glass had fogged up completely with condensation, mainly because my place was so much warmer than everyone else's. Their windows didn't even qualify to fog up. Plus my seafood feast had long gone cold. If I hadn't had that extra windbreaker, I'd probably be shivering too. Just then, a message appeared, and my eyes lit up. Detected. Big Spender is not surviving comfortably enough. Now introducing the Comfortable Survival Package. Pay 6 yen, 1 set of ordinary undergarments. Pay 30 yen, 1 set of fleece-lined undergarments. Pay 68 yen, 1 set of thermal undergarments. Pay 648 yen, 1 down comforter and 1 set of thermal undergarments, with a bonus small generator, requires gasoline. Given the Big Spender's considerable strength, we now introduce the Deluxe Edition. Pay 6,480,000 yen, ultra cold resistant thermal bedding set, for pieces, plus solid, with Simmons King bed. 1 ultra cold resistant down comforter. 1 set of ultra cold resistant thermal undergarments. Bonus reward, 1 blueprint for a nuclear power plant. The nuclear power plant is the same size as a level 1 cabin and requires an upgraded wall to build. Once constructed, it never needs upgrading. It can meet the power demands of a shelter at any level. However, it requires uranium or as fuel. Confirm payment. This is a freaking nuclear power plant. Is this real? With this thing, I'd never have to worry about electricity again. That's 6.48 million yen. The down comforter, the 4-piece set up front. Those were just throw-ins for the power plant, right? An opportunity like this doesn't come twice. As long as I want to develop, how could I not pay for it? Hey, 648 yen it is, even with 8 million tacked on the end. Congratulations, player. Payment of 6,480,000 yen successful. Supplies have been delivered. Enjoy your data. Also, since your total payment has exceeded 10 million, you have successfully unlocked the ability to inspect other players' shelters. Note, the newbie protection period has not yet ended. In an instant, my little cabin transformed completely. The broken bed was gone, replaced by a brand new Simmons King bed, and the fluffy 4-piece bedding set looked incredibly warm at a glance. The blueprint also went into my system inventory. On top of that, I'd gained the privilege of inspecting other players, which had me so excited I couldn't wait to check on everyone else's situation right now. Especially that manipulative little schemer Jiangning. She was probably living pretty comfortably, wasn't she? But for now it was just a thought. I knew the time wasn't right yet. Without hesitating any longer, I ran to the bathroom to take care of business, took off my windbreaker, and dove straight into the warm covers. So freaking warm. What I need most now is a fireplace, and to upgrade the bathroom. By then, the world outside will be a frozen wasteland, while in here it'll be warm as spring, and I can shower every day. Isn't this just living like a god? After that satisfied thought, something suddenly occurred to me. I quickly grabbed the tattered blanket I'd thrown on the floor and gifted it to Lee Manwin, along with a message. Miss Lee, it's cold tonight. Can you make it through? If you don't mind, add a layer with this blanket I used to use. So what was Lee Manwin doing at this moment? She was wrapped in her blanket, staring blankly at the cup in front of her. She'd eaten a full meal that had some liquid in it, and now she couldn't quite hold it anymore. Though she wasn't sure whether that was just the power of suggestion from my message. She was hesitating over whether to pee in the cup. Going outside was out of the question. The towering trees outside reached into the clouds. The wind was terrifyingly strong, and the sound of the leaves being battered by the gale killed any thought she had of stepping out. Fear crept straight into her heart. But indoors? Use the groove in the wood? She came from a scholarly, well-bred family. She really couldn't bring herself to do that. Besides, she still needed that thing to cook with. So the cup became her last hope. In the end, physiological instinct won out over reason. She made up her mind, trembling as she crawled out from under the blanket and slipped off that dark gold, sexy little undergarment, aiming her eyes at the cup. Just as she got ready, a private message from me suddenly popped up, startling her, which threw off her aim and caused a bit to go astray. Come on. She was both embarrassed and annoyed, but the moment she saw it was a message from me, all her frustration melted away. Still, she didn't rush to reply. It wasn't a convenient moment. After she finished, tucking her fair, shapely bottom back under the blanket, she finally opened the message. Along with the text, there was an extra blanket. He gave me his own blanket, she murmured in disbelief, then quickly snapped out of it and hurried to reply. Mind? How could she possibly mind? Shenlang, are you dumb? I can handle it. But without a blanket, you'll freeze to death. Take it back right now, hurry. Otherwise, I'll be mad and never talk to you again. I saw the message soon after, the corner of my mouth curving up slightly. This, Teacher Lee, not bad. You could clearly tell she was genuinely worried, not greedily trying to get something out of me. I quickly wrote back to her. Teacher Lee, what are you even thinking? How could I possibly freeze to death? I've got a better blanket, pulled it out of a crate today. Don't be picky, just take it and cover yourself up. Teacher Lee sounded a little suspicious. Shenlang, are you lying to your teacher? How do you keep pulling all these crates? I said, why would I lie to you? I'm just lucky, that's all. Fine, you say I'm lying. Then tell me, what would I even get out of it? What would I get out of it? She seemed to freeze up on her end, going quiet for a long while. After a bit she asked again, do you really have something warm? Of course it's real. But Teacher Lee, I want to ask you a question. By now I was tucked in my blanket, warm and cozy, and suddenly felt like teasing her a little. Sure, what is it? I sent. If, and I mean if, I wanted to trade the blanket for a piece of your clothing, so I could smell your scent and feel a little safer. Would you say yes? I just tossed it out as a joke, but there was no response for the longest time. Then she actually sent something over to me, along with a message. Shenlang, I understand, don't overthink it. Take it. Just give it back in the morning, or I won't have anything to wear and I'll be cold. And don't get it dirty. I was completely stunned on the spot. Hold on, I was just messing with you. A simple yes or no would have been enough. You actually went and did it? I picked it up and took a look. Damn, a big D-cup bra. It was pitch dark and I couldn't see clearly, but the less I could see, the more curious I got. Right then, bang, a sound scared the hell out of me, and the thing in my hand dropped right onto my face. Without thinking, I gave it a sniff. It really smells milky. Teacher Lee is unreal. Wait, what was that sound just now? It suddenly hit me. I tossed the thing aside and looked around, on high alert. There was no light in the room, and I couldn't see a thing. But I was certain something had just been messing with my cabin. Scritch, scratch, a grating sound, coming from the west side of the little cabin. Something was clawing at my wall. I didn't dare move. The cabin had upgraded to level 2, but I myself had no fighting ability. Go out and check. No way. But I was genuinely terrified, because that sound was exactly like a bear's claw scratching. I had no doubt. If this thing didn't leave, it could tear my level 2 cabin to shreds. Was my luck really this bad? Ran into something big on the very first day? While I was still on edge, the group chat suddenly blew up. In-chun. Save me. Somebody save me. Please. There's a monster. Can anybody help me? She also sent a photo. This system was really something. In the dead of night when nobody could see anything, the photos it took came out crystal clear. In it, In-chun had her back against the window, and outside stood a monster with a bear's head and a human body, red light glowing in its eyes. It had bitten down on her shoulder and was dragging her outward. Her pink camisole had already been torn to shreds, exposing her black bra and belly. Her collarbone and the upper part of her chest were clamped in the monster's mouth. Her collarbone was probably already crushed. Blood spilled from her mouth, and her jeans were completely soaked, though I couldn't tell if it was urine or blood. The mangled mess of flesh at her shoulder left me frozen on the spot. A wave of terror welled up from the bottom of my heart. This was a scene I'd never witnessed in my past life. So brutal, so shocking. In-chun had probably just wanted to close a window and got attacked by the monster outside. I even suspected the thing had intelligence. It could lie in wait. It could lure its prey. So the one outside my cabin, could it also be trying to bait me into coming out to check so it could ambush me? Just as I thought that, In-chun cried for help again. Somebody save me. It can hide. My window didn't blow open from the wind. Save me. Another photo. This time she'd broken free from the monster's jaws, but the cost was too great. Her left arm, along with her shoulder and collarbone, was completely gone. I could even see her internal organs. She lay collapsed on the floor, inching her way toward the corner. And the monster at the window kept gnawing on something while its blood-red eyes stayed locked on her. Clearly, it had no intention of stopping. The group chat descended into total chaos, all screaming, and someone died, and pray you don't run into one. At this point, Zhang Yi was stunned too, but what he was thinking about wasn't whether In-chun lived or died, it was her leftover rice. He didn't say anything in the group. Instead, he privately messaged In-chun. Hurry and give me your rice. Don't let it go to waste. Do one last good deed, and you'll live on in everyone's hearts. I only found out later that when In-chun saw this message, all the strength drained out of her body. Even when nobody in the group would save her, she hadn't felt this despairing. Yet a faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She murmured, "Save me," then flung that photo into the group. In the photo, no one could tell where her eyes were looking, but everyone felt she was staring right at them. In that moment, my breathing turned ragged and my eyes went red. I'd never once thought about saving her, because I simply didn't have the ability. But in that moment, I saw my former self in her. That despair, that helplessness pushed to the edge of terror, that sorrow of no one reaching out. So much like who I used to be. Suddenly, a thought slammed into my head. Jiang Ning. She'd chosen the medical kit. That might be able to save In-chun. I didn't say anything in the group, because I knew that with others watching, it could affect a person's decision. I messaged Jiang Ning directly, in a tone that left no room for refusal. Jiang Ning, I know you chose the medical kit. Give it to me. On her end, she was huddled in a blanket, trembling. She replied, I need it myself. Why should I give it to you? What can you even offer me? I had no time for nonsense. Every second wasted was one less sliver of hope for In-chun's survival. Just tell me, what do you want in exchange for the medical kit? Jiang Ning probably realized how badly I wanted to save someone, and it made her even less willing to cross me. She was a shrewd one. Rather than offend me, she'd take the chance to milk me for all I was worth. She replied, I want bibimbap, a whole serving, and you can't eat it first and then give it to me. If you absolutely have to, you'd better save me half after you eat, deal? At such a tense moment, seeing this message actually made me want to laugh. Just one serving of bibimbap, and she'd even take a discount? But compared to the medical kit, this was nothing. I got it. This little schemer was smart. She didn't dare offend me. She was buttering me up, betting everything on me. At the critical moment, she'd made the best decision of her life. I didn't hesitate. Deal? One stone pot bibimbap. It's a deal. She didn't hesitate either. Deal. The medkit appeared on my end instantly. I immediately messaged In-chun. In-chun, hang in there. I've got a medkit. Open it and use it right now. You hear me? Don't fall asleep. Stay awake. Snap out of it. Her eyes, which had already closed, slowly opened. The private message chime sounded different from the group chat. Someone was trying to save her. Clinging to that last shred of hope, she opened the message and saw it was me. Tears welled up in her eyes again. The kind of overwhelming emotion you feel when someone pulls you back from the edge of death. Thank you, Shenlang. I'll repay you. I swear I will. She used the medkit. Miraculously, her breathing steadied almost at once. And the craziest part, that severed arm was actually growing back, slowly. She stared at it, unable to believe her own eyes. Nobody else knew what was happening on her end. The group chat was getting more chaotic by the second, because plenty of others had run into monsters too. Screams were everywhere. The safest one was Li Lingshan. A monster had come knocking on her door as well, but she'd chosen the generator at the start. The moment she lit up the bulb, the monster's noises vanished instantly. Drenched in cold sweat, she broke into a smile. As for Teacher Li, the second she saw the state In-chun was in, she messaged me right away. Shenlang, did you see In-chun? Be careful. How are things on your end? Whatever you do, don't leave the cabin. She wasn't asking me to save anyone. She wasn't some self-righteous saint, and she knew saving people wasn't that simple. If I didn't have the ability, expecting her to play the hero would be asking too much. But watching In-chun suffer like that, she still teared up out of heartache. The terror of seeing someone right beside you get eaten alive made her worry about me even more. Because ever since she told me, "Don't make a mess," I hadn't replied to her messages. At first she'd been shy, thinking I was. But once In-chun's disaster struck, every embarrassing thought vanished from her head, leaving nothing but worry. She kept messaging me over and over. If I didn't respond tonight, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Truth was, I'd seen her messages a while ago. I just genuinely didn't have time to reply. For one, I had to get the medkit from Jiangning to save In-chun. For another, I had my own problem to deal with. The monster outside had finished its screech, clawing, and now it was pounding hard, rhythmically, even, like this piece of meat smelled pretty good to it. It clearly had no intention of leaving. I knew full well that even if it couldn't get in, there was no way I'd be sleeping tonight. And more than that, I had a feeling this thing could very likely smash my level 2 cabin to pieces. If that happened, would I still be safe? Cabins offer players a huge amount of protection, sure, but a lot of people don't realize it's huge, not 100%. Add to that the horrific sight of In-chun, and the fire in my chest burned hotter and hotter. I wanted to see just what the hell that thing outside the door was. I wanted to kill it. As for how, I already had an idea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt this urge at all. My eyes had long since locked onto the logging machine outside the door. Barehanded, I'd definitely lose to that monster. But with the logging machine, even if I couldn't beat it, self-defense was absolutely doable, because the logging machine had a light. The rainforest's official notice had warned us. Light drives them away. I was slowly edging toward the door, ready to make a dash for the logging machine, when In-chun suddenly sent an important message along with some photos. She said, "Shin Lang, that thing won't come straight in, but it'll tear the cabin apart. My guess is once it finishes, none of us will make it out alive." 2 images came with it. One of In-chun fully restored, and one of the monster dismantling her cabin through the window. Both pieces of information stunned me. So here, a medkit could regrow a severed limb? Did that mean as long as you didn't die, you could survive? But was a medkit the same as a first aid kit? I wasn't sure. The starter items probably worked even better. The other thing was the monster's behavior. It wouldn't stop until it got what it wanted. I asked, "In-chun, can you hold out over there? Will it finish tearing yours down tonight?" She replied quickly, "No, it's not fast. At most it can take down one wall a night. I'll just be freezing. But after using your medkit, my body feels like it's been strengthened. I can hang on for now." So that was it. I stopped replying. It seemed this thing had to be dealt with. It couldn't tear my cabin down, but even a single hole, and I'd be miserable. Teacher Lee would have to wait. I could only truly reassure her once I'd handled the monster in front of me. Otherwise, I'd just make her worry and distract myself. I made my steps even lighter, fully focused on the monster's movements. When it stopped, I froze. When it moved, I inched toward the door. After about 10 minutes, I'd made it close to the door, with the logging machine sitting just to my left. One flick of the door, and I could rush it in a single second. But would there be a second monster outside? I couldn't be sure. My hand rested on the doorknob, hesitating. If I stepped out and got eaten right away, wouldn't that be game over? Maybe I should just forget it? As time passed, especially after learning In-chun had survived, a lot of the rage in my heart had faded, and my courage was nearly spent too. Right then, the monster outside suddenly started pounding violently again. The whole cabin was shaking. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it got smashed apart. Wait, no? This wasn't what In-chun described. Hers was being torn down slowly. Why was mine going so fast? If not for the level 2 cabin, a whole wall would probably be gone already. No, I couldn't just sit here waiting to die, and I definitely couldn't chicken out. The truth was I had few options left. Going out might mean risking my life, but staying in meant dying even sooner. I strongly suspected that because I'd upgraded my cabin, or because I was a VIP player, I was getting some kind of special treatment. Damn it. One minute you're thanking me for spending money, and the next you crank up the difficulty? If you want cash, just give me a recharge option. Cursing aside, no one paid me any attention. Wiping off a cold sweat, I looked at the window beside the door. The door and window were on 2 different walls, but they were very close together. Since I didn't know whether there were extra monsters outside, I'd open the window as bait to test it. If there really was one guarding the door, it would definitely lunge over. The instant the window opened, I'd bolt out the door. I grabbed the axe I used for chopping firewood, not to go toe-to-toe, but to use the axe's length so I could stand at the door and shove the window open at the same time. I took a deep breath. By now my private chat had blown up, the notification chimes never stopping, but I didn't look. I absolutely could not afford to lose focus right now. And on Teacher Lee's end, she'd long since panicked. She messaged me over and over. and even went into the group chat looking for help. Does anyone know how Shenlang is doing? Please, I'm begging you. You have to tell me. The name Shenlang popped up on everyone's radar for the first time. Except for a few people like Zhang Yi and Zhang Ning, everyone had long forgotten about me. I barely said anything in the group chat, and they were all too caught up in their own crap to think about me. Liang asked, "What's up with Shenlang? Why is Teacher Li looking for him?" Teacher Li said, "We were chatting, and then he suddenly stopped replying. And then something happened to Yin Chun. I'm worried he." Zhang Yi, who'd been secretly watching, raised an eyebrow. Shenlang ran into a monster too? He'd just cussed out Teacher Li, so he felt too awkward to say anything. That's when Jiang Ning spoke up. "That bastard Shenlang is dead." She was furious. Furious that I'd forced her to ditch her med kit. Furious that she'd lost her survival supplies. Furious that I'd been messing with her the whole time, feeding her leftovers and shrimp heads. So she said it on purpose. Teacher Li was both panicked and enraged. "You're lying. How can you be so vicious? How could you curse a classmate like that? Nothing could have happened to Shenlang." Jiang Ning sneered mockingly. "Teacher Li, you're no better yourself. When everyone was starving, I didn't see you say a word." "Huh, why do you care so much about Shenlang anyway? Don't tell me you're like those news stories, getting it on with your own student, huh?" Teacher Li's face went livid, but she was in no mood to argue about that right now. What terrified her even more was Yin Chun's private message. "Teacher Li, I got in touch with Shenlang. He saved me, but then he stopped replying. Before that he'd been asking me for specifics about the monster. I think he ran into one too." Teacher Li's face went ghostly white in an instant, frozen with fear. Yin Chun seemed to realize she'd scared her, so she added, "Don't worry too much. There's no way a monster could tear the whole cabin apart in one night. It can't hurt him." But the comfort was useless. Teacher Li's heart was already in her throat. She'd started losing it a little, calling out over and over, "Shenlang, if you see this, you have to reply to me. Otherwise I'll." She couldn't finish typing the rest. She just felt hollow inside, like she'd lost her soul. Meanwhile, on my end, I'd reached the most heart-pounding moment of all. I grabbed the axe and shoved it hard. The handle wedged against the window instantly pushed it open a wide crack. Crash. The window made a huge noise, extra jarring in the silence. It startled even me. In that instant, the sound of the monster scraping against the wall vanished. At the exact same moment, I yanked the door open. The split second I leapt out the door, out of the corner of my eye I saw a red flash at the window. A pitch-black arm, part bear claw, part human hand, reached straight in through that crack. This definitely wasn't the one pounding the wall, because those were opposite walls. Unless it could teleport, there was no way it could move that fast. I had no time to think. I pushed my speed to the limit and sprinted straight for the logging machine. I knew my trick wouldn't buy me much time. The other one was still lying in wait, and one moment too slow, and I'd be done for. The instant my hand touched the little door of the logging machine, my scalp went numb. I felt a rush of cold wind behind me. I fought down the terror urging me to look back, ripped the door open, and dove inside. The whole thing took no more than a second. The moment the door shut, BM, a huge impact rocked the logging machine side to side. That monster had come within an inch of grabbing me. Thank God the door was sturdy enough and the glass didn't shatter. I turned my head and clearly saw the monster's glowing red eyes. In the faint light reflected off the ice crystals, I could make out its rough outline. The thing was at least 2 meters tall, more muscular than a bear. No time to waste. A few more hits and the logging machine might not hold. "You beast, today you die." To avoid scaring it off, I didn't even turn on the lights. I just hit the ignition and floored the throttle. Maybe the roar of the engine froze it, because it didn't strike a second time. Instead, it backed away. Right then, the other monster had just circled around from the window, and, before it could react, ended up right in front of the logging machine. I was secretly thrilled. Perfect timing. I immediately worked the arm, that thing that could rip trees out by the roots, and snap. It clamped firmly around the monster's body. The monster froze, realizing it couldn't move, then roared and slammed both arms against the arm. But this was steel gear from that 648 purchase. How could it break free? I cranked up the force. The arm contracted, the monster shrieked, and green fluid poured from its mouth. I didn't give it a chance to breathe, clamped tight, rotated, flipped it sideways, and gave it a straight-up buzz cut. Just like stripping branches, I peeled off a whole layer of bloody, mangled flesh. Then I cut it into pieces, one segment at a time, until it was done. Ding! Congratulations, player successfully slew a tier 2 rainforest ice bear. Obtain prime meat plus 10. Rainforest ice bear, the most abundant creature in the frozen rainforest. Its icy armor can ignore most attacks. Immensely strong, mildly intelligent, loves eating meat and ice. Consuming it restores fortune and stamina. Prime meat. Ice bear. Tier 2. So there really are tiers. probably matching the cabin's level. No time to study it. The other one was still out there? This bear was clearly smart. After one hit on the logging machine, it didn't continue. And the moment it saw its companion clamped and slaughtered, it turned tail and ran without a second thought. If it could talk, it'd probably be baffled. What the hell is this thing, chopping up my buddy in 1 second? Done showing off, and now you want to bolt? Dream on. I swung the machine around, stomped my foot into the fuel pedal, and floored it. To avoid crashing into anything, this time I switched on the headlights. The two beams lit it up, fully exposing the ice bear, like a mutant version of a cartoon bear, but way more muscular, a bit taller than the logging machine. Surprisingly, the moment the lights hit it, it seemed to be struck with weakness. Its steps suddenly slowed, and when it looked back, was that a flash of terror in its eyes? Whatever. I wasn't about to pass up an opportunity this good, or I'd be wasting all the fuel I'd burned. Roar! The engine bellowed. I clamped the ice bear, rotated, stripped, and sliced. It barely got out a few shrieks before it was reduced to hunks of meat. Congratulations, player, successfully killed a rainforest ice bear. Obtain prime meat plus 10. Don't be fooled by how easy I made the kills look. It was all thanks to seriously overpowered cheats. This rainforest ice bear was genuinely tough to deal with, intelligent, powerful, and covered in a layer of ice shards, so slippery that attacks couldn't land on any vital spot. The colder it got, the stronger and slicker its ice armor became. But in front of a machine, none of that meant a thing. Only after killing both monsters did I dare take a deep breath. My heart had been maxed out ages ago. Saying I wasn't nervous would be a flat-out lie. No time to dwell on it. I quickly drove the logging machine over to the door. Who knew whether all that commotion would draw in more trouble? #translation. I didn't even dare to turn off the headlights early. Only after I'd parked and killed the engine did I cut them all at once, jumping out of the car and sprinting into the cabin at top speed, slamming the door shut behind me with a bang. Phew, that was a bit of a rush. Once I caught my breath, I finally had time to examine the choice meat I'd just gotten. Tier 2 Ice Bear Choice Meat. Flesh and blood carry natural cold resistance. Consuming it restores vitality and stamina, allowing players to sleep soundly through cold nights. Good stuff. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Sometimes surviving isn't about running. It's about having the courage and wits to carve out a path through. The first person I thought of after getting the meat was Lee Manwin. But when I opened our private chat, I froze. Over 160 messages. Aside from a few from Inchun and Jiang Ning, they were all from Lee Manwin. I scrolled all the way up until I found where our conversation had first started. It began normally enough, but got more and more unhinged as it went on. Shenlang, are you okay? Say something. Don't make teacher worry. Did you run into a monster? Don't go outside, whatever you do. I'm begging you, just send me one message, sob sob. If you're gone, teacher doesn't want to live either. Just reply once and teacher will agree to anything. You wanted teacher's clothes, right? They're all yours, as long as you don't mind. Anything, just say something. I couldn't help but laugh after reading it all. This teacher Lee. Had I somehow become the pillar holding her together? I'd only meant to test her a little, but wasn't this reaction a bit over the top? I hadn't replied right away for 2 reasons. 1, I genuinely couldn't afford to be distracted at the time. 2, I deliberately kept her hanging to see what was really going through her head. Now it seemed I'd truly worried her. I'd thought that having died once, my heart had long since hardened. Turns out it went soft again. So, almost against my will, I typed out, really? I want that bright gold one, with the lace trim. On her end, Lee Manwin's earlier frenzy was long gone. Getting no reply for so long, she'd curled up helplessly at the head of her bed, wrapped in the blanket I'd given her, hands clenched tight, face streaked with tears, so lost in grief, she couldn't even feel the cold. The chat suddenly pinged. She jolted, immediately opening it. It was Shun Lang. It was really Shun Lang. Before her brain had even finished processing the words, she scrambled up, peeled off that bright gold intimate garment, and sent it straight over, as if a second's delay would make me vanish, as if this were all just a hallucination of hers. The moment she sent it, she replied, "Teacher gave it to you. Now tell teacher, you're safe, aren't you?" I stared at my inventory, my face going pale. Teacher Lee. She actually gave it to me? She couldn't really think I was that much of a creep, could she? Shaking my head like a rattle drum, I hurried to explain. Teacher Lee, I'm perfectly safe. I was just joking earlier, don't misunderstand, I'm not that kind of guy. That finally broke her. She burst into tears. Even as she confirmed I was alive, anger surged up too, the kind of anger born from worry. You jerk. Is this something to joke about? Teacher really thought you'd run into a monster. I didn't know what to do. At first I thought she was mad about me asking for her clothes. Turns out what actually made her angry was thinking I'd joked about running into a monster. Seemed she hadn't quite recovered yet. I quickly explained, Teacher Lee, calm down. I really did run into a monster. It's not like I ignored you on purpose. As I said this, I sent over 2 pieces of the choice meat. See, eating this keeps your body temperature and vitality up. I've got plenty. Eat, quick. The instant the meat appeared, the color drained from her face. So he had actually encountered a monster. She'd wrongly blamed him. She panicked all over again. Shenlang, are you hurt? Tell teacher the truth. I laughed. Not hurt at all, not a scratch. Killed the monster myself. Besides, if something had happened to me, would I still be able to message you or ask you for your, The moment I hit send, I regretted it, but it was too late. As Li Manwen's heart finally settled, a wave of intense embarrassment washed over her. Her clothes were still with me. A flush spread across her face, radiating a soft warmth even in the bitter cold. You jerk, give me my clothes back already. I raised an eyebrow, and to my surprise found myself glancing at that bit of bright gold with a touch of reluctance. Then I shook my head. Shenlang, how could you be so pathetic? I quickly hit gift and returned it to its rightful owner. The moment she got it back, she hurriedly put it on, covering up those 2 patches of pale skin. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she felt the garment was somewhat warm. Could it be that Shenlang had? It was actually a misunderstanding. I hadn't so much as touched it. My cabin was simply a lot warmer than where she was. Teacher Li, eat up and get some rest. Fighting that monster wore me out too. I was clearly a bit awkward at this point, afraid she'd keep dwelling on the clothes thing. Sure enough, she swallowed a lot of what she wanted to say and only replied, okay, get some good rest and stay safe. By the way, Inchun was very worried about you too. When you weren't answering messages, she was the one who told me a bit about your situation. What she really wanted to ask was, why did you save Inchun? Where did you get a first aid kit? Something that precious. Why didn't you keep it for yourself? Do you like her? That last question was the one she most wanted answered. She couldn't even understand why her heart felt so sour, so miserable, and so ashamed. I'm Shenlang's teacher. How could I be having these strange thoughts? But out of all the things she could have said, in the end she only told herself, as long as Shenlang is safe, that's all that matters. His safety outweighs everything. Did I understand what she meant? I hadn't thought about it at all. I was just instinctively afraid of someone seeing through my sense of pity. In this life, I never wanted to be a pushover again, and I was even more worried about Inchun getting the wrong idea about my intentions. So I decided to just use Li Manwen to make my point. It would work better that way. Got it. She's worried about me because I saved her. Teacher Li, do you remember? Back in the frozen rainforest, they mentioned players can help other players work to earn resources. Saving her was actually just me testing out that feature. Don't think I'm cold-blooded. In an environment like this, not everyone is worth helping without expecting anything in return. When you get a chance, clear things up with Inchun so she doesn't misunderstand. Reading the message, Li Manwen was stunned at first. Then that sour, aching expression on her face melted away like 10,000-year-old ice. So he doesn't like Inchun. So he does explain himself to me. So not just anyone can earn his selfless kindness. So, is this little troublemaker hinting at something to me? Little troublemaker, you've got the nerve to set your sights on your own teacher now? She knew she shouldn't be happy, but she couldn't help it. That hollow place in her heart had suddenly been filled. As for the fact that I'd used Inchun and only saved her as part of a trade, she didn't mind at all. In fact, she thought that was exactly how it should be. In an environment like this, nice guys didn't last long. Right now, only one thing mattered to her, Shenlang's safety. When someone's happy, even the tone of their text changes. Okay, get some rest, and don't worry. I'll explain everything to her for you. Good night. Good night. I smirked. This teacher Li was clearly a different woman now. Once I'd smoothed things over with her, I went to the bathroom, then crawled into my warm blankets and opened the messages from Inchun and Jiangning. Inchun, Shenlang, are you okay? Teacher Li's really worried about you, and so am I. Please don't go out and face those monsters. It's too dangerous. Can you message us back when you get the chance? Jiangning, you didn't actually die, did you? You still owe me that stone pot bibimbap. Boo-hoo-hoo. I gave you a whole medical kit. How could you just die like that? Get up. Even if you're dead, crawl out of that coffin. I command you. Reading Jiang Ning's unhinged messages, I laughed. In her mind, I'd basically been reduced to one serving of bibimbap. I replied, I wouldn't die even if you did, and you're giving me commands? Masters command servants. I've never heard of a servant jumping around barking orders. You'd better watch yourself. Next time, I'll beat your ass raw. Jiang Ning had been on the verge of falling asleep, but she shot straight up when she saw that, breathing a sigh of relief. You jerk. I'm just glad you're alive. I thought my bibimbap ran off. And master? You wish. But hey, if you actually had what it takes to keep me fed and living the good life here, I'd call you master. Hell, I'd call you daddy. You got that kind of power. Obviously, she was just mocking me, but I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Even a manipulative little schemer has her uses. Rather than get her killed, Maybe I'd take her on as a maid to torment. I generously sent a piece of prime meat over her way. I had over a dozen anyway, more than I could eat myself. Since you called me master, let me show you what a master's really capable of. Take this and eat. Fill up and get some sleep. Make sure you fatten yourself up nice and plump, especially back there. Otherwise it won't heal well after I beat it raw. With that, I stopped paying her any attention and turned back to In-chun. With In-chun, my first impulse really had come from genuine empathy, but once I'd saved her, I wasn't going to just abandon her. With that debt established, I could put it to good use. The frozen rainforest officials had a players working for players option. It wasn't out yet, but it would definitely come after the newbie period ended. When the time came to upgrade my cabin and I needed someone to clean it, using someone like In-chun who remembered her debts would be reliable and convenient. At that thought, I actually got worried she might die. All that rescuing for nothing. So I sent her a piece of prime meat too. Me. I'm fine now, killed the monster. Here's some prime meat. Eat it, and it'll help you resist the cold. By the way, how's the monster on your end? In-chun wasn't asleep either. Everything that had happened today kept pounding through her mind. She was someone who'd already died once, and if anyone had been beside her, they'd have noticed she'd changed. That trace of fear on her face was gone. She could watch the beast tear buildings apart without any expression at all. Only when she received my message did a hint of joy surface in her eyes. Shunlang, you're not hurt, right? The monster's still here on my side, but it's tearing things down slowly, so I'm fine for now. Don't worry. After replying, she took out the prime meat and saw its stats. Tier 2 prime meat. There are even ranks. She didn't bother cooking it, just popped it straight into her mouth. This prime meat was like top-grade marbled wagyu. No problem eating it raw, and besides, she had no fire source anyway. The moment the meat hit her stomach, a warm current spread through her whole body. It felt incredible. Me. Good. Take care of yourself, and get to sleep early if you can. She pressed her lips into a small smile. Okay, you too. Good night. After sending it, she murmured softly to herself, I'll take good care of myself, because this life of mine was given by you. No one else gets to take it. I was just about to sleep when Jiang Ning's message popped up again. Daddy, can I have another piece? I'll fatten myself up nice and plump. Naturally, I couldn't see the bashful blush on Jiang Ning's face. What could she do? For a bite to eat, she'd thrown her pride out the window. But at the end of the day, she was still just a young woman. After I'd said something like that to her, how could her heart not flutter a little? She fired back. Get lost. Give you an inch and you take a mile. Stop bothering me. I'm trying to sleep. She was cursing, sure, but really she was flustered, because she'd just licked the greasy corner of her mouth, and that meat had left her thoroughly satisfied. Not only had it filled her belly, but the best part was how warm she felt all over after eating it. In the frozen rainforest, that was life-saving food. So she'd actually wanted to save one piece to survive on. Too bad I was too clever and hadn't given her the chance. She was still putting up a front. Humph, one master, and he hands over a piece of meat. Sooner or later he's gonna fall for my charms. I'd been at it for most of the night and had slain 2 more monsters. I was genuinely exhausted. Sure, the thing had been killed by the logging machine, but it drained me mentally like crazy. As I rolled over to sleep, a faint, elusive milky sweetness drifted into my nose, almost making me dizzy. I don't know how long it took, but eventually I passed out cold. 6 o'clock the next morning, the official announcement rang out. Day 2 in the frozen rainforest. Temperature is -8 degrees, warmer than overnight. Weather turning to light snow, an excellent time to gather supplies. Overall, Day 1 survival rate, 87%. Like everyone else, I woke the moment the announcement sounded. I looked out the window. Everything outside was blanketed in white. The snow wasn't heavy, but it was too cold to melt at all. So it's snowing, huh? I muttered, then quickly climbed out of my warm blankets, not daring to lie in bed. Even though I had the top-up system, I'd figured out its pattern by now. It basically wouldn't give me core supplies. For things like wood and stone, it only gave me a logging machine. It wouldn't hand over lumber directly. In other words, this system only produced things to help me resist the cold. So even if I was living comfortably now, I couldn't waste time gathering supplies. Upgrading the cabin was always the top priority. Besides, I'd used up a lot yesterday. I'd traded my last 200 units of lumber for 20 liters of gasoline. Today I'd have to chop wood like a madman. Truthfully, I'd realized my methods of acquiring supplies were too limited, which would slow down my upgrade speed. That made me hope even more that I'd stumble on a good treasure chest today. I silently chanted, "Top-up system. Come on, give me something powerful already." The group chat suddenly came alive. Whoa, it's snowing, so pretty. I've never really seen snow before. Yeah, everything's blanketed in white. Doesn't feel like a survival game. More like a vacation, just a little cold inside the cabin. Have you guys noticed? The temperature climbs back up during the day, but it's lower than the day before. I'm guessing it'll keep dropping tomorrow. It just snowed today, so it doesn't feel that cold yet. Zhang Yi called out to everyone. While the weather's good, let's hurry up and gather supplies. Gotta upgrade the cabin ASAP. I looked at these messages and smiled, but a flicker of caution stirred inside me. Snow? Pretty? Heh. If I'm not mistaken, this snow is going to bring everyone a world of trouble. The organizers didn't actually send us here for a vacation. The heavier the snow falls, the harder it'll be to gather supplies. Cabins that aren't upgraded enough could collapse under the snow at any moment. That hits faster and harder than any monster. And the worst part, once you run into danger out in the wild, your odds of escaping through the snow drop way down. How is that a good thing? But I didn't say anything. Life has a way of teaching people its lessons. After washing up, my stomach was growling. I didn't have much to eat, just a bit of prime meat left. Fine, I'll eat some and head out to work. Just then, 3 private messages came in almost simultaneously. Jiang Ning. Master, I'm hungry. She'd attached a cute selfie with a wink, her bodycon skirt hiked way up, clearly trying to bait me. Me? Go eat some snow. Jiang Ning. You dense goose, do you have any sense of romance? Me? You've got the romance covered. Jiang Ning. Of course I do. I chuckled and checked the next one. In Chun. Shun Lang, good morning. Me? Morning. Did the monsters leave? In Chun. Yeah, not sure when. I fell asleep. But my cabin's missing a whole wall now. Me? If the snow's heavy, you could pile up a snow wall. Keeps you warm and doubles as protection. In Chun. Wow, you're so smart. Got it. Li Manwen. Is the big sleepyhead up yet? It snowed. It's so beautiful out here. Before I could reply, she sent another. This is prime meat teacher just grilled. Smells amazing. Hurry and try it. Along with an item gift. Truth was, she'd regretted the first line the moment she sent it. Worried it was too suggestive. So she'd quickly tacked on the second one. Grilled meat? I froze. The second that grilled prime meat appeared, my hunger came roaring to life. I don't know how she cooked it, but that charcoal smoked aroma made me swallow hard, even without any seasoning. Then it suddenly hit me. Teacher Lee, you eat it. I've still got some. Last night, I'd only given her 2 pieces total, one for dinner, one for breakfast. Where would she have extra? Unless she'd skipped her own breakfast and given this piece to me. But then she sent a photo. She was crouched by the fire, holding a piece herself. Silly. Teacher's got some too. Didn't you give me 2 pieces? One for each of us. Let's eat and gather supplies together, okay? Huh. How did she still have one? Unless. Me. Teacher Lee, you didn't skip dinner last night, did you? How'd you make it through? Weren't you cold? She pressed her lips into a smile. I had the blanket you gave me last night, so I wasn't cold. As for food, even if you've still got some, you should ration it. It's called planning ahead, get it? The truth was, she didn't believe I still had any prime meat at all. She just figured this fool wanted to save his for her. After all, I'd even given her my blanket. I didn't push it. She'd toughed out the whole night, and if I suddenly pulled out a dozen pieces of prime meat now, that'd look pretty bad. Me. Teacher Lee's right. 1 piece each, then. Her We both finished eating soon after. That 1 piece was pretty filling, just enough to kill the hunger. After eating, I felt a wave of warmth surge through my body. Nice. This must be the survival supply the organizers hand out. On top of my thermal underwear, I pulled on my shell jacket and went to fuel up the logging machine. A full 20 liters, enough to keep me going half a day. When I got a look at the logging machine, I froze. There were still traces of green liquid on its arm, yet the doors and windows the monsters had pounded on last night didn't have a scratch on them. What was going on? It could even self-repair? Was this the power that came with paid items? I couldn't make sense of it right then. Just as I was about to set out, Li Manwen messaged again. S.H. Shinlang, are you done eating? She'd actually been waiting a while. Waiting for what? The big D-cup top, of course. She was going commando underneath, and the cabin was chilly enough, let alone stepping outside. This little rascal had promised to send it first thing in the morning. So why had he gone quiet? Me. All done. Getting ready to work. Something up, Teacher Lee. Swallowing her embarrassment. She'd even used the lower piece for a bit last night, which made it even harder to bring up. She managed to squeeze out. Did you forget something? Forget what? My head was full of upgrading the cabin. Can't think of it. Just tell me straight. Teacher Lee, don't waste time. She bit her lip. Teach the clothes. My mind was struck like lightning. Right. That top was still with me. I hurried back to the bedside, picked it up, and hit gift. In the instant the item vanished, out of the corner of my eye I thought I caught a glimpse. Was there a faint mark on that soft white fabric? What was that? Did I drool on it? Probably. I'd figured it out, but Li Manwen had no idea. The moment the little top came back, she breathed a sigh of relief and was about to put it on when she saw that mark too. Her breath caught, and her face turned scarlet. Little rascal, you promised not to get it dirty. She was too shy to actually confront me about it, so she just muttered to herself. But she felt no disgust at all. Instead, past the embarrassment, a strange feeling crept in. After she put it on, that feeling only grew stronger, as if the whole set of bright gold lingerie had taken on my warmth. On my end, it clicked too. I had to explain myself. Otherwise, what would Teacher Lee think of me? Me. Teacher Lee, would you believe me if I said I just drooled on it a little last night? If you don't, smell it. It's definitely not what you're thinking. Reading that, she gave a little shiver, going weak all over. This little troublemaker was way too bold. Lee Manwin. You. I am not smelling it. Next time you don't get any. Me. Great. The more I explained, the worse it got. But there'd be a next time? Never mind. Logging comes first. If she's really mad, I'll explain later. After thinking it over, maybe out of guilt, I sent her my shell jacket. I had my thermal underwear anyway, and sitting inside the logging machine, I wouldn't freeze. Me. Teacher Lee, I've got thermal wear, and after eating prime meat this morning, I'm not cold at all. This jacket's not convenient for chopping trees anyway. You put it on. Stay safe in the snow. Just focus on finding treasure chests. I'll handle collecting the lumber. Set. Seeing the clothes, her gratitude quickly overwhelmed her embarrassment. Silly, I'm not really blaming you. You're just feeling guilty cause you did something wrong, aren't you? That flirty reply left us both blushing. But there was no point explaining now. She wouldn't believe a word I said. Once someone's made up their mind, good luck changing it. Ugh, forget it. Less talk, more chopping. The second the words left her mouth, she regretted them, muttering with a red face. What am I even saying? I'm her teacher. She pressed her legs together, mortified. How did a few words with a student turn into this? So pathetic. She was too embarrassed to keep chatting and hurried off to find a treasure chest. She threw on the windbreaker, and the familiar scent on it made her cheeks burn all over again. As for me, she wasn't worried in the slightest. She'd eaten the refined meat and hadn't even felt cold today, so how could I? Besides, I could take down Tier 2 monsters. My skills were leagues above hers. Rather than fretting over me, she figured she'd better just avoid becoming a burden. On my end, I'd already set off with the logging machine running. I took a different route today, more trees, which meant a better shot at hitting a treasure chest. My attention had long since drifted away from the machine. I chopped away while scanning everywhere for chests. My odds of finding high-tier chests had been boosted, so if I ran into just one red chest, today would be a massive win. Chopping wood alone was painfully slow, but everything had to be traded for lumber. The demand was huge, and it was the exact bottleneck slowing down my cabin upgrades. With the engine roaring, lumber plus one, kept popping up in front of me. Just then, the group chat blew up. Liang. Everybody check it out, a forged blueprint. I got it from a chest. What's that good for? Liang. It upgrades your axe and boosts chopping efficiency. Says right here it's 50%. Awesome. Whoa, young bro, you're a beast. I casually scrolled through the chat, and when I saw that message, I couldn't help but laugh. A forge? Please, don't embarrass yourself. But they didn't know. For ordinary people, this thing was a genuine lifesaver. As the survival scenario progressed, it would need constant upgrading. It was an absolute necessity. After all, not everyone was like me, handed a logging machine for free the moment I dropped in. In the chat, Zhang Yi popped up. It wasn't too cold today, so he couldn't be bothered to chop trees, but hunting for treasure chests? That was still on the menu. The stuff inside was usually worth a lot. I could tell he was no longer content just holing up in his cabin, living the good life. He wanted to rush his cabin upgrades so he could get his hands on Jiang Ning, maybe even Lee Manwin. Since Lee Manwin wasn't dead, naturally he'd set his sights on her again. Zhang Yi's logic was simple. As long as I'm stronger than everyone else, as long as sticking with me means a full belly, there's no way you're slipping through my fingers. Picturing Lee Manwin's figure, he could feel his face flush red even through the screen. Once he was done fantasizing, he wiped the drool off his mouth before finally speaking up in the chat. Zhang Yi, nice work, Liang. With a forge, everyone's resource gathering speed can double. Upgrade everybody's axes later, and we'll cut you a bigger share of the food for sure. We won't shortchange you, right guys? Absolutely. Yang bro always gets an extra bite. Liang's the best, keep it up. Once the girls chimed in, Liang, who'd been a little reluctant, lost his edge and caved. Liang, don't worry, we're all in this together. I'll definitely help everyone out. But upgrades need refined iron, so if anyone's got some, remember to send it my way. That's how I can help you all upgrade better. Turns out Liang wasn't one to get the short end of the stick either. I could see it clearly. As the survival scenario dragged on, the ones who stayed alive were only going to get sharper. Zhang Yi wasn't about to argue, of course. Sounds good. Let's keep pushing, gather as many resources as we can today, and get everyone's cabins up to Tier 2 ASAP. As he said this, his eyes lit up. He'd spotted a chest too. He rushed over excitedly, and up close, he saw it was a blue chest. His eyes practically turned green. But he wasn't stupid. To check for any danger nearby, he grabbed a few rocks and chucked them at the area around the chest. Sure enough, he flushed out something that looked like a weasel, timid, an ambush type, that bolted the instant it was startled. Zhang Yi trotted gleefully up to the chest. Haha, my luck's pretty good today. Open up. The chest opened, and a blueprint popped out. Congratulations, you've obtained one refrigerator. Can be built directly, no resources required. Who wouldn't want to curl up in a cozy cabin, sipping an ice-cold cola in the frozen wilderness? This. I could picture his face even through the screen. And sure enough, he started cursing on the spot. Are you kidding me? You know it's a frozen wasteland out here. I finally get a chest, and you give me a fridge? The whole outdoors is a giant natural freezer, in case you didn't notice. An ice-cold cola? If I had cola, would I need you to chill it? Where the hell am I supposed to get electricity? Do the devs have pig brains or what? He straight up threw the blueprint into the group chat to vent. Plenty of people piled on. And honestly, for the vast majority, this thing was worse than useless. Bro Zhang, your luck's kinda rough. But hey, at least it's a blueprint. Wanna list it for sale? Bro Zhang, I've got cola now. Let me borrow that fridge, huh? Get lost. Zhang Yi snapped back irritably. But inwardly, he was mulling it over. Maybe I should try listing it on the trade market? Meanwhile, on my end, I looked at that message and raised an eyebrow. Kind of tempting. A fridge? Useless to them, but incredibly useful to me. Because my cabin had a fireplace, and it'd only get warmer with each upgrade. By then, eating hot pot while drinking ice-cold beverages. Now that would be the life. Besides, this fridge was nowhere near as useless as they thought. For one thing, in that freezing cold night out there, would you even dare step outside? As for electricity? Heh, my nuclear power plant was still waiting in the wings. This blueprint, I was claiming it. And then a thought suddenly hit me. Relying solely on my own chest hunting and blueprint hoarding was way too slow. What if I used this opportunity to get my classmates to collect them for me? Sure, the trade market was an option too, but it was only a chance, slow, and easy to get beaten to the punch. I couldn't exactly babysit the market refreshes all day, but this needed careful planning. Directly posting a message asking to buy up blueprints would be worse than just buying them off the market myself. The moment this crowd smelled demand, they'd jack up the prices sky high. More importantly, I didn't want to reveal my strength this early. Down the line, maybe I could have Jiang Ning or Yin Chun act as my front. Li Manwen was out. Her contacting me in the chat would be too obvious. Everyone knew we were close. Whatever, I'd figure it out later. First, get my hands on that fridge. I shot Zhang Yi a message first. Bro Zhang, what's a fridge even good for? Man, you've got rotten luck. Better than me, at least. I just opened a white crate and got 2 premium meats. 8M, and now I'm all warm. Not cold at all. The second that message dropped, I bet his eyes bugged right out. Zhang Yi. The hell? Man, I'm freezing my ass off over here, and you're eating premium meat? Shenlang, you got any left? Fish on the hook. I chuckled. Got 1 piece left, saving it for lunch. What's up, Zhang? Zhang Yi really wanted to just ask for it outright, but he was smart enough to know I'd shoot him down and it'd sour things between us. So he put on this generous act and started performing. Ah, Shenlang, buddy, that thing you said earlier wasn't right, you know? That's a blueprint. How can that count as bad luck? Sure, we can't use it now, but some big shot out there probably could. Am I right? I saw right through his BS, but I was more than happy to play along. Me. True. Then you should list it on the trading market, Zhang. Set the price high. Don't let some big shot snag it for cheap. Zhang Yi froze. Was Shenlang looking out for me, or messing with me? Why isn't he taking the bait? What big shot am I going to sell to? Who the hell needs a fridge right now, and who's dumb enough to buy one? But for that piece of meat, he couldn't say any of that. Zhang Yi. Shenlang. Thing is, Big Brother here wanted to give you the fridge. Know what? Me. Give it to me? I can't use it. Like you said, I've got no power and a natural freezer already. What would I even do with it? I imagine he was scratching his head over there. Why isn't he asking why? This is getting tricky. It took him a good while to squeeze out. Buddy, don't be like that. Good things come to those who wait. Since the treasure box gave you this, it's got to be useful. This is Big Brother's heartfelt gift. Just take it, yeah? And then, to bag his wolf, he sent the blueprint straight over. What was there to hesitate about? I stuffed it in my pocket instantly. Getting it was all that mattered. Didn't even have to cough up the meat. Me. All right then, thanks for the thought, Zhang. I'll keep it as a decoration. Every time I see it, I'll think of how good you've been to me. Zhang Yi nodded with a grin. Kid's finally coming around. Now I can make my move. Zhang Yi Shenlang, Big Brother here hasn't eaten since last night. I'm cold and starving. Think you could spare me a piece of that premium meat? Me, huh? What? Can't hear you. About to chop some trees. Talk later. Bad signal. Zhang Yi Shenlang. Shenlang? You're not getting my messages. When I didn't reply, he wasn't buying it. So he went and asked someone else. Turns out they had zero signal problems. It clicked instantly. He'd been played. He was so mad he chucked his axe and started cursing at thin air. Son of a bitch, Shun Lang. Give me some damn meat. I gave you the whole fridge. But cursing aside, he didn't dare actually flip out. He was still eyeing the supplies I'd have that night. What if it really was a signal issue? All he could do was grit his teeth and send, Shin Lang, reply when you get this. Oh, and whatever you do, don't eat that piece of meat. Meanwhile, I ran my logging machine and laughed. Save it for you? Save this. You screwed me over in my last life. This time the roles are reversed. In a great mood, I hit the gas even harder. Wood plus one, wood plus one. Before the morning was even over, I'd racked up another 480 units of wood. The headache, though, was that the logging machine was almost out of fuel again. This won't work. 100 wood gets me 10 liters of fuel, and 10 liters only cuts a couple hundred wood. That's like burning half my harvest. If only I had unlimited gasoline. Sadly, the recharge system didn't hear my prayer and didn't pop up. Lee Manwin messaged me instead. Lee Manwin, Shun Lang. Guess what I found in a crate? It's a whole case of instant noodles. I'll make you some for lunch, okay? Truth was, after what happened this morning, she'd been too embarrassed to even talk to me. But the second she scored something, she couldn't hold back. The first thing she wanted was to share it with me. Only after hitting send did she realize how odd that sounded. I didn't read too much into it. I was just genuinely happy for her. As for food, I didn't need much. Premium meat alone would get me through the beginner phase. And once that ended and the market opened, I'd have even less to worry about. Me. Congrats, Teacher Lee. I won't turn down the offer then. But do you have any water? Lee Manwin. HM? Why do you ask? I might not have much, but I definitely have some. She'd confirmed as much when she went out that morning. Me. Where'd you get it? I was thinking of trading you some at lunch. Lee Manwin. I could trade you noodles for it. Fair enough. That settled my worries. Me. It's almost noon. Teacher Lee. Want to head back to the cabin early, eat some noodles, and take a break? Lee Manwin. Sure. Oh, wait. I think I see another treasure box. Hang on while I open it. That caught me off guard. Seeing how impulsive she was, I quickly warned her. Teacher Lee, be careful. Lee Manwin. I know. The danger around beginner phase treasure boxes is really low. Last time, I was just careless. That was true enough. Still, it came down to luck. Take me, my first box was totally fine, but the second one had a monster crouched on top like a tiger. Then again, thinking about it, most people open their boxes without any danger, and Lee Manwin's last one was just a single snake. Could it be the system had it out for me from the start? Is this really how you treat a VIP? I shook my head and drove the logging machine back. Even though I was worried about Lee Manwin, players couldn't run into each other right now, so there was nothing I could do. I couldn't very well tell her to leave a box unopened. Thankfully, her message came through again before long. Lee Manwin, Shun Lang. This one had a blueprint. See if you need it. Looks like it can house other players. I remember you mentioned that. The blueprint popped up in front of me right after. Tier 1 wall. Encloses 200 square meters. Requires 50 wood, 50 stone to build. Key defensive structure for cabins. Essential for high-level cabins. With a wall, unlocks the player housing function. Requires end of beginner phase. A wall. I stopped the logging machine cold. Never mind anything else. My nuclear power plant needed a wall more than anything right now. Without one, I couldn't build it at all. How could I not be tempted? But this thing had a defensive purpose, and it was Lee Manwin's. I couldn't just take it for free. She wasn't Zhang Yi or Jiang Ning. I could screw those two over with a clear conscience, but not her. Me. Teacher Lee, I really do need this, but so do you. Here's the deal. If you're willing, I'll buy it. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Seeing this, she froze. The smile on her face stiffened, and something inside her stung sharply. Lee Manwin, Shun Lang, is that really how you see your teacher? You can send me all those things, but I can't send you anything? Aren't you being way too domineering, too selfish? Or are you saying you've always seen me as someone to trade favors with, not a friend you can really open your heart to? The moment she hit send, her eyes reddened. And who could blame her? Women are emotional by nature, and in her heart, I saved his life. I gave him food. I even let him use my own clothes. To her, this relationship was never a transaction, never about self-interest. She'd even be willing to risk her life for me. But I'd come off as too rational, too cold, like I'd suddenly pushed the two of us miles apart. Of course she was hurt. When I saw Lee Manwin's message, I paused. I never expected that one sentence of mine would hurt her. But it clicked pretty fast, and the corner of my mouth couldn't help but curl up. Looks like I mean more to Teacher Lee than I thought. Makes sense, really. A woman with no one to lean on. And here I am giving her food and warmth. She probably couldn't hold it together anymore. Except, opening my heart, as someone who'd already died once, Those two words don't come so easy to me. Well, in that case, why not use this as a chance to feel her out? You called me domineering? Fine, I'll show you domineering. That way you won't get any ideas about walking all over me later. Because if I ever take in another woman someday and she throws a fit, that'd be a real headache. Some things need to be nipped in the bud. With that in mind, I fired back. Teacher Lee, you're right. You're definitely not a friend I open my heart to, and this isn't some favor trading arrangement. Since you've seen right through me, I'll just say it straight. I'm not only domineering and selfish, I'm a full-blown chauvinist. I'm so selfish that I want to own everything about you, including you. I'm keeping the gifts, and from now on, whatever you have belongs to me too. Because in my eyes, you're mine as well. I let out a long breath after sending it. Was that too much? Did I overplay my hand? If Teacher Lee really didn't mean anything by it, I'd have a hard time making a move on her down the road. Whatever. Doesn't matter. In a survival of the fittest place like this, there's no way she's slipping away from me. Different methods, same result. Meanwhile, on Lee Manwin's end, the moment she read that first sentence, her heart practically stopped. He really never wanted to open his heart to me? But the further she read, the redder her face got, and that little pang of hurt melted away without her noticing. Even the tears stopped. Then she reached the part where I said, "You're mine as well." She couldn't even explain what happened to her. A wave of joy and delight rose up out of nowhere, the kind of happiness that even embarrassment couldn't smother. She just didn't dare let it show. Lee Manwin, oh Lee Manwin, you've lost your mind. He's your student. He's just talking nonsense. But no matter how hard she tried to talk herself down, she couldn't push the feeling away. She didn't even realize it. But in that instant, the way she saw me had completely changed. It was getting hard to think of me as a student anymore. Now I was a domineering man. On the surface, though, she didn't dare be as bold as me. She couldn't even figure out what I was really thinking. Yeah, she chickened out. She replied, "You little troublemaker. All you do is talk nonsense. How dare you joke with your teacher like that? I'm done talking to you. I'm going back to the cabin." When I saw that, I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Not only was she not angry, she didn't draw a line between us like I'd expected. Reading between the lines, I could even feel a distinct trace of a woman's bashfulness. So Teacher Lee really likes me being domineering? This woman doesn't have some special kink, does she? Still, since she wasn't going to spell it out, I wouldn't call it out either. I just didn't bother replying at all. When the time comes, I'll just give her orders directly. Might work out even better that way. Besides, women will always just be an accessory to me. Surviving and upgrading the cabin. That's the one eternal truth. Poor Lee Manwin, though. She waited and waited for an explanation, for some confirmation from me, but there wasn't a peep on my end. Ugh, you rascal, were you really just messing with your teacher? How am I supposed to handle you doing stuff like this? She grumbled with a pout, pulled her clothes tighter, and headed for the cabin. Naturally, she didn't dare bring the topic up again. A classic case of being bad at the game, but loving to play anyway. As for me, the second I was done chatting with Lee Manwin, I locked my excited eyes on the wall blueprint. With this, my real rise begins. I immediately fired up the logging machine and raced back toward the cabin. I needed to get the wall up first. But right then, as the logging machine rounded a big tree, a blinding red light in the distance slammed straight into my eyes. A red treasure chest. My heart pounded like crazy, and I gunned the logging machine straight toward it. Soon, I spotted the chest sitting in the snow, half buried. I didn't rush in, afraid it might be dangerous. I circled it a few times with the logging machine, just like last time. To my surprise, nothing happened this time, which meant this chest was all mine. I hopped off the machine and walked up to it. Congratulations, player. You've encountered a premium red treasure chest. Open it. Open. Congratulations, player. You've obtained one recruitment ordered. Huh, a recruitment order? What's that supposed to be? I'd expected something earth-shattering to pop out, and instead I got some token I couldn't make heads or tails of. I held the red token in my hand. The 3 characters recruitment order on the front looked seriously badass. Right after, the description surfaced before my eyes. Recruitment order, a required item for taking in other players to work and serve you. Can be upgraded. Upgrades increase available roles and the maximum headcount. Usable once the player has built a wall with a level 3 cabin or higher. Takes effect after the novice period ends. The recruitment order comes with 10 unit roles. The player can assign any role to other players, and once the other party agrees, they'll be teleported to the player's sanctuary. Anyone who comes through an assigned role must unconditionally obey the rules set by the player and any commands within their role. The roles are as follows: 1 consort, 1 songstress, and 1 dancer, 1 nanny, 2 maids, 5 servants. The former group handles various jobs inside the cabin. The latter handles work outside it, with compensation mostly decided through negotiation with the player. Note: once a recruited player, Confirm identity and enter the player's territory, where they must perform the corresponding job or face immediate execution. Wait, wait, wait. Who slipped this recruitment order into my hands? Well, thanks a lot. Huh. So this is how other players are trying to earn resources. I let out a sigh and quickly bound and merged the recruitment order. Losing it would have been a huge headache. Only after merging it did I realize this thing leveled up differently from everything else. It scaled with my cabin's level. Once I unlocked the Tier 3 cabin, the recruitment order would automatically level up every time the cabin did. I just didn't know how the identities I could take in would change over time. But looking at the identities available right now, I was already fantasizing. Weren't some of these identities a little risque? But I liked it. Take Ms. Lee, for instance. If I brought her into my shelter, what identity should I give her? Haha. While daydreaming, I'd already climbed onto the logging machine and was soon back at the cabin. If I wanted to recruit, I had to level up fast. I'd collected 480 units of wood that morning. I kept only 50, traded 100 for 50 stone, and converted the remaining 330 into gasoline. The further along I got, the more I realized the logging machine alone wouldn't cut it. But compared to other players, I was already in the stratosphere, because what I'd stockpiled was enough to build a wall and a nuclear power plant. This thing only required a wall to build. No other resources, no upgrades needed. And what did having a nuclear plant mean? The night would no longer be dark. I immediately started building the wall. Player is building a wall. Requires 50 wood, 50 stone. Confirm. Confirm. Wall under construction. Requires 1 hour. Auxiliary structures can be sped up via top-up. Given the player's VIP status, we're offering a customized top-up service. $1 for 2% speed boost, $5 for 10%, $10 for 20%. Top up $99 to boost all auxiliary structures by 500%, the maximum. Further speed boosts will require manual labor. Comes with 1 free winch rescue. Huh, manual labor? Does that mean the recruitment order could unlock a worker identity down the line? Probably, but there was no rush now. A 5x boost was plenty for the early game. As for the winch rescue, that had to be a tow winch, something I actually needed. Talk about customized. This rainforest. Well, it's called a rainforest for a reason. There were bound to be damp, soft spots. If my logging machine ever got stuck in the mud, I'd be totally helpless. I went ahead and made the purchase. Congratulations. You've successfully topped up $99 and unlocked 5x auxiliary construction speed. Rescue winch. Designate 2 points within 100 meters. One end moves toward the other. Good stuff. Next up was trading and waiting on the wall. Once the wall was done, I'd build the nuclear plant, then head out logging in the afternoon. My whole day was packed. Just then, a private message came in, complete with a gifted item. Shen Lang, the noodles are ready. Come try them. Huh, Lee Manwin. I'd nearly forgotten she said she'd cook noodles for me. I'd actually planned to trade some wood for water to give her. That cup of instant noodles counted as a real treat out here, and I hadn't intended to just take it for free. Whatever. If she wanted to give it to me, I'd take it. Soon enough, a cup of noodles appeared in my hands. The steaming aroma spread instantly, and it was the spicy flavor, too. In this frozen wasteland, a cup of instant noodles was an absolute luxury. I replied, "Thanks, Ms. Lee." No, I shouldn't thank you. What I should say is, that's more like it. Even if you didn't want it, you'd have to give it to me. On her end, Lee Manwin had been too shy to even start chatting. She'd only found the courage after finally getting the noodles cooked. She'd nervously assumed I'd feel awkward, but instead of showing even a hint of it, this rascal had gone and cracked a joke. Puffed, she burst into a radiant smile, feeling instantly relieved. You smooth talker. Next time I'm eating first, no matter what. You wouldn't dare. Her face flushed red. Fine, I wouldn't dare. You win, okay? Seeing that I didn't reply, she went back to cooking the next pack. While chatting with me, she couldn't even focus on anything else. Or maybe that's just what devotion looks like. Truthfully, I didn't know much about Lee Manwin, but a woman willing to give her very life for me. What was there to resist? Let alone be angry with. I'd forgotten that she was just a woman too, a helpless one. In a situation like that, who could resist a god descended from the heavens like me? She didn't even realize it herself, but she'd already come to depend on me without knowing it. All I can say is, my slow boiling the frog strategy had already paid off in spades. Our relationship was far more solid than I'd expected. I chuckled. This woman really knew how to play meek in front of me. Back when she was an English teacher at school, she'd been so strict with me. Who knew she could show such a dramatic other side? I'd already made up my mind. Someday, I'd have to tell her. Ms. Lee, I still prefer you when you're all fierce and untamed. Thinking playfully to myself, I dug into the noodles. Sure, they weren't as useful as lean meat, but the taste? Way better than that stuff. And just as I was really enjoying my meal, the private messages started dinging nonstop. I opened them up. It was actually Jiangning. At the time, I figured this woman was just here to mooch food again. I ignored it, kept eating my noodles, planning to shut her up with a bit of soup afterward. But to my surprise, the messages just wouldn't stop, one after another, until it got so annoying I had no choice but to frown and open them. Jiangning, Shenlang, save me. Please save me. I'm going to die. I know you hate me, but I'm really in trouble. Will you please save me? I'm so scared. I know you're the only one who can save me now. Big brother Shenlang, I won't let you save me for nothing. Just save me, and I'll give you a gift you'd never expect. Big brother Shenlang, I'm begging you. On top of this bombardment, she'd sent me a photo. In it, Jiang Ning was actually trapped in a mud pit. Her slender body had lost all its usual grace, looking utterly powerless now, and her fair face was smudged with dirt. I was stunned too, and asked, "What's your situation?" Jiang Ning, Shenlang, you finally answered me. Sob sob sob. I only found out later that, facing danger, she hadn't even posted in the group chat. She sent an SOS, didn't message anyone else, either. That's because she understood human nature all too well. Li Manwen and Yin Chun were living proof of that. And she was convinced, only I could save her. Messaging anyone else would just be a waste of time. If even I couldn't save her, she might as well wait to die. Actually, she'd started out just like everyone else that morning. When she couldn't get any food out of me, she went out looking for treasure chests. She figured she could always eat the stone pot bibimbap at lunch. Otherwise, if she ate it in the morning, she'd be starving the rest of the day. But she searched forever and found nothing. Her legs were aching from all the walking. Just as noon rolled around, she turned to head back and beg for food, when suddenly the ground gave out beneath her, and she sank right in. The scariest part was that the more she struggled, the faster she sank. Is this a swamp? I'm done for. The freezing liquid touched her skin, and her whole body started trembling. And it was precisely this fear that triggered her survival instinct. Just then, a notification popped up before her eyes. Congratulations, player. You've discovered an oil field. Area, 100 square meters. Output, 10 liters of gasoline per hour. Claim it. Claiming requires the successful construction of a wall. Her heart ached with regret. Of course, she knew how important oil was, but it was only day 2. Who could possibly have a wall already? So she didn't dare move a muscle and started bombarding me with messages. The surprise she mentioned was this oil field. But Jiang Ning was no saint. She had it all figured out in her head. I definitely couldn't claim the oil field, so it was perfect to use as bait. And when I failed to claim it, she couldn't be blamed. Now that's a true manipulator. Shenlang, please, hurry, think of something. I think I'm sinking into a swamp. Staring at the message, I fell into deep thought. To save her, or not to save her? If I didn't, just watching her die like this left a bad taste in my mouth. I hadn't even gotten my revenge yet. I couldn't stand it. Besides, I had a recruitment order, so I could put this campus beauty to better use later. But if I did save her, why should I? What would I even use to do it? She was stuck in a swamp, and I wasn't anywhere near her. I couldn't exactly reach across the distance and pull her out. Then it hit me. Wait, don't I have a winch? That thing was originally meant to keep the logging machine from getting stuck in the mud. It could actually save her. But wait, if I did that, wouldn't it feel like my brand new treasure was made just for her? No, no way. I absolutely could not waste my resources for nothing. The more I thought about it, the more annoyed I got. So I just replied, why should I save you? If you die, I get to save a serving of stone pot bibimbap. On her end, Jiang Ning was nearly livid. You animal, Shenlang. My life isn't even worth a serving of bibimbap. Of course, she didn't dare actually send that to me. After holding it in for a while, she could only reply meekly. Shenlang, how about I give up the bibimbap? Don't forget, I said there'd be a surprise if you saved me. I'd never let you save me for nothing. Giving up the bibimbap? Well, that works for me. As for the surprise, this was the second time she'd brought it up. What could she possibly give me? Send photos? I figured it probably wasn't that simple. Not wanting to miss out, I asked. What surprise? Let me see it first. Her original plan was to make me save her first, then tell me about the oil field. That way, if I couldn't claim it, she couldn't be blamed, and I couldn't back out either. But if she told me first, what if I couldn't claim it and refused to save her? She was just about to come up with an excuse when her body suddenly sank again. The muck was almost up to her hip now. That completely sent her into a panic. Shenlang, stop stalling, or I really will die. I found an oil field that produces gasoline. Save me, and this field is yours. An oil field. Seeing that message, my eyes went wide, and the instant noodles in my mouth suddenly lost all their flavor. For real? Let me see it. Seeing that I was interested, Jiang Ning smiled. Then save me first. Me? Show me first. I knew she couldn't afford to wait. If I ended up on the losing side in a negotiation like this, that'd be a joke. She had no choice but to gift me the oil field she hadn't claimed yet, which basically meant sending an authorization allowing another player to claim it. After sending it, she was still afraid I'd get mad and refuse to save her if I couldn't claim it, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. Shenlang, I know you can't claim it yet. That's okay. I'll keep this field for you forever. Come get it whenever you can. I completely ignored her. My eyes were already glued to that notification. A player has gifted you an oil field, 100 square meters, producing 10 liters of gasoline per hour. Claim it. Claiming requires the construction of a walled. Gasoline. It's gasoline. At the same moment, another notification popped up. Congratulations, player. Wall construction complete. Level 1 wall, range, 200 square meters. Effectively protects structures within the wall. Damn, perfect timing. That 5x speed boost I bought was totally worth it. As for Jiangning, save her. Of course I'd save her. This field was worth 100 of her lives. But before that, I had to secure it first. Without a second's hesitation, I claimed it. Congratulations, player. You've successfully acquired an oil field, 100 square meters. It can be placed anywhere within the wall. Yes, excellent. I immediately placed the oil field on the left side of the wall. From now on, I'd never have to worry about oil again. In an instant, an oil field appeared inside the wall, covered in snow, looking no different from anywhere else. The only distinction was a faucet-like fixture in one corner, specifically for collecting gasoline. Only I could see its notification. Gasoline in production, 10 liters per hour. The oil field requires daily maintenance. Damage will affect output. Meanwhile, on Jiangning's end, she was completely dumbfounded. Why can I move now? Am I saved? Wait, where's my oil field? She stared blankly for a full 3 seconds before it clicked. Damn you, Shenlang. You really did have a wall. My oil field. Give it back, you jerk. Boo. What was an oil field? It was a solid chunk of gold. With it, she wouldn't have to lift a finger to trade for supplies. But now that this gold nugget was gone, how could she possibly bear it? On my end, once the excitement wore off, I fully intended to keep my promise and go save her. Only to find that the moment I claimed the oil field, she seemed to have been saved on her own. I didn't even need the winch. Sure enough, another message from her came through. You jerk. Give me back my oil field. I'm begging you. Me? Didn't I already use it to trade for your life? Jiangning. But you didn't give up anything at all. Me? Nonsense. To save you, I wasted a good 100 square meters of land inside those walls. You're lucky I'm not asking you for compensation. Jiangning. She probably went off on another rant after that, but I couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Looks like keeping Jiangning around isn't so bad after all. She keeps handing me unexpected windfalls. Now I've got the wall. Next up, the nuclear power plant. With oil and electricity, I've officially got a solid foothold in this frozen rainforest. From here on out, I just play it safe and steady. As long as nothing goes wrong, life's gonna be sweet. I didn't wait around. I started building the nuclear power plant right away. Confirm construction of nuclear power plant? Requires a 50 square meter area within the walls. Confirm. I picked out a spot for it on the right side. Nuclear power plant under construction. Original build time, 3 days. 5x acceleration active. 5 times faster, so under 15 hours? It'll be done by tomorrow morning. Perfect. Starting tomorrow night, my cabin will never see darkness again. But this pretty much used up the entire 200 square meters inside the walls. I needed to hurry up and upgrade them. The level 1 wall didn't enclose the cabin. There just wasn't enough space. But that wasn't safe either. The wall only extended out from the left and right sides of the cabin, so aside from the doorway, the rest of the cabin was still exposed. Wall level 1. Upgrade requires wood X100, stone X100. No blueprint needed for the upgrade. Good news. What I didn't realize at the time was that every wall upgrade would double the required materials. Later on, it got downright terrifying. But that's a story for another day. Next, upgrading the cabin and fireplace was my top priority. With the oil field, I could gather everything the cabin needed today. Too bad I didn't have the level 3 cabin blueprint. Guess I'd have to upgrade the fireplace first. That would keep me even warmer. With that thought, I tossed my instant noodle cup aside, ran inside, and hauled out the refrigerator. Maybe pretty soon I'll be lounging around in a t-shirt, eating hot pot, and sipping ice-cold cola right here in my cabin. Just as I was riding high, Jiangning came trudging back to her little cabin, looking absolutely miserable. She'd come up empty all day and nearly died out there to boot. She was covered in grime, her fair, delicate legs practically caked in mud, her innocent little face smudged with dirt on one side and streaked with tears on the other. She felt so wronged. Finding nothing would have been one thing, but she'd actually found a treasure, only to hand it right over to someone else on a silver platter. That feeling was worse than death. And to top it all off, her stomach was growling and the ache was starting up again. But once she calmed down, the fear set in, and so did her curiosity about me. Everyone's cabin is still just level 1 right now. How does he already have a wall? That's impossible. Honestly, she'd suspected from the start that I had some hidden abilities, and now she was certain. Shenlang was definitely not the same Shenlang they used to push around. She absolutely could not afford to make an enemy of me. Once she figured that out, she quickly fell back in line and put on her sweetest face to message me. Jiangning. Shenlang, did you forget? You still owe me a bowl of bibimbap, remember? I was sitting on my warm, comfy bed, planning to rest a bit before getting back to work. Not that I was totally idle. I was frantically scrolling through blueprints on the trading market. The box drop rate was clearly higher today, but blueprints? Those probably needed at least a blue chest to drop, and even if someone got one, they'd keep it for themselves. Not exactly easy to get my hands on. Just as I was lamenting my luck, her message came in. I opened it and grinned as I typed back. Jiangning, did you forget? When I saved you, you said you didn't want the bibimbap anymore. She blinked, dumbfounded. Did I say that? Jiangning, Shenlang, you've got it wrong. I traded the oil field for my life. The bibimbap is still mine. Me. Jiangning, you've got it wrong. You traded the oil field plus the bibimbap for your life. No more bibimbap for you. Seeing me throw her own words right back at her, clearly mocking her, she finally lost it. The tears she'd just managed to stop came pouring down again, one fat drop after another. Jiangning, Shenlang, you're such a bully. All you do is pick on me. You're the worst. Did you forget? I was the one who gave you the medkit when we saved In Chan. You said you'd give me bibimbap. I don't care, you promised, sob sob sob. This. I raised an eyebrow. To my surprise, a flicker of guilt stirred in me. But the very next second, I slapped some sense into myself. Guilt, my ass. When I got screwed over and killed in my past life, did she feel any guilt? I couldn't afford to play the saint. Still, I did take her medkit, and I did save In Chan. Saving her, I hadn't given up a thing. Ugh, fine. I'd give her a chance. But if she wanted to eat, she'd have to give up something. Me. I did say that. But you also said you didn't want the bibimbap in exchange for me saving you. Still, I'm not a heartless guy. Now that we've cleared things up, I'm willing to give you a chance. Want to eat? No problem. What are you willing to offer? Offer what? Jiangning glanced around. All she had left to offer was herself. In that instant, her inner gold digger fully awakened. Combined with how well the photo trick had worked before, she didn't hesitate. She struck a pose that was both pitiful and seductive and sent me a photo. Is this okay, Shenlang? I looked at the photo Jiangning sent and fired right back. Okay, my ass. You're covered in mud. The quality's terrible. Here's what you do. Stand up, pull up that bodycon skirt, bite down on the hem, and take another one for me. I could just picture her turning red on the other end. This bastard actually knows how to play the game. That's probably how she was cursing me out. Made sense. Yesterday I was nothing but a doormat in her eyes. So how did I have the nerve to boss her around today? But for a bite of food, she was willing to throw caution to the wind. She asked cautiously, if I take it, you'll give me the bibimbap? I said yes. Honestly, that was a pointless thing to say. I'd already bought that bowl of bibimbap. I'd give it to her whether she took the photo or not. For one, I really had traded bibimbap for her medkit when I saved her, and I wasn't about to go back on my word. For another, even if she'd said she didn't want it at the time, I didn't want to take advantage of someone in a tough spot. Character is something you can't change. It's got nothing to do with whether you're a pushover. What surprised me was that she actually did it and sent the photo over. There was Jiangning in her black bodycon skirt, biting the hem with that pitiful look, her fair midriff exposed in stark contrast to her mud-caked legs. And in that pose, her white underwear and bra were on full display too. The sight left me flushed and my heart pounding. I couldn't help but mutter, this gold digger, she's actually got some game. I didn't hesitate. I just handed the bibimbap right over. When she saw that full portion, still pepper-flavored, she actually started crying again, mumbling to herself, boo-hoo, it smells so good. Shenlang, you finally acted like a decent human being and didn't eat half of it. Thank you. I'm guessing in that moment, all her resentment toward me vanished, leaving nothing but gratitude. It also made her even more determined to cling to me for dear life. While her cheeks were still stuffed like a chipmunk's, I sent her a message. From now on, keep an eye out for blueprints for me, any kind. If they're useful, I'll buy them. But remember, don't let anyone know they're for me. She replied, just how many supplies do you have? I said, none of your business. Then what's in it for me? 1 bibimbap a day. Deal. Thanks, Daddy. The more I looked, the more this Jiangning didn't seem like the Jiangning from my past life. Had I actually trained her that well? I shook my head. I didn't want to think about it, because that annoying Zhang Yi had started messaging me again. He fired off more than a dozen messages, all saying the same thing over and over. Shenlang? You there? The fridge working out for you? You still haven't given me that meat. Don't forget. Private messages have a special alert tone. If I wasn't curious to see just how pathetic he'd be in this life, I would have blocked him long ago. But for now, I replied, "Huh? Sorry, Zhang, my signal just came back. About that meat. I ate it for lunch." I could practically hear him explode on the other end. He probably cursed something like, "If I could get my hands on you right now, I'd shoot you dead," and then had to swallow it. After all, he was still eyeing my supplies. He changed his tune. "Oh, no worries then. But don't forget to turn in your supplies when you get back tonight. Also, you're cool with your big bro spending a little of your wood to buy some food, right? You did take my fridge, after all." I didn't hesitate. Absolutely no problem. He wasn't getting so much as a single crumb out of me. Meanwhile, on his end, the group chat had descended into chaos. By midday, everyone was starving and clamoring for food. The snow kept getting heavier, and supplies were hard to come by. Zhang Yi, ravenous, had no choice but to stare at the trading marketplace. Just then, his eyes lit up, a Tier 2 cabin blueprint, going for only 150 wood. Normally this thing cost 500. Clearly some clueless idiot had priced it too low. But he didn't have enough wood. He'd wasted some earlier being greedy. He desperately wanted that blueprint, but he was terrified someone else would snatch it up. So he spoke up in the group. "Guys, I'm hungry too. Everyone turn in the supplies you gathered this morning, and let me figure out how much we can spend." His classmates responded eagerly, saying they'd been chopping trees all morning and had piled up quite a bit of wood. Then Zhang Yi set his sights on the girls. "Ladies, what did you get out of your loot boxes? Speak up. Don't hold out on us. We're a community. If you don't contribute, why should us guys help you upgrade your cabins?" The other boys chimed in. "Yeah, if that's how you're gonna be, this family doesn't want you." The timid girls who depended on the guys had no choice but to hand over their stashes. Li Lingshan had actually pulled a sandwich from her loot box, but she lied guiltily, claiming she hadn't found any boxes and only turned in a bottle of water. In no time, Zhang Yi had collected 213 wood, 12 stone, a bottle of water, and a map blueprint. That map blueprint took him by surprise. It could mark the locations of dangers, treasure chests, wood, and stone, all centered on his cabin. It only worked for that day, and the resources reset the next, but that was enough for him to crack open a few more treasure chests that afternoon. Feeling smug, he still cursed. No idea which dumb bitch gave this up. What an idiot. A rotten little man through and through. He immediately bought the Tier 2 cabin blueprint, leaving him with 86 wood and 62 stone, just enough for the upgrade. Without hesitation, he hit the button. "Congratulations, player. Cabin successfully upgraded." Watching his ramshackle cabin transform completely, even the windows became double-pane glass with far better insulation. He got so excited he nearly jumped for joy. What he didn't know was this: the moment your cabin levels up, so do the monsters you face at night. So good luck to him after dark. He thought smugly, "Upgrading my cabin on just the second day of survival. I'm a genius." But he'd forgotten that all of this came from his classmates' blood and sweat. Everyone was supporting him alone. Looking at his remaining 36 wood and 12 stone, he couldn't bear to spend it, since the Tier 3 cabin required 300 of each. He was scheming. "Tonight, I've got to bleed Shinlang dry." As for Jiang Ning, she wouldn't send a photo yesterday, and if she refuses again today, I'll cut off her food. Teacher Li was a tough nut, so he'd set her aside for now. Right now, the most pressing thing was getting everyone some food. They had water. All they needed was rice. He thought of Yin Chun. Zhang Yi hadn't saved Yin Chun before, and she hadn't said a word in the group chat these past few days. He had no idea whether she was even alive. Actually, Li Manwen and Jiang Ning knew she was alive. They just hadn't mentioned it. Half hoping, he sent a message. "Chun, are you still alive?" At that moment, Yin Chun was out searching for treasure chests. After eating that piece of meat last night, she was full of energy, determined to find something good to repay me. But she'd been running around all morning with nothing to show for it. Right as her private message chimed, she caught a flash of red out of the corner of her eye. A treasure chest. She even thought with a smile, "This has to be the good luck Shen Lang brought me." Then she opened the message and froze. "Why is it this piece of shit?" A cold smirk followed. "Oh, I get it. This loser traded his life for my good luck." She replied to Zhang Yi, "You're not even dead. So how could your mom bear to die?" Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. In his memory, Yin Chun was timid and insecure. At school, he'd bullied her, flaunting his rich kid status. He'd even convinced himself she had a crush on him. Otherwise, how would he dare call her Chun? Her family was poor, and her parents favored sons over daughters, which was why they'd given her such a name. He couldn't fathom how she suddenly had the nerve to talk to him like this, but at least she was alive, which meant the rice was as good as his, right? Suppressing his anger, he wrote, "Chun, are you mad at me? It was my fault I didn't save you. But in that situation, how could I have? Actually, I'm curious. How did you survive after all that?" "In Chun, God told me it was traded for your life. You're probably about to die. Zhang Yi panicked even more, suspecting someone had hijacked her account. How else could she be this aggressive? He fished for answers. Did a monster take over your body? If so, hurry up and hand over the rice. Give it to me. Monsters don't need to eat rice. In Chun actually burst out laughing in anger. Your mom's the monster. Your mom's fresh out of rice. Go eat shit. Zhang Yi was totally dumbfounded. He was absolutely certain this wasn't In Chun, so he quickly dropped a warning in the group chat. Heads up, everybody. I think people can get infected by monsters. In Chun's a perfect example. Don't let her fool you. When someone asked how he knew, he said, the monster messaged me using her account. That message had me, In Chun, Li Manwen, and Jiang Ning all cracking up. Not one of us called him out on it. Jiang Ning had been itching to switch over to my side anyway. Who cared about Zhang Yi? The others, though, started to panic. Wasn't this supposed to be a frozen rainforest survival scenario? Since when did we add parasites to the mix? Terrifying. Unable to get any rice, Zhang Yi had no choice but to spend his own resources buying the cheapest food he could find and dole it out to everyone, earning himself a round of praise. Thanks, Bro Zhang. Stick with Bro Zhang and you'll never go hungry. As long as we work, there's food when the time comes. I want to do double shifts with someone, stack up more resources. Then Bro Zhang will feed us even better stuff. Jiang Ning was the only one who pursed her lips and tossed that piece of garbage bread aside. This lady's going to be eating bibimbap every single day from now on. You think that junk is even worth serving me? In Chun had zero interest in reading those group chat discussions. Her eyes had long since locked onto that red treasure chest. Honestly, her luck was off the charts. Normally, there's only a 0.1% chance of even coming across a red chest, and factoring in the odds of encountering any chest at all, the chances of a red one showing up were less than 0.001%. And yet, she'd stumbled right into it. But In Chun didn't rush to act. It was already the second day of survival. Who was still an idiot at this point? Besides Li Manwen, she wasn't the only one who'd run into danger. Not to mention, she'd already died once, which made her sense for danger sharper than anyone's. Gripping her hatchet for protection, she crept closer, watching for a full 10 minutes before slowly inching forward. Strangely enough, the blind spots around the chest that could have hidden creatures were now all gone. It was probably because of this heavy snow. It didn't just affect the players. Even the monsters lurking near the chest had taken a hit. The danger was clearly a lot lower. In Chun really was lucky. She found nothing at all as she approached. Phew. She let out a breath, then finally opened the chest, brimming with anticipation. Congratulations, player. You've obtained a precious spirit rice seed. Spirit rice, plantable. Eating it dramatically boosts satiety and provides a small increase to cold resistance and vitality recovery. Requires walled-off land. Harvestable once per month. It's actually spirit rice that I can grow. Amazing, amazing. With this, Xinlang will never have to worry about food again. She was so thrilled she didn't even fully read the planting requirements. Without a second thought, she sent me a gift request. In Chun, Xinlang, look what I got. It's for you. Now you'll never go hungry. Just then, I'd finished cleaning up and was about to head back out to chop wood when In Chun's private message suddenly popped up. I raised an eyebrow, unable to guess what this woman wanted this time. But the moment I opened it, I froze on the spot. Wow, there was actually something like plantable spirit rice. But honestly, I'd never wanted In Chun to get too tangled up with me over saving her life. Afraid she'd get the wrong idea, I'd even specifically talked to Li Manwen about it. I couldn't help it. I'd already died once, and my heart had long since sealed itself off. Not just anyone could get me to open up. I'd rather trade with people on the basis of mutual interest than open my heart, because opening up meant the possibility of betrayal. And when that happened, a lot of things would become much harder to deal with. I'd rather be a rational, cold-blooded survivor. Only that way could I live longer. So even though I was practically drooling over it, I still chose to refuse. I replied, keep something this good for yourself. I'm not short on food. My tone was pretty cold, and In Chun was clearly taken aback. But she was a woman starved for love and attention to begin with. And right now, the entire meaning of her life was me, Xinlang. She had an almost obsessive devotion to me. Because I'd saved her, because I'd shown her kindness, I was her man. She'd even settle for being my servant. Had Li Manwen warned her? Of course she had. But to In Chun, those words meant nothing at all. Unless she died, she was set on being mine for life, willing to do whatever I asked. So after only a brief pause, she sent one more line. In Chun, Xinlang, my life belongs to you. If you won't take it, then I'll go kill myself. Me? She said it with rock-solid certainty. I could feel, clear as day, that she was dead serious. This put me in a real bind. I quickly replied, hey, don't be so rash. Things aren't just black and white. There's no need to bring up dying all the time. Besides, since I'm the one who saved your life, then I command you. From now on, you're never allowed to casually talk about dying. And you're definitely not allowed to actually do it. Got it. But when Yin Chun read this message, she instinctively took it as me caring about her. She lit up. Yes, master. I'll obey any command you give. So, will you please accept the spirit rice? I. I was completely speechless. This woman's transformation was even more extreme than I'd imagined. No wonder Zhang Yi said she'd been infected by a monster. Fine. I didn't dare provoke her any further. I'd take it. Just stop the nonsense with her. She couldn't plan it anyway without a wall. As for that master thing, I couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Me? Then I'll take it. I'll share some with you once it grows. Yin Chun's eyes instantly lit up. Thank you, master. I shook my head helplessly. She'd given me such a huge benefit. I couldn't just offer nothing in return, so I immediately sent back a piece of premium meat. When Yin Chun saw it, her face turned red. Beyond being touched, she'd grown even more dependent on me. Just as I was about to plant the spirit rice, the frozen rainforest system suddenly issued a server-wide announcement. Congratulations, players. You've successfully survived halfway through the newbie period. Next, to make it easier for everyone to obtain stone and other materials, pickaxes are now being distributed. We hope players will keep up the good work and aim to upgrade their shelters to level 2 before the newbie period ends. Once the newbie period is over, cabin levels can enter the rankings. The higher your ranking, the richer the rewards. For those of the same level, rankings will be ordered by who upgraded first. And finally, we officially wish everyone happy surviving. Stay safe tonight. The moment the announcement ended, a pickaxe appeared in everyone's cabin, one made specifically for mining. In the developer's eyes, I figured 3 days of newbie protection meant half your time chopping wood and half mining was just about right. But I wasn't exactly thrilled. Sure, stone was worth more than wood, but I had a logging machine. I never planned on mining myself. What good was this pickaxe to me? The second I thought that, my personal recharge system popped up. Congratulations, player. You've triggered a recharge reward. First recharge, 6 yen. 1 reinforced pickaxe, doubles mining speed. First recharge, 30 yen. 1 premium pickaxe, massively boosts stone collection speed. First recharge, 68 yen. 1 electric pickaxe, hugely boosts speed. Limited battery. First recharge, 128 yen. 1 gas-powered pickaxe, hugely boosts speed. Limited fuel, but easier to obtain. First recharge, 328 yen. 1 mining machine. Gathering stone is a breeze. Limited fuel, but easier to obtain. First recharge, 648 yen. 1 super mining robot. Freshly imported from Germany. Scouting, drilling, and collecting all in one smooth operation. Built-in AC keeps it warm as spring. Just a few simple controls and the stone keeps flowing. Limited fuel, but easier to obtain. Yes. This was exactly my style. Same exact deal as the logging machine. I finally wouldn't have to hop around on one leg. With this super mining robot, my efficiency would double instantly. And the best part, I wouldn't even have to buy fuel separately anymore. I didn't hesitate for a second. Went straight for the 648 yen. Congratulations, player. Super mining robot successfully unlocked. It's now placed outside your cabin door. The moment I heard that, I bolted outside. Sure enough, a brand new mining robot stood right at my door. The design was even cooler than the logging robot. The driver's seat was inside the robot's belly, which just looked safer at a glance. That's when the robot flashed another prompt. Can house other players to work on your behalf. Requires. Newbie protection ended. Level 3 cabin. Recruitment order. I could even hire workers to run the mining machine for me. Now that was interesting. I glanced over at the logging machine, and sure enough, it showed the same prompt. Looked like it came with the cabin upgrade. No, actually, it probably only unlocked once I own more tools. Nice. Down the road, I'd let the workers do the labor while I freed myself up for other things, or just kicked back at home in comfort. But that came with conditions, so no rush. Perfect, I'll go mining this afternoon. And this thing's got built-in or detection, which will save me a ton of time. Once I'd said my piece, I first fenced off a patch of ground for the spirit rice. No idea how finicky this stuff was. Hopefully it wasn't hard to grow. At least water wasn't a problem. I had a bathroom, so I was all set there. Finished planting in no time, and I let out a breath. From here on out, it was basically unlimited food. Next up, mining, top priority. Without a word, I climbed into the robot. The built-in fuel was enough to run all afternoon. The only thing left to build was a fireplace, and counting the materials for the level 3 cabin, I could gather it all in one afternoon. Too bad I didn't have the level 3 blueprint. For now, I'd just collect the materials and get the fireplace built first. I'm molded over. If I ended up with stone to spare later, should I help Li Manwen and Yin Chun upgrade too? Li Manwen went without saying, and Inchun's cabin was in even worse shape. She was still missing a whole wall. She'd given me such precious spirit rice. I couldn't just take it for free and lean on the fact that I'd saved her life. Besides, Inchun was clearly all in on me. In a world like this, in an environment like this, having someone like that wasn't easy to come by. I couldn't let anything happen to her. With that in mind, I shot Jiang Ning a message. Keep a close eye out for level 2 cabin blueprints for me lately. I want 2, and I'm willing to pay a premium. I didn't know Zhang Yi had already scored one on the cheap, but it didn't matter. A level 2 blueprint normally ran about 500 units of wood, but if I traded stone, it was only 250 units. And I didn't believe for a second that this super mining robot was any worse than the logging machine. I could dig up 500 units of stone in a single afternoon. So even with a price bump, I could still afford it. Easy. On top of that, level 2 blueprints hadn't peaked yet. Once newbie protection ended, this stuff could be jacked up even higher. Even if it was destined to become worthless paper eventually. Jiang Ning froze for a second when she got the message. Level 2 cabin blueprints? And 2 of them? Wait, could it be that Shen Lang wants to help me upgrade my cabin? Totally possible. Guess that photo I sent earlier really did the trick, huh? Hee hee, this girl's still got her charms. Oh Shen Lang, aren't you just a simp after all? But 2 level 2 blueprints didn't come cheap. If she wasn't mistaken, that'd be over 1,000 units of wood. Where was he getting all these resources? Jiang Ning was sharp, so she didn't pry. Either way, she'd just wait for the cabin upgrade. Naturally, from here on out, she'd be paying extra close attention to level 2 blueprints. Jiang Ning, Shen Lang, I got it. Don't worry, the second I see one I'll tell you right away. Me? Great. Of course I wasn't going to hand the resources over to Jiang Ning up front. Sure, paying first would make buying faster and boost the success rate, but I didn't trust her one bit. Once that was settled, something suddenly hit me. I didn't need to swap out fuel anymore. So I quickly pulled back those 330 units of what I'd set aside to trade. This was the last of my savings. I had to keep some to trade for other things. As for fuel, calculated over 12 hours tonight, I'd have 120 liters, basically enough for both machines. If it really wasn't enough, I'd swing back at noon to resupply. Whatever was left over, I'd trade for other resources later. With all that handled, I fired up the new robot and headed out. The snow on the ground was piling up thicker and thicker, but this super mining robot ran on tracks. It didn't faze the thing one bit. Sitting in the driver's seat, I got the hang of it fast. Even better, there was a navigation-like map inside. Radar ripples spread out in rings, instantly marking every spot with or nearby. The moment I spotted the red dots marked on the map, my face lit up, and I charged straight over. Before long, the sound of stone plus one, was ringing in my ears. I can't even describe how good it felt. But everyone else was having a rough time. Every guy in Class 8 of the senior year had set out with a pickaxe. Everyone knew stone was worth more. But it wasn't long before the problem showed up fast. I'd been digging forever and hadn't hit a single piece of stone. Someone lost it. I've been at this for ages and got nothing. Are you stupid? Wait till you see the stone, then dig. That's the problem. I can't see anything. There wasn't much stone to begin with, and now it's all buried under the snow. Nothing to do but rely on luck. As for Zhang Yi, he'd made the same choice as a lot of the women, go hunting for treasure chests. But he was way more efficient, because he had a map. Barely an hour out and he'd already found a chest. A blue one, no less. He was thrilled. He rushed over, pressed his palms together, and looked to the sky. Please, heavens, let me pull something badass. You obtained kitchen blueprint. Construction requires 50 wood, 50 stone. Zhang Yi froze on the spot. A kitchen? What do I need a kitchen for? Who cooks their own food anymore? Upgrading the cabin is what matters. Cursing under his breath, he took the blueprint anyway, figuring he'd just sell it if he wasn't going to build it. A level 2 cabin blueprint went for 500 wood, so the kitchen, forget it, list it for 150 and dump it quick. After posting it on the trade market, he went right back to hunting for the next chest. What he didn't know was that this kitchen blueprint would one day skyrocket in value, because it was a required item for upgrading to a level 4 cabin. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning felt a whole lot better after eating her fill at noon. Even the cold had eased up considerably. She changed into that pleated skirt. It was a little damp, but at least it was cleaner than the mud-caked pencil skirt. That afternoon she headed out to keep hunting for chests, keeping my words firmly in mind. Prioritize blueprints, focus on the level 2 cabin. Of course, it wasn't that she cared so much about me. She was just fixated on her daily stone pot bibimbap. While she was at it, she glanced over the trade market and actually spotted a kitchen blueprint. She immediately messaged me to ask if I wanted it. At that moment, I was drilling a tunnel, which was even easier than chopping wood. Find the ore, set the position, and the machine went rat-a-tat-tat, all on its own, so I could hunt for chests on the side too. The second I saw her message, my eyebrow shot up. A kitchen? Absolutely, I need that. I want everything for the cabin. I'm going to turn this little wooden shack into a villa, a castle, a palace. 150 wood? Pretty cheap. Not a second of hesitation, I bought it outright. Blueprint acquired. After the purchase, I found myself grinning, thinking about how I'd have Teacher Lee cook for me down the line, and once the kitchen leveled up, maybe there'd even be an apron feast. I shook my head. I was getting a little wicked. Way too early to be thinking about all that. Just then Jiang Ning messaged again. Shenlang, the blueprint's gone. Did you buy it? Hee hee, my stone pot bibimbap is guaranteed for tomorrow. An idea struck me, and I decided to mess with her. What blueprint? I didn't see anything. You're not making up stories just for food, are you? Because if you're pulling that kind of stunt, I'll take my business to someone else. Jiang Ning was instantly stunned. No blueprint? How is that possible? She looked again, and it really was gone. She was so mad she started cursing. Which blind idiot snatched it that fast? Now my stone pot bibimbap is toast, and I'm getting chewed out for it. It never even occurred to her that I was the one who'd bought it. She carefully replied, Shenlang, it gets snatched up so easily like this. Could you just give me the materials to buy the blueprints? Don't get me wrong. I promise I won't waste any of it. Give it to you? No way. I didn't even think about it. Do the job you're assigned to do. My decisions aren't yours to weigh in on. Just listen and behave. It's not your place to have opinions yet. Jiang Ning pouted, fuming. Fine. I couldn't help but laugh. A green tea schemer this clever, and she didn't suspect me at all. Looks like I carry some serious weight in her mind these days. I was still feeling smug when Li Manwen, who'd been quiet for a long while, suddenly messaged me privately. Shenlang, I found another purple treasure chest. Guess what I pulled? Teacher Lee's luck was this good? Instead of excitement, I felt myself go on alert. The odds of chests appearing today were a little too high. That wasn't normal. The frozen rainforest was no friendly place, and when things get this strange, there's always a catch. Could something terrifying be coming tonight? I steadied myself and replied, Teacher Lee, you've got amazing luck, but be careful of anything unexpected. I think too many chests have shown up today. There might be something uncertain going on. Li Manwen looked at the message and pressed her lips into a smile. Got it. Here, look, it's a level 3 cabin blueprint. And with that, she sent the blueprint straight over. I froze on the spot. A level 3 cabin blueprint. Exactly the thing I needed most. Her cabin was only level 1, so it was useless to her, and she was the domineering type who wouldn't want me to refuse. I accepted immediately and replied excitedly. Teacher Lee, you're my lucky star, blessed with great fortune and a charmed life. After sending it, I waited a long time with no reply. I started worrying something had happened to her and quickly asked again, Teacher Lee, are you okay? Only then did Li Manwen snap out of it. Oh, I'm fine, don't worry. After replying, she rubbed her burning cheeks. Good grief, one line about a charmed life, and her mind had wandered off course, drifting straight back to that thing I'd said earlier about the wound. Li Manwen, you're shameless. She muttered to herself, too embarrassed to keep chatting, and turned back to hunting for chests. To her, no one in the group mattered. She was only finding chests for me, not even prioritizing food for herself. On my end, I breathed a sigh of relief seeing she was fine. Now that I had both the level 3 cabin blueprint and the kitchen blueprint, the workload was even heavier. My plan was to head back that night and fully upgrade the cabin and the fireplace. That would be true warmth. Doing the math, I'd need 600 wood and 600 stone. But right now I only had 180 wood, nowhere close. Gritting my teeth, I stepped straight into the mining robot's fuel tank. Work your ass off for me. Stone +1, stone +1. In 1 hour I'd collected 160 units of stone. This thing was seriously fast. I followed the navigation to the next mining site, and the prompt suddenly changed. Refined iron +1, refined iron +1. I'd actually struck high-grade refined iron. I didn't need it for now, but a glance at the trade market showed 1 unit of refined iron traded for 5 units of stone. Valuable. Looks like I'd be able to gather all my materials today. Like me, most people were working hard. Plenty had noticed there were an unusual number of chests today, and even the men had run off to hunt for them. Only Yin Chun was different. She was heading back to her own cabin at that moment. It was early to be returning, but there was no helping it. She'd already found the spirit rice for me and was thoroughly satisfied. So now the most pressing task was to use the heavy snow to build a wall for her cabin. Honestly, if it weren't for finding something for me, she wouldn't have bothered with the wall at all. Worst case, she'd just tough out a colder night. Compared to me, what was a little hardship like that? While she was still lost in her thoughts, another glaring red light flashed before her eyes. Another red treasure chest? Even she was stunned. 2 in such a short span was absolutely ridiculous. Was this the surviving a disaster brings good fortune thing for real? Without slowing down at all, she crouched low and crept over to the chest. Once she confirmed it was safe, she opened it immediately. Weapon acquired, Desert Eagle. Infinite ammo. Requires 1 piece of refined iron to maintain daily. A pistol? With this, Shinlang will be so much safer. From now on, whenever he runs into a monster, he can just shoot instead of taking risks. Perfect. Without a second thought, she sent it straight to me, not even considering herself. I was busy mining and had no idea Chun was sending me more stuff. When I opened it, my hands froze instantly. Desert Eagle. Infinite ammo. Chun's even more OP than Teacher Lee. I quickly replied, Chun, your cabin is still missing a wall. With this gun, at least you won't be threatened by monsters tonight. Keep it for yourself. You really don't need to give it to me. I'm perfectly safe. Chun, if you don't take it, I'll just use this gun to end myself. Who does that? In that moment, I actually started to wonder if what Zhang Yi said was true. Was Chun possessed by a monster? But even if she was, she'd be one heck of a good monster. Fine. I'll upgrade your cabin as soon as I can. Chun. Thank you, master. I shook my head helplessly. Gripping this infinite ammo Desert Eagle, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited, so I immediately fired a few rounds off into the distance. Bang, bang, bang. A chorus of monstrous shrieks erupted from the distant woods, along with the sound of a flock of birds flapping away. This thing was awesome. Right then and there, I made up my mind. Even if I upgraded nothing else today, I was going to upgrade Chun's cabin first. I buried myself in work, and before I knew it, it was 5 in the afternoon. At that moment, even hidden inside my mining robot, I suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. Just then, an official alert popped up out of nowhere. Emergency warning. Nightfall is approaching. Please return to your shelter as soon as possible. Current climate. Heavy snow, -10 degrees Celsius. Unexpectedly affected by special rainforest zone conditions, weather will turn into a blizzard after 6 p.m., with temperatures plunging to -30 degrees Celsius. Please prepare early. The officials have already increased treasure chest drops in advance. We wish you all luck in obtaining life-saving items. I knew it. I knew something was off. Never in a million years would I have guessed that the ones pulling the strings this time were the officials themselves. Unexpectedly affected by rainforest zone conditions, my ass. If it was really unexpected, how could they possibly increase treasure chest drops ahead of time? And why deliberately wait until 5 o'clock to notify everyone? This was clearly intentional. I glanced at my fuel gauge and didn't hesitate any longer. I didn't have the muscle to butt heads with the officials, so I slammed the gas pedal and headed straight for my cabin. On the way, I even noticed the snowflakes freezing solid, the temperature dropping faster than the officials had claimed, way more extreme. The other players were absolutely losing it. Holy crap, why'd it suddenly get so cold? These snowflakes hurt like hell when they hit you. Get back quick. I've got a feeling something big's going down tonight. Good thing I've stocked up on most of my supplies. I opened 2 chests today, got food and a down jacket. For real? How the hell did I not find a single thing? The second those words came out, a lot of people realized if they didn't have supplies to trade for something to keep warm tonight, they probably wouldn't make it through. My mining robot isn't as fast as the logging machines, so I didn't get very far today. I made it back to my little cabin by 5:30. Everyone else was on foot and still had work to do, but they all knew the score. Most of them made it home before 6. The snow hadn't gotten any heavier by then, but it felt like it had, because the wind was picking up more and more. That wind carried crystal-like snowflakes that weren't just freezing when they hit you. Wherever they struck, turned bright red. I got careless while checking my walls, and my cheek got scraped. The left side stung like crazy, like I'd been slapped across the face. Damn, this weather's messed up. Why does it feel so much like that legendary whiteout blizzard? Visibility keeps getting lower and lower. Thankfully, I'd already finished checking the walls. The walls can protect the buildings, but that's only against unknown creatures. They can't do anything about the weather. Luckily, my nuclear plant is sturdy enough, and the oil field is underground, so it's not too affected. It's also a good thing that finicky spirit rice hasn't sprouted yet, or it definitely wouldn't survive. I'll have to figure something out for that later. Back inside, the first thing I did after shutting the door was take inventory. Today's haul wasn't half bad. Tier 3 cabin blueprint. Tier 1 kitchen blueprint, Desert Eagle. I set those 3 aside first and checked my wood and stone. I hadn't logged all afternoon, so wood was still at 180, but the stone count was terrifying, a whopping 650, plus 20 pieces of refined iron and 3 uranium ores. Upgrading the cabin, adding a kitchen, and building a fireplace comes to 700 wood and 700 stone total. Might not be enough. Let me see how much refined iron I can trade. I didn't need the refined iron for now, and the uranium ore is the lifeblood of my nuclear plant. Absolutely can't sell that. I opened the trading market. 1 piece of refined iron could be traded for 10 stone or 20 wood. Trading it all for wood would net me 400 wood. Not bad at all. I didn't hesitate, traded it all right away. After some math, I also converted my extra 50 stone into wood. Now I had 580 wood and 650 stone. If I really pushed for it, that's enough to build a fireplace plus upgrade the cabin. Just thinking about owning a tier 3 cabin with a fireplace. How could I not be tempted? The kitchen wasn't urgent. Tomorrow or the day after would work. But here's the problem. If I burned through all my supplies, forget helping Yin Chun, I wouldn't even have the funds to buy blueprints for myself. If I missed out on something good, I'd lose out big. Forget it, I'll just pick one. The cabin and kitchen can wait until I've gathered enough supplies tomorrow to upgrade. The blueprints are ready anyway. Plus, I figure the higher the cabin's tier, the stronger the dangers I'll face, and the fireplace will upgrade right along with it, demanding even more resources. So a tier 2 cabin plus a fireplace is the optimal solution. The fireplace can auto-upgrade later, saving the most resources. I went straight for building the fireplace. Confirm construction of top-tier fireplace? Requires 300 wood, 300 stone, takes 2 hours to. Confirmed. Fireplace under construction, 5x acceleration active. The moment it's complete, the player will feel truly warm as spring. The instant those words appeared, the room changed. A wall materialized out of nowhere against the side of the main hall. A structure about 3 meters wide running straight up to the ceiling, still blurry, clearly under construction. Nice, in just over 20 minutes I'll finally get to enjoy the fireplace. Damn, it's freezing. In just those few moments, I could clearly feel the temperature in the room dropping. Then a notification suddenly popped up. Temperature dropping severely. Player has 60 liters of uncollected gasoline. Collect now. Huh. Alright. I'd been out half the day. The oil field had already been pumping out gasoline this whole time. And I almost forgot. With these 60 liters, wouldn't I have plenty of supplies? I quickly collected it. Congratulations. You successfully harvested 60 liters of gasoline. Without hesitation, I put it up for trade. Sure, 10 liters only fetched 100 wood, kind of a lowball, but what could I do? Right now too few players had any use for gasoline. This stuff would only spike in price later. Better to sell this batch now. No loss. As for tomorrow, one night's production alone would net me 120 liters. More than enough. The trade went through fast. 600 wood, in the bag. I paused. Looked like there were some big shots among the players. Someone actually had a use for gasoline already. Just as I was thinking that, Jiang Ning's private message cut in. Jiang Ning. Shun Lang, hurry and look. A ton of blueprints just showed up in the trade market. They'll get snatched up again if you're slow. I immediately opened the market. Harman Kardon speaker set. Includes 1 Mandarin pop album and 1 Western hits album. Price, 50 wood. Level 2 cabin blueprint. Price, 500 wood. Bedroom blueprint. Price, 50 wood. Living room blueprint. Price, 50 wood. Dining room blueprint. Price, 50 wood. Holy crap, which big shot was this loaded? This many blueprints, clearly all from one person. And at that very moment, that big shot, Zhang Yi, was cursing up a storm in his own cabin. He rubbed his hands together, shivering. Damn it, today's been cursed. Opened all those crates and got nothing but useless blueprints. I just upgraded to a level 2 cabin and you drop another blueprint on me. And what the hell is a Harman Kardon? I'm trying to survive here. Harman my ass. What kind of idiot would buy this? Whatever, I'll just list it cheaper. He grumbled out loud, but deep down he was actually pleased. After all, selling anything meant more supplies. Still muttering to himself, he suddenly froze. System notifications exploded in his ears, one after another. Successfully traded level 2 cabin blueprint. Received 500 wood. Successfully traded Harman Kardon speaker. Received 50 wood. Successfully traded living room blueprint. Received 50 wood. Successfully traded dining room blueprint. Received 50 wood. Successfully traded bedroom blueprint. Received 50 wood. For a long moment, Zhang Yi stared at the 700 wood that had appeared out of nowhere, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, there really are big shots. Someone actually bought all this. Meanwhile, on my end, I was practically over the moon. I wasn't sure what the other blueprints were good for, but I'd gotten the level 2 cabin blueprint. Now I could help Yin Chun upgrade her house. After taking so much stuff from that girl, I'd been feeling pretty guilty about it. As for that Harman Kardon, just imagining eating hot pot and singing songs later, it was beautiful. That big spending spree in the market wasn't just seen by Zhang Yi and Jiang Ning. Every other player saw it too. Jiang Ning messaged again. Jiang Ning. Shun Lang, did you buy the blueprints? They're all gone. Me, what blueprints? The second I sent it, I paused. No good. This girl wasn't dumb. One excuse might not fool her. I added another line. Oh, I see them now. Didn't buy any. Where would I get that many supplies? Jiang Ning. Really though? Inside her little cabin, Jiang Ning was wrapped in a tattered blanket, getting battered by the blizzard. The spots in the room that used to leak had already frozen into little icicles. She'd figured that with this contribution, she could score at least another stone pot bibimbap tonight. But Shenlang missed out again? No. Wait. This time it was because he didn't have enough supplies. Someone had bought everything up at once. That was 700 wood. As amazing as Shenlang was, even he couldn't manage that. It was only day 2. Most people barely scraped together a dozen pieces of wood a day, let alone 700. Thinking that through, Jiang Ning nodded, her face full of disappointment. Jiang Ning. Oh, all right. You, Sai? Does this count as my contribution? Me. Like hell it does. Jiang Ning. Just tell me straight. Can I get something to eat? Me. Just wait. Seeing that message, Jiang Ning, previously in despair, had her eyes light up. There was hope. Jiang Ning. Hee hee. Thank you, big brother Shenlang. I didn't reply, but I was amused. This little schemer must be getting desperate. I told her twice in a row that I couldn't buy anything. Still, teasing her aside, she really was useful. I couldn't actually let her starve to death. I'd send her some food in a bit. Between the oil field and the blueprints, she really did deserve a reward. Just as I was thinking that, a message from Li Manwen came in. Li Manwen. Shenlang, teacher's noodles are almost ready. You must be hungry, right? I spent forever getting the fire started when I got back. Pouting. Heh. Even teacher Li was acting cutesy with me now. Seeing that reminded me. The piece of charcoal I'd given her earlier had probably burned out long ago. But this time I didn't need to buy any. Since she'd gotten the fire going, once the fireplace was built, I could give her charcoal freely. As for food, I sent Li Manwen 3 pieces of premium meat. Why 3? For Inchun share 2, of course. Me. Teacher Li, it's too cold. You won't make it without premium meat. Perfect timing. Let's treat it like real beef noodle soup. Li Manwen. Oh, I totally forgot. This is wonderful. Why do I suddenly feel so happy? Me. Happiness comes from comparison. Just think about what everyone else is eating right now, and you'll feel even happier. Li Manwen was stunned. That actually made sense. I asked again. By the way, how many cups of instant noodles do you have left? Li Manwen. I got a case of 12. Traded 6 for water. We ate 2. So there are 4 left. 4. Too bad I forgot again to tell her to stop trading them for water. But it was too late to say anything now. With 4, me, Teacher Li, and Yin Chun would still have 1 left over. Give it to Jiang Ning? I shook my head. She didn't deserve it. Not that she didn't deserve the food itself. She didn't deserve having me pull food from Li Manwen to give to her. Besides, having Teacher Li share even 1 cup with Yin Chun was already a bit much. No way I'd give it all away. Even if she didn't object, I'd feel guilty about it. I sighed. Yin Chun's share still had to go through. I'd just make it up to Teacher Li later. Me. Teacher Li, could you cook 3 cups? I'd like you to give 1 to Yin Chun. Li Manwen had been eagerly waiting for my reply. The noodles nearly done, and then she just froze. Give some to Yin Chun? She had a very strong impression of that girl. Yesterday, after she'd passed along my message, Yin Chun had shot back a single line. Mind your own business. That had really pissed her off, only she never brought it up with me. Now here I was asking her to make food for Yin Chun too. Naturally, Li Manwen wasn't thrilled about it, and she couldn't help wondering if there was something going on between me and Yin Chun. But since it was me asking, she still replied, "Oh, okay, got it." I could immediately sense her disappointment. You mad? Don't be. I'll make it up to you. Besides, Yin Chun helped me out a lot today, and I can't just take without giving anything back. I need your help with this. Li Manwen, who'd been feeling a little sour, suddenly cheered up at those words. Why? Because I was explaining myself to her. Because I needed her help. The meaning was clear. It showed that she, Li Manwen, was closer to me. Her tone changed instantly. Got it. You're a total control freak, so you don't need to explain yourself to me anymore. Whatever you ask, I'll say yes. I shook my head and chuckled. This Teacher Li, she really was just like a little girl. I didn't reply. Instead, I turned to message Yin Chun. Yin Chun, did you get the cabin walls fixed up? Yin Chun replied quickly. All done. Don't worry, it's even warmer than before. I paused. Snow walls warmer than before. Was there some logic to that? I couldn't figure it out, but I didn't dwell on it and just sent over the blueprints. These are the level 2 cabin blueprints. If you think your cabin can hold up for now, you can upgrade tomorrow instead. Upgrading takes time, after all. And from what I can tell, the monsters get stronger as the cabin levels up. Something feels off tonight, so I'm a little more worried. Yin Chun was deeply touched. Shenlang, why are you so good to me? I didn't respond. I just sent her another 50 wood and 50 stone. Me. All the upgrade materials are here. You decide when's a good time to upgrade. Yin Chun. Got it, Shenlang. Can I call you husband? My expression froze, and it slipped right out. No. Yin Chun clearly froze when she saw the message, then pouted, deflated, muttering to herself. When the monster bit me, that wasn't pee. It was blood. Does he think I'm gross now? Having sent everything over, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Owing people always makes me uncomfortable. But the way In-shun was acting only made me more worried. She's fine now, but this husband business? I really can't handle it. I sighed and stopped thinking about it. I did the math on my materials. 130 wood, 320 stone. If I swapped 20 stone for wood, that'd make it 170 wood, 300 stone. To upgrade to a level 3 cabin, I still needed 130 more wood. But no matter, as time passed, I still had gasoline production coming in. In less than 2 hours, I'd be able to complete the upgrade. It wasn't even 7 yet, and by a little after 8, I'd have 20 liters of gasoline. Just as I was quietly getting excited, a notification chimed. Congratulations, player. Fireplace successfully constructed. Shelter temperature rising. -3 degrees, 0 degrees. 5 degrees. 16 degrees. The fireplace's initial wood supply lasts 1 day. After that, it requires 10 units of wood per day. As the temperature drops, consumption will increase. In an instant, my whole body felt lighter. 16 degrees. Sure, the temperature couldn't climb any higher, probably limited by the cabin level and the outside weather, but it was more than enough. As for 10 wood a day, for me, that was basically nothing. Just as I was feeling pleased with myself, Lee Manwin's beef noodles arrived too. Lee Manwin. Little Lang Lang. The beef noodles are here. Hurry and try them. I sent you 2 containers. Give the other one to In-shun yourself, humph. Little Lang Lang. And then a smug little humph at the end. This teacher Lee's emotions really are complicated. But I like it. I casually sent one over to In-shun. Eat some noodles and lean meat. You'll make it through tonight. In-shun, husband. I'm willing. Willing my ass. She really left me speechless. Just as I was at my wit's end, Jiang Ning came to join the fun too. Jiang Ning, big brother Shinlang. I'm hungry. Can I trade a photo for food? That perked me right up. Oh, if you're putting it that way, then the better the photo, the more lavish the meal. Jiang Ning. Just you wait. I guarantee I'll get you the best treat. My heart skipped a beat. I was honestly a little excited. But for now, let me focus on eating my noodles. I have to say, with the fireplace working its magic, this container of noodles actually made me break a sweat. I took a sip of the broth and gazed smugly out the window at the blizzard. Whiteout? Snowstorm? Besides making my window rattle and crackle, what good are you? Once I upgrade to a level 3 cabin, let's see just how useless you really are. Meanwhile, over in the Class 8, Senior Year 3 group chat, things were anything but calm. Brother Zhang, it's freezing. We turned in so many supplies today. Hurry up and get us something hot to eat. Liang. Yeah, Brother Zhang. The guys can barely take it anymore. The blizzard slamming against the windows feels colder than what's slamming against my heart. Where's Brother Zhang? Do you have to make us nag you every single day? At that moment, Zhang Yi was in his level 2 cabin, counting up his materials. Everyone's stuff had been collected by him again for the night. Seeing everyone kicking up a fuss, he cursed under his breath, annoyed. Damn it. Eat. 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 That's all they know how to do. He'd made a good haul today, but he'd already set his mind on upgrading to a level 3 cabin, and he really couldn't bear to spend it buying food for everyone. He consoled himself. I'm losing out here. It's all because they turned in so few supplies. I'm the one taking the loss. He didn't rush to reply. Instead, he took careful inventory, adding in the 700 wood I'd used to buy blueprints, plus the 36 wood and 12 stone he'd had left over, plus what everyone turned in this afternoon. Now he had 750 wood and 52 stone. Everyone had gone mining this afternoon, so the stone count was higher. A level 3 cabin required 300 wood and 300 stone. At this rate, he'd be upgrading soon. He still needed to push everyone to work harder. Still, he couldn't leave them with absolutely nothing to eat. But that's just how people are. The closer you get to your goal, the less willing you are to spend money. He hadn't even brought himself to buy any food for himself yet. Suddenly, Zhang Yi thought of something. Shinlang hadn't turned in his materials yet. That's it. Use his supplies to buy food. So he first soothed everyone in the group chat, then unleashed a devious scheme. Zhang Yi at everyone. Everyone hold on. I was just calculating our supplies, figuring out how to buy things most economically. There's quite a bit left. In about another day, we can probably get one person upgraded to a level 2 cabin. You all think about who should upgrade first. This was a way to shift the conflict. In an instant, plenty of people started scheming. Who wouldn't? Want to level up first? But that's just the surface. His deeper scheme was this. Use the opportunity to seduce those pretty girls, Li Manwen, Jiang Ning, and the others. He'd say he was helping them level up, but once he'd tricked some hot photos out of them, he'd give them nothing in return. The most sinister part of the plan was this. Once the 3-day newbie period ended, he wasn't the least bit worried about being exposed. Because by then he'd definitely have upgraded to a level 3 cabin, while everyone else was still stuck at level 1. Even if people figured out he'd pocketed all their hard work, who would dare mess with him? And even if they dared, all they could do was bark helplessly. And after all that barking, they'd end up groveling at his feet. In his fantasy, by then Jiang Ning, Li Manwen, and Li Lingshan would all be his personal playthings. Haha, it won't be long now. Done fantasizing, he at D me directly. Shen Lang, you're the only one who hasn't turned in supplies. Everyone's waiting. Hurry up and hand them over so I can buy food to share with everyone. Immediately, everyone turned their fire on me. Shen Lang, quit being a parasite. We're all starving here. Yeah, we saw Teacher Li looking for you earlier and figured you were dead. Well, if you're not dead, then stop dragging us down. Naturally, Li Manwen and Yin Chun saw all this too. Li Manwen couldn't hold back. Zhang Yi, what gives you the right to demand supplies from Shen Lang? And the rest of you, what standing do you have to criticize him? Yin Chun was even more blunt. A bunch of dumbass. You all deserve to die. Right after, I got private messages from both of them. I was on my end enjoying my instant noodles when, out of nowhere, Zhang Yi comes along to ruin my appetite. Even more revolting were the sheep following his lead, who were somehow more nauseating than Zhang Yi himself. They all figured I was an easy target. Huh? Fine. If that's how it's going to be, then let's try a little star-shifting maneuver and give Zhang Yi a taste of betrayal first. Devious schemes? Who can't play that game? As for this crowd, I'll take my time. Rather than waste my breath on them now, it'll be far more entertaining to watch their faces when the time comes. I didn't rush to reply to Li Manwen and Yin Chun. Instead, I answered Zhang Yi in the group with a completely straight face. Zhang Ji, I already gave my supplies to Ningning. She said she'd turn them into you for me. Huh. Zhang Yi froze. My supplies got swiped by Jiang Ning too? Well, that actually made sense. The others all shut up too. Everyone knew Zhang Yi had a soft spot for Jiang Ning, and nobody wanted to provoke him. Zhang Yi didn't say more in the group. Instead, he privately messaged Jiang Ning to verify. Zhang Yi. Ningning, why didn't you tell me Shen Lang gave you his supplies? Meanwhile, Jiang Ning had been busy figuring out what kind of photo to take when she suddenly saw me claiming I'd given her my supplies. She hadn't received a thing. Jiang Ning immediately messaged me. Shen Language, are you setting me up? You didn't give me anything. I smiled. I really had planned to bury her and Zhang Yi together earlier, but now, I couldn't bring myself to sacrifice Jiang Ning. My plan still needed her. I replied, just play along. My guess is Zhang Yi definitely plans to embezzle everyone's supplies. Get him to say it out loud, then screenshot it and post it in the group. Once you've done that, order whatever you want to eat. It's on me. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up instantly. She knew exactly how capable I was. I'd already built a wall, and now I even had an oil field. How could I ever fall short on feeding her? Already looking to latch onto me, how could she pass up a chance like this? As for her friendship with Zhang Yi, that was ancient history. In an instant, inspiration struck Jiang Ning too. There she was, dressed in a pleated skirt and a spaghetti-strap top, one white knee-high sock pushed down to the arch of her foot, one hand braced against the wall, up on her tiptoes, hips lifted high, taking a picture of herself from behind. Jiang Ning, Shen Language, I get it now? Is the photo pretty? In the shot, she seemed to strike a trembling pose, the flushed sole of her foot, and that hint of white making it downright alluring. Me? You really know what you're doing. Jiang Ning. Hee hee, I know a lot more than this. From now on, I'll let Shen Language explore all of it in depth, okay? This time I didn't reply, otherwise she really would have had me wrapped around her finger. When she's actually able to stand before me, I hope she can still perform this calmly. Jiang Ning didn't mind. She turned around and casually replied to Zhang Yi. Yeah, he gave them to me. What about it? Zhang Yi read this and narrowed his eyes. That idiot Shen Lang really did get played by Jiang Ning. But he couldn't bear to offend her, so since the supplies were with her, he switched tactics. Zhang Yi. Oh, I see. So are you keeping them yourself or giving them to me? Ningning, here's what I'm thinking. Give me the supplies, and I'll upgrade your cabin first, plus buy you the best food. How does that sound? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. Kindness with an ulterior motive is either treachery or theft. Just as she suspected, he was up to no good. Sure enough, Zhang Yi sent another message. It's just, Ningning, you know that using everyone's supplies to help you is a huge risk for me. Could you give me a little reward? Send me a pretty photo, maybe? Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed. Send you a photo? As if you deserve one. And upgrade my cabin. Shen Language already bought the level 2 blueprint, and I'm next in line. Not like you. All talk and no substance. As for food, you think your pathetic little stash is worthy of making a lady like me lower herself? But she couldn't forget Shen Language's instructions. She had to get him to spill it. She replied, Zhang Yi, are you actually planning to embezzle everyone's supplies? That's the hard work of every single person. If you give them to me and upgrade my cabin, what happens when they find out? Besides, you haven't even upgraded yourself yet. Are you lying to me? Zhang, how could that be? I've already upgraded to a level 2 cabin. I'd never lie to you. As for them, just a bunch of idiots. What could they possibly figure out? And even if they did, it'd be too late. You think they could actually demand it back? By then they'll be on their knees begging me for scraps. Don't worry, as long as you send me one pretty photo, I'll deliver on my word. Haha. And it'd be best if you wore that pleated skirt and cosplayed as Zozija for me. That's my favorite. Jiang Ning got exactly the information she wanted, and she dropped the act right then and there. Oh, then you should go ask Shenlang for them. I just sent them over to him. As for whether he gives them to me, not my problem. Huh. Zhang Yi's brain short-circuited for a second. What does that mean? Why would I go to Shenlang for your photos? You gave them to him. Before he could even furiously demand an explanation, the messages in the group plunged him into an icy abyss. Jiang Ning, D everyone. Go take a look at where all your supplies went. Zhang Yigij here says you're all a bunch of idiots. And he wanted to upgrade my cabin too. So, what do you all want to do about it? One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The Class 8 senior year group chat completely exploded. Liang, god damn it, Zhang Yi. You're playing us like this? Give me back all my lumber. Fuck. Zhang Yi, is your mother dead? Li Lingshan, Zhang Yi. You can't do this, right? Give everyone supplies back. I even gave you a bottle of water. In Chun. Oh, so you're the head steward? Back then I fed you people, and you even scammed a pound of rice out of me. Li Manwen. Even back in school I knew you were rotten inside. You're no good. There was one more thing Li Manwen didn't have the nerve to say. She was afraid saying it would make Zhang Yi get ideas about her and cause Shenlang to misunderstand. In that moment, Zhang Yi was completely stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could Jiang Ning betray him? He was a rich kid, and even in this frozen rainforest he had supplies and power. Why wouldn't Jiang Ning cozy up to him? Just as he snapped out of it and was about to interrogate her again, I spoke up in the group. Me. Bro Zhang, want pics of Jiang Ning? I've got him. Even her underwear's showing. Wanna see? I thought that was explicit enough, but I didn't expect Jiang Ning to chime right in. Jiang Ning, Shenlang, Appa, don't do that. When I bite you, he's not even worthy of looking. As long as you don't show him, next time I'll show you the ones with no underwear. Blushing, Zhang Yi absolutely lost it. He finally realized this was all Shenlang's doing, and that guy still owed him a slab of lean meat. But he just couldn't figure out when Jiang Ning had gotten so tight with Shenlang. Zhang Yi's blood boiled instantly. Shenlang, you've got a death wish. Jiang Ning, you cheap slut. You think Shenlang can give you anything? How many supplies can he pull in a day? Are you stupid? Shenlang, give me those pics, damn it. No, give me the lean meat. And give me back my fridge blueprints. But he was just one guy. How could he stand against the whole group? Zhang Yi, we don't care what your deal is with Shenlang and Jiang Ning. We just want our supplies. We worked hard for those. You dare not return them. You'd better pray we never run into you. Zhang Yi, you treacherous, wicked, rebellious scum. I swear I'll take you alive, eat your flesh, and sleep on your hide. Screw you and your... Zhang Yi was so overwhelmed by the cursing, he couldn't hold his ground. He didn't even bother with me and Jiang Ning anymore. He just gave a cold sneer and shot back viciously. Shenlang, Jiang Ning, you two, just wait. Shenlang, I'll see you dead. Jiang Ning, when the time comes, you'll be kneeling in front of me. I hope you're still this cheap then. As for the rest of you, a bunch of idiots still wanting supplies. Since you all know now, I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. I used your supplies to level up and to live it up. What are you going to do about it? Come find me if you've got the guts. See if my crossbow's sharp enough. With that, he closed the group chat, not bothering to say another word. Besides, his head was full of those pics Jiang Ning sent Shenlang. He couldn't take it. He needed to go process it properly. The moment Zhang Yi said that, the group chat went dead silent. A moment later, someone timidly piped up, Bro Zhang? I'm begging you, forget the supplies. Can you just give us a little food? Yeah, it's freezing tonight. We'll die without food. There was nothing to be done. That's just human nature. Can't win, so you kneel and start begging. Once one person did it, a second naturally followed. Because right now, Zhang Yi was their only hope. I hadn't expected this crowd to be so spineless. But I couldn't be bothered. I'd already achieved my goal anyway. Of course, this was just step one. I add Jiang Ning in the group. Ning Ning, what do you want to eat? Pick anything from the trade store, let me know, and I'll buy it for you. Wow. Thank you, Shenlang Appa. Then I'm gonna pick. Jiang Ning quickly started browsing. Bread, milk tea, malatang, rice bowls, ramen, chicken stewed with mushrooms. There were so many players that the treasure chest could produce anything. She seemed to get what I was going for, and posted photos of all the food she picked into the group. Shenlang Appa, I want to eat everything. But what I want most is bibimbap. I think you got me hooked on it. Jiang Ning was pulling her flirty little act right in front of me. I didn't mind, but the others couldn't take it. Not because of her flirting, Because of all that food. Everyone was cold and starving right now. What wouldn't they want to eat? Soon someone at me. Bro Lang, could you buy your bro some too? A million thanks. Bro Lang, I got a little loud earlier, I'm sorry. A big man doesn't hold a grudge against small fry. Can I get a bite of food? I gave a little smile, ignored them, and turned to tell Jiang Ning. Ning Ning, today I'll let you pick 2 foods. It's all on me. Surprise. Thank you, Daddy. I'll tell you once I've picked. Everyone else was dumbfounded. She actually called him that? But someone quickly copied her. Daddy Lang. I'll call you that too, give me some food. Grandpa Lang, have a heart? Watching these people flip to the opposite extreme, I replied with just one word. Scram. In an instant, the crowd lost their cool. Their long-suppressed rage erupted again. Earlier they'd cursed Zhang Yi because he had a crossbow. They'd backed down. But they didn't know what I had. And besides, I'd always come across as the easy-to-bully type. So in a flash I was under a barrage of attacks. Shen Lang, don't be so ungrateful. We're all classmates. What's wrong with lending a hand? Li Yong, how can you be so cold-blooded? Why are you copying Zhang Yi? Li Gu, Shen Lang, back in school you sucked up to me plenty. Just give us some food, and I'll have your back from now on, buddy. Qin Sheng, yeah, no one gets to bully my bro Lang from now on. Just give us some food. Seeing that I stayed quiet, they completely ran out of patience. Wang Wei, you make me sick. Give everyone food now, before we lose all respect for you. Zhou Qian, Shen Lang, this is exactly the time to think of the group. How can you ignore other people's lives for your own selfish reasons? This is treating human life like dirt. If you don't give us an explanation, don't blame everyone for coming after you later. Reading these messages, I had a smile on my face, but I couldn't keep down the fire inside. Back when I was on the verge of death, how many people did I beg? Who saved me? And now they're preaching morality at me? Truly, the kind get taken advantage of. Fine. You love lecturing about the greater good, huh? Then I hope you all stay alive. Alive until the day I run into you. Alive enough to say all this to my face, right in front of my desert eagle. Just as I was seething, a private message stopped me cold. Li Lingshan, Shen Lang. I can send you photos too if you like them. Could you give me some food? Please don't tell anyone, okay? This message caught me off guard. Inexplicable. Who exactly is Li Lingshan? At school, she gave everyone the same impression. A well-behaved good girl, dignified and elegant. A goddess you could admire from afar, but never dare to touch. She wasn't on the campus beauty rankings, not because she didn't qualify, but because no one dared to rank her. Her whole family was in government positions, and her background was intimidatingly deep. Everyone who met her felt the same way. Refined, gracious, her manner as pleasant as a spring breeze. But if you thought that meant you could get close to her, you were dreaming. She wasn't like Jiang Ning with that fresh, coquettish charm. She was gentle to everyone, yet carried a sense of distance that kept people miles away. And her looks were no less than Jiang Ning's, while her figure could go head-to-head with Li Manwen's, a pear-shaped body, full but not exaggerated, sexy but not over the top. Countless people had fantasized about her, but that was as far as it ever went. Over time, people even deliberately forgot about her, didn't dare bring her up, didn't dare talk about her, didn't dare look. Only rich kids like Zhang Yi, relying on his superior status, dared to say a couple of words to her, and she didn't want to seem too aloof, so she'd occasionally respond. Right now, her figure and face surfaced in my mind. I was curious, would a woman like this really go this far just for a bite to eat? Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Lingshan was wearing a blue battle outfit, the internet-famous version. When the frozen rainforest descended, she hadn't been in class. She'd been home alone, secretly wearing this outfit she'd bought behind her parents' backs. She never expected to actually get pulled into the rainforest. The outfit was too thin, it nearly froze her to death. Luckily, she'd pulled a down jacket from a supply crate. Wrapped in the jacket, curled up inside a tattered blanket, she hugged her knees and waited for my reply. My delay on this end made her anxious. Should she send a photo first to show her sincerity? Otherwise, he might just ignore her. That made sense. In weather this cold, food was too precious. Watching the little wooden cabin get battered mercilessly by the blizzard, she gave a shiver and stopped hesitating. She'd never been the indecisive type. People just didn't understand her. She clearly assessed the situation. After Zhang Yi had swindled her supplies away, without food, she wouldn't survive the night. She threw off the blanket, walked to the corner, and took off the down jacket too. Her mind was full of the conversation between Jiang Ning and me. What kind of photos did he actually like? She was too embarrassed to ask Jiang Ning. Might as well just go all in. Didn't they say no underwear at all? Then she'd take it all the way. So she went bare, struck an extremely seductive pose, and sent me a photo. Just as I was about to reply, I opened her private chat, and my heart gave a hard jolt. Almond eyes glistening, an egg-shaped face flushed with a hint of shame. That pear-shaped body fully on display beneath the blue outfit. 2 points and one dark spot completely exposed. Skin so white it looked like it had been brushed with milk. So full and lush, it was like an oil painting. Somehow even bigger than Lee Manwin's. I was stunned. I really hadn't been able to tell before. Even more shocking, she quickly sent another one. Her cherry-red little tongue slightly out, and on it was actually a tongue piercing. Whether intentional or not, a drop of saliva hung from the tip of her tongue, on the verge of falling. My eyeballs nearly popped out of my head. Somebody tell me, this was the good girl Li Lingshan? The contrast was this extreme? Shenlang, I sent you the photos, are they okay? Just give me some food to warm up, anything. I swallowed. Li Lingshan, how did your family agree to let you get a tongue piercing? They don't know. I don't wear it at school either, only at night when I'm alone. I want to live a different way. So that was it. She'd been repressed too long. This was her true nature, and it was kind of a thrill. Seeing me stay silent, she sent again. Not good enough? Then tell me where else you want to see. How to look at it, it's all up to you. For some reason, she was now feeling a strange sort of thrill. It was as if she'd opened a window she'd never noticed before. Her rebellious streak fully erupting, and she was getting a little addicted. Constrained and disciplined since childhood, what she could and couldn't do. Now she could finally be herself. What could I say? Of course I was going to look, and of course I was going to give her food. Good thing Zhang Yi hadn't discovered this side of her, or that little punk would have stumbled onto this jackpot. Lucky, by sheer accident, I was the one who found it. I replied, no rush. Slow and steady. That's enough for today. What do you want to eat? She lit up with joy. This exchange of food excited her beyond belief. An addictive rush of pleasure. Can I have a bowl of malatang? I'm so hungry. That thing only costs 6 units of wood. Not expensive. I bought it for her right away. The moment she saw the malatang, her eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't wait to reply. From now on, can I keep trading my body for food? You can order me to do whatever poses you want, and if we can meet, other things are fine too. Just a little more food. Damn, this world was too crazy. This was the dignified, elegant Li Lingshan. Me deal. It's a promise. As I said it, I sent her a piece of quality meat too. With this, she wouldn't starve, otherwise I really wouldn't have been willing to part with it. This is essence meat from a rainforest creature. It replenishes vitality, maintains body temperature, and helps ward off the cold. Reading this, she suddenly frowned, actually a little displeased. These words sounded exactly like her parents. Everything for her own good. All out of concern. That kind of concern she instinctively resented, and it drained away the excitement she'd felt toward me too. But before she could send a message, another one came from me. Don't freeze yourself to death. This is the frozen rainforest. Since you're letting me keep you, then you're my personal property. Even your death has to happen on my command. Her heart trembled, and her whole body shook with excitement. I was different from her parents. I was commanding her. It felt so good, but it still wasn't enough. She wanted more of a thrill. So, as if possessed, she replied, Shenlang, from now on I'm your dog. Before you give me food, please, ravage me hard. I was completely dumbfounded. Was she really playing it this wild? I'd only meant to make Li Lingshan understand who was in charge, to make it easier to bring her into my recruitment order later. But I never imagined this woman actually had masochistic tendencies. What the hell? But I liked it. Liked it more than I could say. I typed, slutty dog, do I need you to teach me? She replied, trembling, yes, just like that. I rubbed my head, feeling like I was still too normal, a little unequipped to handle her. I didn't reply again. For a personality like hers, the more distant and elusive I was, the more obsessed she'd get. I had to play this just right. On her end, Li Lingshan didn't mind either. She quickly put on her underwear and down jacket, returning to her dignified, elegant self. He even put on a show in the group chat. Shenlang, you've gone too far. The moment the goddess spoke up, the group chat exploded. Sis Shan, teach him a lesson. Why won't he help everyone out? Sis Shan, if you ever get to meet him, you've got to put him in his place. Li Lingshan replied, if I ever get to meet Shenlang someday, I'll make sure he learns what a real bitch is supposed to look like. Well said. Badass. Sis Shan, did you mix up the genders? Shenlang's a guy. You don't get it. Sis Shan's gonna turn him into a eunuch. Oh, that's what she meant. Li Lingshan just smiled and said nothing. The real meaning behind those words was something only she and I understood. Then she sat on her bed, savoring the rare treat of malatang and quality meat. It wasn't the best night, but she'd make it through alive, no problem. Others weren't so lucky. Besides Zhang Yi, a lot of people were already going hypothermic. They were all stuck in level 1 cabins, which offered basically zero insulation in this brutal cold. Before the temperature even bottomed out, they were already shivering uncontrollably and losing their grip on reality. With no supplies and no food, their bodies were on the brink. There was a boy named Li Lei who hadn't managed to grab any heating supplies during the day. By now, he didn't even have the strength to type in the group chat. He curled up on his bed, trembling nonstop, his skin flushed red, clearly running a fever. Outside, snowflakes battered his broken window like a death knell. But the next moment, he crawled out from under his blanket, muttering, "It's so hot," and stripped off all his clothes. Finally, he glanced at the raging blizzard outside, gave an eerie little smile, opened the door, and walked out. In that instant, his face flashed with anger, sorrow, defiance, fear, before it all melted into a trace of relief. As for me, I still ignored the curses, the guilt-tripping, and the begging in the group chat. Let them make all the noise they wanted. It was just that this Li Lingshan was a hidden top-tier bombshell. A few casual words from her were enough to get to me a little. It made sense, though. The instinct to latch onto whoever's strongest was carved into her bones from her time in the system. She'd probably already sized up my power. Once I finally calmed down, I needed to reply to Yin Chun and Li Manwen. Yin Chun was easy. Her heart belonged only to me. She couldn't care less about whatever was going on between me and Jiang Ning. Her last message was still defending my honor. I just wrote back, "Don't worry, I'll handle everything." Then I turned to my private chat with Li Manwen. Her reply was tentative, careful. "Shen Lang, you and Jiang Ning, did you use food to tempt her into sending photos? That's not right. Teacher knows what kind of environment we're in now, so I'm not blaming you. It's just, do you like Jiang Ning? Or are you just curious? If that's it, teacher knows more than she does, and I could teach you. You shouldn't force her like that, okay?" I laughed. I knew perfectly well she wasn't some saint. She was just insecure, jealous. I'd guessed right. She must have agonized over this message for a very long time before sending it. Compared to Jiang Ning, she just felt old, unable to match a young girl's fresh, pretty innocence. But she couldn't come right out and say it. Some things she could only get me to say for her. She might do them, but she could never voice them. I took a deep breath and thought it over. Maybe now was the moment. Otherwise, Teacher Li would go on thinking she was the sole leading lady. Might as well drop her a hint and see whether she could accept it. Of course, even if she couldn't, she'd end up accepting it eventually. It was just a matter of time and process. It'd be best if she came around on her own. I replied, "Teacher Li, I'll learn the knowledge that belongs to you, and I won't pass up Jiang Ning either. As for how I treat her, that's my business. You're overthinking it." Huh. Reading that, Li Manwen's heart skipped a beat, and a wave of panic and shame washed over her. He wants me and Jiang Ning together. How could that ever work? How could he even think that way? She was completely thrown, unsure how to even respond. I wasn't in a hurry. This kind of thing always takes time. I was being gentle with her, really. Otherwise, at this point, would she still have the luxury of all these thoughts? Want to eat? Want to live? Then she'd have to fall in line. But Li Manwen was different from the others, at least to me. I wanted to boil the frog slowly, to cultivate her into a proper head housekeeper. That was the only way I'd truly be worry-free. I hoped she'd figure it out. Shaking my head, I stopped dwelling on it. Right on cue, Jiang Ning had me in the group. "Jiang Ning, big brother Shen Lang, can I get a rice bowl first and ask for the other thing once I've decided? I want to eat it as a midnight snack." I chuckled and just bought the rice bowl, sent it over, then replied in the group, "Send it. Take your time. Just let me know whenever you've decided on the other one." Jiang Ning, "Thank you, Daddy. Love you. I'll give you something even better to look at tomorrow." The group chat instantly lost its cool. "Jiang Ning, you shameless girl. Big brother Shen Lang, I know I'm a guy, but I could give you a good show too. Please, could you just spare a little food?" "Shen Lang, what gives you the right to lure my goddess with food? Come and pay with your life." Envy, rage, everything. Other women messaged me too, offering photos in exchange for food. But the prettiest ones in the whole class were Jiang Ning, Yin Chun, Li Lingshan, and our English teacher Li Manwen. The rest, I couldn't be bothered with. Once the beginner period ended, the whole school would open one big group chat, and then it'd spread to relatives, friends, all the survivors. I remembered our school had one absolute stunner who'd always ranked above Jiang Ning, a girl named Mitao. No idea if she was still alive right now. But now wasn't the time to think about that. There was still a whole day left. I smiled and typed in the group, "How about when I feed your goddess something good later, I let you watch." "Screw you, Shen Lang. Go to hell. Jiang Ning, don't give in to this pervert. I'll chop trees and support you myself from now on." "Jiang Ning, get lost, you ugly dumbass." I shook my head and stopped looking at the group, then leaned against the fireplace to sort through my supplies. After spending on Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning, I still had 100 wood and 320 stone left. It was almost 9 o'clock. Once I sold the gasoline, I could upgrade to a level 3 cabin. I lay back on the bed, soaking in the spring-like warmth of the room, unable to help imagining what a level 3 cabin would be like. Watching the blizzard outside, I toyed with my Desert Eagle and murmured, The real vacation feeling. It's almost here. A little after 8, my gasoline yield came in at 20 liters. Without a second thought, I listed it on the trading market. It sold in moments, and the price of which shot straight up. Got to 300, stone at 320. Haha, finally enough. My level 3 cabin. I've been dying for this. I immediately pulled up the upgrade option in my mind. Confirm cabin upgrade? A level 3 cabin requires 300 wood, 300 stone, and 1 level 3 cabin blueprint. Confirm. Congratulations, player, cabin successfully upgraded. Level 3 cabin. Concrete walls, anti-theft, and bulletproof glass. Exterior maintains wooden mortise and tenon structure. Interior features modern urban decor. Privilege. Nightly lights out time can be delayed by 1 hour. Note. Official lighting and starter items are more effective at resisting the dangers of external darkness. Player-generated lighting only provides weak resistance. Huh, there's a difference? I paused. So the light from the logging machine earlier scared off the monsters because they were low level? Or maybe the roar of the machine intimidated them too. Couldn't figure it out. Whatever. I've got a Desert Eagle in hand. Any monster dares come near, I'll blast it. The prompts weren't done yet. To upgrade to a level 4 cabin, 800 wood, 800 stone, and you must simultaneously build a bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, living room, dining room, and staircase. Other functional rooms are optional. Auxiliary structures within the cabin can be merged and upgraded along with the main body, provided they're the same level and additional materials are added, but no extra time is consumed. Level 4 unlocks a second floor. The first floor has no more mandatory changes. Players can build their own nanny quarters, maid rooms, etc., blueprints required. The second floor starts with 2 bedrooms, while others, billiards room, home theater, yoga room, gun room, etc., can be built at will. Upon reaching level 4, comfort features like balconies, floor-to-ceiling windows, and radiant floor heating are unlocked. Happy surviving, player. Holy crap, a level 4 cabin, is this badass? My eyes went wide. I thought level 3 would be satisfying enough. Turns out level 4 had this many tricks up its sleeve. Yes, I've got recruitment orders. I'm definitely gonna need all these rooms. Otherwise, with so many girls, where the heck would they all sleep? After indulging in some wild fantasies, I took a careful look around my level 3 cabin. The old worn floorboards were now brand new and glossy. The ceiling had become a beautiful recessed design, and the dim little bulbs were replaced with flush mount lights and light strips. The overall space was bigger, and both the fireplace and bathroom had grown. The double pane glass now had an added layer of carborundum, and it was swapped out for warmer, clearer thermal break aluminum alloy. The opening mechanism changed from sliding to swinging like a door. Security and insulation had improved dramatically. On top of that, there was now a high-end office desk and executive chair. The only odd thing was that the rooms weren't yet divided into living room and bedroom, so it felt a bit strange. But no matter, once tomorrow's supplies arrive, all those auxiliary structures can be handled. Suddenly it hit me. I rushed to the bathroom, opened the little door, and looked inside. What a pleasant surprise. Finally, the level 3 bathroom finally has a shower stall, and it's a wet-dry separated design too. Afraid of getting cold while showering? The space heater doesn't have power yet, so it's useless, but my fireplace hit level 3 too. The room's already at 79 degrees Fahrenheit, warm enough to wear a t-shirt while eating hot pot. Freezing outside, but 79 degrees Fahrenheit in my room. Who would even believe it? So comfortable. Absolutely amazing. Then I remembered there was another blueprint that didn't require materials, a Harman Kardon sound system. I sat down in my executive chair and selected build. Confirm construction of the Harman Kardon speaker set. This is not a building. No time required. Build it. Congratulations, construction successful. Would you like to listen to a song in the ice and snow? Would I hesitate? Play it. Crank it up. Western or Chinese? Chinese first. Now playing Chinese pop song, Lost Lamb. The past that's gone, don't look back again, the past we've lost. Yu Yinping's distinctive voice came pouring out, followed by a heavy beat rap. I couldn't help but sway, nod my head, and bounce my leg to the rhythm. Sweet. Haven't showered in 2 days. Perfect time to hop in with some music playing. By the time I was showering, it was already 9:30 p.m. For other players, lights out was just half an hour away. And that's exactly when Jiang Ning's message came through. Shenlang, can a girl have a cup of milk tea on this cold, cold night? Oh, and you should stay warm too. It's getting colder and colder. I'm shivering. Even my chest is shrinking. Do you want to take a look? I don't like being disturbed while showering, and I don't like multitasking either, unless the person's in there showering with me, in which case it'd turn into a not-so-innocent shower. About 10 minutes later, I came out toweling my hair before finally replying. Cold? I'm warm. As for the milk tea, I'm out of wood, but I've still got 20 stone. I checked before. It only costs 5 units of wood, and doesn't even need 3 stone. Jiangning, Shenlang, you're teasing me again. Are, are you hinting that I should show you when I'm warm too? Honestly, I'd never seen this girl's true assets. So instead of rushing to buy the milk tea, I first replied, "You already know, so why ask?" On her end, her face flushed red. She'd only meant to flirt a little, planning to send pics tomorrow in exchange for food. She didn't expect me to take it seriously. But since she'd have to give in eventually anyway, she couldn't be bothered to keep butting heads with me. Right now, she was the one being controlled, so rather than upset me, better to please me. Quickly, she pulled down the collar of her dress, reached her hands behind her back to unhook the clasp, lifted the cups up, and, blushing, snapped a photo for me. The moment the photo arrived, my breathing got heavy. Damn, a campus queen really is something else. Two cherry red blossoms competing against snow-white skin, paired with her coy, half-reluctant shyness. Absolutely stunning. Me. You really are impressive. No wonder you're the campus queen. I underestimated you before. Jiang Ning. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. You're not allowed to say that. I chuckled. Survival. This is what real survival is about. If it weren't for this frozen rainforest, I'd have never figured out Jiang Ning's true colors in my whole life. Just as I was about to buy her the milk tea, a prompt suddenly popped up again. Congratulations on upgrading to a level 3 cabin. Super recharge reward triggered. 648 yen. 1 premium Haidaleo hot pot set. All ingredients included, plus complimentary drinks. 6,480 yen. Premium Japanese buffet. Australian lobster, king crab, salmon. Unlimited quantities. Toss out whatever you can't finish. Plus premium alcohol and beverages. 64,800 yen. All you can eat rare wild and protected species, hot pot or teppanyaki of your choice. Plus premium alcohol and beverages. Note, regardless of which you choose, the official gift includes filming. Video feature, live it up while you're on top of the world. Let him watch you eat. Now that's what I call living it up. I'm topping up. Isn't this exactly what I need right now? Tonight's midnight feast. Call it a celebration for upgrading to a level 3 cabin. Without hesitation, I went straight for the priciest option, not because I'm dying to eat it, but because I've got more money than I know what to do with. Recharge of 64,800 yen successful. Supplies incoming. Given the player's spending power, this system has customized an exclusive VIP service for you. Level 1 at 10 million, Level 2 at 50 million, Level 3 at 100 million. Each additional 100 million raises you one level, up to level 15. VIP Level 1 privileges. 1 first aid kit per day, plus the ability to upgrade other players' chat systems. Purchase? Service fee, 1 million. Gotta buy this, no question. 1 first aid kit a day basically means 1 extra life every single day. After this, who's gonna be able to put me in danger? Buy it. Congratulations on becoming the first and only VIP player in the frozen rainforest. Huh, nice. That million was worth every penny. The second I bought the VIP package, all the food appeared. The table was instantly packed. Stuff I'd only heard about but never seen was right in front of me. Australian lobster, king crab, steamed, pan-fried, with garlic vermicelli, done typhoon shelter style, hot pot bubbling and rolling. And that was just the appetizer. The drinks were even more insane. Top-shelf red wine, liquor, beer, fruit wine, pretty much every soft drink you could buy on the market. I didn't hesitate. First thing, I shoved the Coke and Sprite into the fridge. Don't call me pathetic. I just love the stuff. If I wake up hot in the middle of the night, an ice-cold Sprite? Absolute bliss. While I was riding high, Jiang Ning was going nuts on her end. I'd left her waiting almost 10 minutes without a response. Jiang Ning. Shenlang, are you lying to me? I already showed you everything. Buy me milk tea, please. I paused. Almost forgot about this little con artist. My mood was so good I couldn't help asking. What's so great about milk tea? Why don't you have a glass of red wine with me instead? She was clearly confused and resistant. Red wine. Where would this dump get red wine? And even if it had some, it wouldn't be as cozy as warm milk tea. It's freezing out. No way she's drinking that. Jiang Ning. Shenlang, I just want milk tea. Me? You sure? There's other good stuff to pair it with, you know. She frowned, convinced I was pulling her leg. What good stuff, besides red wine, could there possibly be? Definitely a trick. Besides, she'd had a rice bowl for dinner and wasn't that hungry. 1 milk tea was enough to get her through the night. Just to be safe, she stuck with the milk tea. After all, I'd promised it in the group chat, and there was no taking that back. Jiang Ning, I really don't want red wine. Grandma wants milk tea too. All right, Jiang Ning, you little tease. Just don't come crying later. First I bought her the milk tea, then got ready to shoot a quick few-second clip. I couldn't wait to see the regret on her face. But the second the milk tea landed in her hands, she turned right around and started showing off in the group chat. Jiang Ning at everyone. Ooh, this milk tea is so warm, it heats you right up inside. Thank you, Shunlang. In the photo, she'd even popped the lid off on purpose to let the steam rise. The group chat, which had just calmed down, went absolutely feral. Damn it, Jiangning, let me have a sip. I'll even take the lid after you're done. Shunlang, buy me one. I'll do anything. Jiangning, quit rubbing it in. No more photos. Zhang Yi secretly saw it too and just sneered. A cup of milk tea is worth bragging about? Once I upgrade to a level 3 cabin, we'll see how this little wretch comes crawling. I ignored the group chat and just smiled at Jiang Ning's showing off. Looks like this girl found herself some happiness too. But let's hope you stay this happy for what's coming. I spent 2 seconds filming a short video of the loaded table and sent it over. At first she didn't get it. Then she opened it and froze solid, the straw dropping right out of her mouth. In her ears played, "The past that's gone, don't turn back to look for it." She seemed to realize something. Shenlang not only actually had red wine and a mountain of good food, he bought up all those blueprints from before. She recognized that Harman Kardon sound the instant she heard it. Shenlang, you're an actual monster. You lied to me. Why are you so cruel? Even my grandma can't stand to watch. No, from now on you're never seeing my grandma again. Oh my God, my lobster, my bear paw. Is that a bear paw? Is that one of those fish it's illegal to catch? There's even pangolin. In that moment, her stomach, which hadn't been that hungry, started growling like crazy, and her mouth was watering uncontrollably. But she quickly noticed something even more shocking. How is Shenlang's place so bright and renovated? Is he wearing short sleeves? Is that a fireplace? Did he even come to the frozen rainforest at all? Otherwise, how could he possibly have it this good? Right then I sent another message. Man, drinking alone is no fun. I invited you to eat and drink with me, but you just had to have milk tea. Jiang Ning. She completely lost her cool. Forgetting about everything else, she frantically typed, Shenlang, is it too late to change my mind? I won't drink the milk tea. There's still half left, can I give it back? I want that garlic vermicelli lobster. I sighed. Sorry, I gave you your chance. Not my fault you didn't take it. Her expression was worse than if her best friend had died. She kept reopening my 2-second video, getting hungrier and hungrier the more she watched, dozens of times over, her little tongue licking her lips again and again. Worst of all, that line, "The past that's gone, don't turn back to look for it," kept spinning around in her head. After thinking for a long while, her eyes lit up. Shenlang, are you trying to say I'm the lost little lamb who needs you to show me the way? Yes. From now on I'll be your little lamb, okay? Just give me one bite of that garlic vermicelli lobster. I'll show you whatever you want. No, I promise I'll be so surprised when the time comes. I raised an eyebrow. This Jiang Ning really was quick on the uptake. I just played one song, and she managed to read all that into it. Show me whatever I want. Surprised? That actually got me a little tempted. But like I always say, can't let her get the upper hand. Me, you're overthinking it. You're the one who's lost, and now you want to leave me dumbstruck. As I said it, I swirled my glass and walked to the window, looking out at the wind and snow while taking a sip, then shot another 2-second clip. Me, I meant to raise my glass to the moon, but the moon just shines on the ditch instead, hiding behind the wind and snow, refusing to come out. Just like you. No sense of romance. Only good for one thing. Jiang Ning. Aha, you're driving me insane. Shenlang, you're a monster. Of course she knew I was just teasing her, luring her, to tempt her, to make her miserable. But knowing that didn't change anything, she just couldn't hold it together. Watching me lounge in short sleeves, sipping red wine, admiring the snow from my window, she couldn't help but wonder, how warm must his room be? How cozy is that fireplace? And that table full of food, that fancy office chair. She even caught a glimpse of the big bed in the corner of the frame, apparently topped with a down comforter. How on earth did Shenlang pull this off? Honestly, she'd already started fantasizing about how she could get into my house. Before, sending photos was just sending photos. Trading them for a little food was no loss. But now it was different. She knew exactly what moving in would mean. She used to find the whole idea repulsive. After all, I used to be such a pathetic simp I wouldn't even waste my own fart. But now, as long as she could get in, she'd do anything I asked, even act like a dog right in front of me. The problem was, the system never said whether you could live in someone else's house. Ugh, better sweet-talk me first, get me to upgrade her cabin. As for food, probably a long shot. Jiang Ning, Shenlang, sweetie, everyone stumbles now and then. I just wasn't reading the room today. To make it up to you, I'll let you in on a little secret. A secret? I was a little curious, but not much, so I didn't rush to reply. She messaged again on her own. I'm just that type. You know, soft, delicate, and oh so flexible. Huh. It took me a second to catch on. This little schemer knew her stuff. She'd clearly done her homework. Full and content, being teased like that actually got my mind wandering. Me. Talk is cheap. Abalone for abalone. Nobody loses out. How's that sound? She barely hesitated, cheeks flushed. Okay, okay. Soon she loosened up and, biting her lip, sent over a photo. My pupils shrank. I'm not a man who breaks his word, so I immediately gifted her a black gold abalone. She got so excited she was practically drooling. He actually gave it to me. Breathing in that aroma, she wolfed it down in a couple of bites. But the more she ate, the hungrier she got. Nothing for it. She groveled again. Shenlang, the one you gave me was black, not as high grade as mine. You should trade me 2 for 1. I stared at my screen. This woman really thought she could play games with me? I fired back one line. Get lost. Say one more word, and I'm posting your photo in the group. On her end, she flinched, genuinely scared. Of course she was terrified. If it actually got out, how would she keep playing the campus queen in front of everyone? And those pathetic losers, did they even deserve to see her? So she replied instantly. I'm sorry, Shenlang, I was just joking. I didn't bother with her anymore. But I didn't expect this little schemer to immediately cook up something nasty. She was miserable, so she wanted to make everyone else even more miserable. That was the only way to balance the scales in her head. The next second, Class 8 of the senior grade group blew up. Jiangning at everyone, showing off the feast I'd treated her to. Hot pot, teppanyaki, the works, all paired with red wine. A single Shenlang is so good to me, set the whole group on fire. At that moment, in the frozen rainforest, everyone crammed into their level. One cabins was being tortured by the wind and snow. Li Yang stared at the video, hands trembling. Did Shenlang go back to the real world? Wang Yin huddled under a threadbare blanket, his window refusing to close, completely dazed. He's in short sleeves, drinking red wine. Shenwei had been dreaming about food. The moment he woke and saw the screen, he lost it, howling in the group. Shenlang, you cheater. Did you build this hellhole to lock us all up? Let me out. Some swallowed their pride and begged me. Zhang Lei said it was too cold and pleaded for a bite of food. More and more women started viciously cursing Jiang Ning, calling her a slut, saying she'd traded her body for food, that the great campus queen had become a total joke. But watching all this, Jiang Ning actually felt better. She fired back. What? You want some too? Sorry, you don't deserve it. You're all so ugly. Shenlang wouldn't take you even as a gift. From now on, just sit there and watch the two of us live it up. Li Lingshan and a few others saw the message too. In Chun just smiled. Tonight I'd given her a bucket of instant noodles plus a slice of lean meat, and she was perfectly content. Not jealous at all, but genuinely happy for me. Thinking to herself, my husband is amazing. He's lured every last one of these clowns out into the open. Li Lingshan was another story. Her eyes lit up. She wanted to eat. She couldn't resist demanding me. Shenlang, how can I get a little something to eat too? As for Li Manwen, she was still torn. She knew I was upset with her. She wasn't actually after the food. She just wanted to break through that wall between us as soon as possible. She slowly came to terms with it. This was a survival world. Where was there any one love for one lifetime fantasy? The fact that I could take care of her without reservation already made her happier than anyone. She was the one asking for too much, being too greedy. She couldn't leave me, and she wouldn't. I'd saved her very life. But understanding it was one thing. She was my teacher. She couldn't bring herself to lose face, so she kept waiting for me to give her an out. Of course I could guess exactly what she was thinking. But I'd never be a simp again in this life. It didn't matter who came at me. Otherwise, what I'd hired wouldn't be a housekeeper. It'd be an ancestor to worship. I let Jiang Ning show off in the group precisely to pressure Li Manwen into figuring things out sooner. Just then, Zhang Yi popped up too. Hiding in his level 2 cabin, grinding his teeth, he was scheming to shift the blame again. He knew full well none of this could possibly be my doing. Yet he stirred the pot in the group. Shenlang, this frozen rainforest is a cage you built. You tempt everyone. You torment everyone. You deserve to die most of all. Why do you get a fireplace and a high-class setup? And sure enough, some people got swept up by him, thinking Zhang Yi was better than me. They flocked to flatter him, begging him for food. Zhang Yi smirked, put on airs, and told everyone to force me out to apologize and release them. Otherwise I'd be fair game for all to kill. Seeing this, I actually laughed. Zhang Yi's stirring up trouble again. Wants me to apologize? Fair game for all to kill? Did you ask my desert eagle about that? Fine. Then I'll stop pretending to. I opened the window, snapped a photo of the mist billowing where the heat wave collided with the freezing wind, and tossed it into the group. Cold? I'm actually feeling a little hot. Just got out of the shower. Even opening the window won't cool me down. Since you've all figured it out, let me lay my cards on the table. I built this frozen rainforest. I'm the master of this place. Want to live? Then curse Zhang Yi for me, and curse him good. Whoever satisfies me gets rewarded with a garlic vermicelli oyster. Then I a Zhang Yi. Oh. And thanks for those blueprints. Right now I'm eating hot pot, drinking cola, and listening to music. Life's pretty sweet. Zhang Yi instantly boiled over with rage. So it turned out those blueprints? I bought every last one of them. What really broke him was how fast the group turned on him. These people weren't stupid. They'd only been kissing up to him because they wanted a piece of the pie. Now that I was willing to hand it over, who was going to give a damn about Zhang Yi anymore? Li Yong, Wang Yin, and Chun Wei took turns tearing into him, cursing out 18 generations of his ancestors. Zhang Yi finally snapped and posted a picture of a crossbow. Come at me, then. Xin Lang, you remember this. I'm saving one of these bolts for you, forever. I toyed with the Desert Eagle in my hand and smirked. Hope you don't disappoint me. I couldn't be bothered to trade insults with him. Dogs tearing into each other. Now that's entertainment. Just as the group descended into total chaos, all the lights suddenly went out. It was 10 o'clock. System alert. Darkness has fallen. Do not go outside. The cabin is your safest refuge. Current conditions: blizzard, -30 degrees, humidity 96%. In that instant, the temperature seemed to change its very nature. The snowflakes turned into ice crystals sharp enough to slice skin. The doors and windows of the Tier 1 cabins iced over with white frost, and plenty of people huddled under their blankets, frost forming on their eyebrows, noses, and lips. The bone-deep cold silenced the entire group in an instant. And in that silence, a faint creak, began drifting down from the cabin rooftops, but nobody paid it any mind. They were all too busy trying to survive. I quickly shut the window and exhaled a warm breath. Damn, almost froze to death. Good thing the fireplace pulls its weight. I burrowed under my down comforter, cozy as could be. It was still 20 degrees in here. I knew full well that tonight, God knows how many more people would freeze to death. Tomorrow would be day 3, and the newbie period is usually when the death toll runs highest. Just as I was climbing into bed, Li Manwen, curled up in the corner, wrapped in the blanket I'd given her, finally made up her mind. She couldn't keep waiting on her pride. She couldn't afford to make me angry again. Her cheeks flushed slightly, hands behind her back, and she gently unfastened the buttons and handed over the intimate item, giving herself an excuse. Xin Lang, teachers just worried you might feel unsafe at night, so don't read too much into it. The moment I saw that familiar bright gold, I raised an eyebrow. That familiar scent was back too. Looks like Teacher Lee had come around. She just hadn't fully let go of her pride yet. Then let me crank up the pressure. I gave a domineering command. There's another piece, right? Give me that too. Her body trembled and her face flushed crimson. Handing over the intimate one was humiliating enough, and now I actually wanted the other. But she hadn't showered or changed clothes in 2 days. She really couldn't bring herself to do it. But this was clearly her chance to break the ice, and with me pushing, there was no way she could refuse. Then it hit her. She could give me a brand new one she'd never worn. Except that one happened to be a D, bought on a whim out of curiosity, never once put on. If she sent that over, what would I think of her? Some two-faced woman who acts prim but is secretly wild? Yet somehow, inexplicably, she didn't choose to refuse. She could only pick between these two. Fine, even being taken for a slut beat being taken for filthy. Blushing, she sent over the white one. I was floored. Teacher Lee had been hiding a treasure like this? The thought of her ample figure filling this thing out scrambled my breathing. No, I couldn't let her get the upper hand. I sent it right back, adding, Teacher Lee, I really never would have guessed. She was trembling too hard to even work up the courage to read the message. Then I twisted the knife again. Was I not clear enough? I want the set, not some bait-and-switch. She was completely dumbfounded. She'd already thrown away her dignity, and now she had to give the other one too? Then wasn't the first sacrifice for nothing? She made one last struggle. But I've worn it 2 days. It has a smell. I replied. Ever heard of knowing a woman by her scent? You don't get it. Li Manwen's mind went blank. But she was too terrified of angering me, and she was out of options. She'd already lost face once. Why fear a second time? She could only swallow her shame, peel off the bright gold one, and with trembling hands, send it over. My whole face went red, the kind of red that comes from blood rushing to your head. Teacher Lee really did give it up, but I'd taken hit after hit all night, and I was seething inside. Since you're making me miserable, I sure as hell won't let you off easy. How can I not tease you a little? So I fired back. Teacher Lee, you're really not the cleanest, are you? This thing's turned yellow. Let me wash it for you. On her end, Li Manwen wanted nothing more than to bury her head in the blanket. He looked at it that closely? What else had he done? Just washed it? Where did he even get water? No. Right now she didn't want to know any of that. The critical thing was, she knew that thing couldn't possibly have turned yellow. Even if it had a little, you wouldn't be able to tell with that color, right? So all she could do was stubbornly deny it. You're lying, you awful thing. Me? Lying? Of course I was lying. But the thing is, I intended to make it true. I deliberately smeared a bit of juice on it, snapped a photo, and sent it over. Teacher Lee, take a look. I wasn't lying, was I? In that instant, Lee Manwin saw my big bed, her intimate item laid out on the down comforter. Worse still, my room was brightly lit, so the dirty spot was plain as day. It never even crossed her mind that I'd tampered with it. Instead, she started counting the days. Could it be that her time was coming soon, so? The embarrassment nearly made her faint, and she couldn't even spare a thought for my warm bed and cozy down comforter. Before long, she couldn't take it anymore. Shinlang, teacher's begging you. Please let me off. Stop toying with me like this. Just put it away and give it back to me tomorrow morning, okay? Oh, Teacher Lee's begging for mercy? I'd say that pretty much locks in my position, wouldn't you? I smiled and stopped teasing her. You can only imagine just how mortified Teacher Lee was right now. But I added one more line. Teacher Lee, I'm serious. It really should be washed. Wearing it too long isn't healthy. She was on the verge of tears and couldn't help but ask, You little devil, how are you going to wash it? I walked straight into the bathroom and sent her a wide shot, by hand obviously. I don't have a washing machine here. Lee Manwin was instantly stunned. How did Shin Lang's room have a bathroom? How was that even possible? When she spotted the shower stall, she nearly leapt up. She wanted so badly to go in and take a shower. Too bad she couldn't enter someone else's shelter right now. But if she got the chance someday. At that thought, another blush of coyness crept across her face. If she really did end up over at my place, she had no idea what might happen. The truth is, I'd sent that photo with a purpose. I wanted to plant a seed in her mind, to make her, on her own, desperately want to come over to my place to shower. Of course, I genuinely wanted to help her get her clothes clean. For one thing, I cared about her hygiene, and for another, it'd also be a way to wash off my saliva, so she wouldn't get the wrong idea. Besides, she's clean, so I felt comfortable using it too. As for the other women, they'd all come eventually. Lee Manwin replied. Shin Lang, thank you. Teacher didn't realize your place even had a bathroom. If it's okay, could teacher come use it in the future? Don't worry, teacher won't use it for free. If you ever need anything, teacher will help you out too. The moment she sent it, she realized it sounded way too suggestive. That wasn't what she'd meant at all. But the message was already out there, and no amount of overthinking would take it back. Thankfully, I replied quickly. Sure, we'll see if Teacher Lee's still willing when the time comes. Huh, why wouldn't I be willing? She was a little confused. It's just a shower, why wouldn't I want to? But how could she know? To come over, she'd have to actively accept the identity spelled out in the recruitment order and meet the corresponding requirements. Naturally, I wasn't going to spell all that out. She'd understand when the time came. I felt the smooth silk in my hands and had it clean in no time. The room had a fireplace, so it'd dry overnight without any trouble. Once I finished washing, I turned to Li Lingshan's private messages. She was asking how she could get even a little something to eat. I glanced at the leftover scraps on the table and typed back. You know how a dog acts when it wants food, right? When it comes to handling these rebellious women with a contradictory streak, I know exactly how to scratch that itch of theirs. On her end, Li Lingshan froze for a second. She'd pretty much given up hope, since I hadn't replied to her in a while. She never expected things to turn around. But this question, her face flushed red. Embarrassed as she was, that intense, thrilling rush also surged up inside her. The next moment, she put on that blue battle robe again, knelt on the ground, swayed her hips, snapped a photo, and sent it over, along with, woof woof woof. Damn, her grasp of tail wagging and begging for scraps left even me impressed. I'd only wanted her to say a few dirty things, but I never imagined she'd take it this far. I was quite satisfied and sent over all the remaining food. Might as well clear out the trash. I even threw in an extra piece of prime meat. That stuff has excellent cold resistance, far better than any other food. I couldn't bear to let her freeze to death. As for Li Manwen, Yin Shun, and Jiang Ning, sorry, they'd already been given food. Can't spoil them into getting too greedy. Have to know when to stop. Though I could spare Jiang Ning a piece of prime meat. Otherwise I worried she wouldn't hold out. When Li Lingshan received it, her eyes crinkled into little crescents from smiling. Woof woof woof. Puppy thanks master. I replied, good girl. Jiang Ning messaged too. Shenlang, you're still thinking of me? What do you want to see this time? Your little lamb will do whatever you say. Just as I was in my warm room, chatting away happily with Jiang Ning and Li Lingshan, trouble was breaking out over on Zhang Yi's end. Right then, he was hunched over, trembling as he stared at a photo. It was freezing cold. Even though he had a level 2 cabin, at 30 degrees below zero the cabin clearly couldn't hold up. This was a temperature that could genuinely freeze a man to death. Listening to the crackling and popping sounds outside the window, he couldn't help cursing. Fuck. How long is this snow gonna keep falling? So what if I upgrade to a level 3 cabin tomorrow and it drops another 10 degrees? Actually, Zhang Yi's situation wasn't like the public shaming he got in the group chat suggested. On the contrary, Plenty of people were messaging him privately, willing to hand over supplies, just begging for a bite to eat and asking him to look out for them down the line. There was even a girl named Wang Fong who promised she'd do anything for him, as long as she could get into someone else's cabin later on. The photo he was looking at now was Wang Fong's offering of surrender. Wang Fong couldn't compare to Jiang Ning or Li Lingshan, but she was a woman all the same. Not too ugly, just a little on the heavy side. But heavy was fine. It covered the face and belly, and just looking at the chest, Zhang Yi could still fantasize a bit. Before, he wouldn't have given her a second look. But now, stuck in this frozen rainforest, people like Jiang Ning and Li Manwen were all clearly cozy with Xin Lang. On top of that, with all those revealing exchanges between Jiang Ning and Xin Lang, Zhang Yi was worked up and restless. All he could do was use Wang Fong to satisfy his craving. Of course, he paid a price too, shared some food with Wang Fong and the others who'd surrendered to him. But just as his eyes were rolling back and he was about to finish, the cabin suddenly went bang, with a deafening crash. It startled him so badly he jolted, and the once clean blanket was instantly a mess everywhere. Fuck. What the hell? I've got a level 2 cabin. Something dares to mess with me? Tough talk on the outside, but inside he was panicking, not stopping to think. He hurriedly pulled out his starter crossbow and aimed it toward the source of the sound, endlessly reassuring himself. It's fine. It's safe inside the cabin. There's no way a monster can get in. He absolutely didn't dare go outside, because the image of Yin Chun being torn apart back then had already surfaced in his mind. His heart was trembling. Still, the level 2 cabin gave him a sense of security after all. Soon enough, the sound, just like the one Xin Lang had encountered before, went from loud to quiet, dwindling into a creak. He let out a breath and fully set his heart at ease. That thing couldn't get in. As he thought about it, he actually went back to satisfying himself again. That earlier round had been interrupted and left him unfulfilled, so after some thought, he messaged Wang Fong again. Send another one, different pose. The obedient Wang Fong quickly sent another photo. Looking at the dark, murky image, he frowned, but desire ultimately won out over reason, and he burrowed back under the blanket. Bang! This time the sound was enormous. Zhang Yi immediately went limp, the freezing wind slapping against his face. He looked up. Holy shit. He was scared stiff. One entire wall of the cabin had completely collapsed. 2 monsters stood right there, staring at him with blood-red eyes. In that instant, an unbearable urge to piss hit him, and there was no holding it back. White and yellow streamed out together, as he mumbled, Wang Fong, you're fucking bad luck. In that moment, Zhang Yi finally understood Yin Chun's terror. Even with the snow-laced blizzard battering his body, he didn't react, just kept shaking uncontrollably, unsure whether it was from fear, the cold, or being drained twice in a row. Instinctively, he wanted to call for help, but the next moment he hesitated. He'd just been running his mouth off in the group chat. Asking for help now? How humiliating. And most crucially, who could even save him? When a wall's falling, everyone gives it a shove. It'd only make things harder later. Once he thought it through, he forced down his terror and stayed silent. Roar! The monster suddenly opened its bloody maw and roared, scaring him so badly, he collapsed onto his backside on the ground. But surprisingly, the monster didn't take the chance to come in and tear him apart. After venting, it actually turned to another wall and started tearing it down. This made Zhang Yi snap back to reality. Huh? You beasts. I just remembered, you can't get in. His smugness lasted barely 2 seconds before he cried out in anguish. Damn it. My cabin. Do you know how hard I worked to upgrade that to a level 2 cabin? Anger, plus his newfound confidence, jolted a thought loose. I've got a crossbow. He whipped out his crossbow, aimed it at the monsters, and grinned viciously. You beasts are asking for it. The monsters couldn't see the light and didn't seem to sense any danger, like their intelligence was capped or something. Zhang Yi took aim at one of the glowing eyes and let an arrow fly with a whoosh. At close range, he didn't miss, and since he grew up rich and used to mess around with stuff like this, the shot landed dead center. Roar! The monster hit the ground with a thud. The crossbow's power surprised even him. What surprised him even more? The monster actually dropped loot. Congratulations, player. You've obtained 10 pieces of Tier 2 Prime Meat. Tier 2 Prime Meat boosts vitality and blood, provides decent cold resistance. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. There's a bonus too? He quickly turned toward the other monster. That one had finally clued in that its companion was dead. Just as Zhang Yi took aim, it turned tail and bolted. He didn't dare give chase. Smugly, he lowered his crossbow. Lucky you're fast. You dare mess with Grandpa Zhang. Too bad. He'd assumed he could retrieve the bolts he'd fired. Turns out they're consumables. Once you kill a monster, there's no getting them back. What a waste. Still, 10 pieces of prime meat. He was pretty satisfied with that. But once he calmed down and felt the horrifying temperature in the room, He froze up. Holy crap, I'm gonna freeze to death tonight? My cabin. He quickly ate a piece of prime meat and felt a little better. That's when the prompt appeared. Player's cabin damage detected. Repair now. Tier 2 cabin repair requires 100 wood, 100 stone. What? That much? Zhang Yi's heart was bleeding. To save resources, he hadn't even been willing to buy decent food, just waiting to get a tier 3 blueprint tomorrow to upgrade. No choice. He had to repair it, tears and all. He didn't have enough stone, so he even had to trade 200 wood for 100 stone. Otherwise, he'd freeze to death tonight. Congratulations, player. Cabin repaired successfully. Looking at his resources, he nearly cried. He'd started with 750 wood and 52 stone. He'd spent a bit on food, leaving 700 wood and 52 stone. And now, just 400 wood and 52 stone left. Nowhere near the 300 wood and 300 stone he needed for a tier 3 cabin. Are you kidding me? Frozen Rainforest, you're a real piece of garbage. You can even wreck a player's cabin. But Zhang Yi shared the same mindset as Jiang Ning. I don't mind suffering. As long as someone else suffers more, then I feel just fine. So, taking a page from Jiang Ning's book, he posted a photo of the prime meat in the group chat. Senior Class 8, Zhang Yi at everyone. Monsters? Nothing special. This prime meat tastes great. After eating it, I'm not even cold anymore. So comfy. Silence for a moment. Then the chat blew up. Wang Yan, holy crap. Zhang, you're this beast? You killed the monsters? Chen Wei. Zhang, you need a sidekick? Give me a piece of prime meat, and I'll ride with you from now on, deal? Zhang. Watching all this flattery, Zhang Yi's ego completely inflated. This felt amazing. Yeah, this is more like it. In reality, most of the ones talking in the group chat didn't understand how the world works. The real bootlickers had already slid into his DMs, and whatever went down there, nobody would ever know. In Chun, Jiang Ning, and the others just found it hilarious. This loser, killing one monster? Shen Lang gave us prime meat ages ago. I saw Zhang Yi's messages too, of course, but I didn't bother with them, and there was no way I'd reply. Fact is, I didn't even have time to chat with Jiang Ning and the others, because outside my cabin, something was stirring too. A woo, roar, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Huh, why is there barking on top of the monsters? I couldn't afford to be careless. Based on my guess, since my cabin was already tier 3, those monsters had to be at least tier 3 too. Right then, a prompt popped up. Attention, player. Your wall is under attack. Please handle it as soon as possible. Damn it, the wall can't break. There's way too much treasure in here. I immediately pulled out my Desert Eagle, threw on the ultra-cold resistant thermal underwear the system had gifted me earlier, and pushed open the cabin door. The system had said that with a wall built, staying inside the walls was just as safe as staying in the cabin. So I wasn't worried about my own safety. It was just the minus 30-degree extreme cold outside that made me shiver. Thankfully, I could tough it out for a little while. Reaching the wall, the barking got clearer, and it carried a note of terror. It was too dark to see well, so I just climbed onto the logging machine, switched on the headlights, and beamed them straight ahead. One look, and I froze in shock. Those were zombies? No, wait. How could there be zombies in a frozen rainforest? And even if there were, they shouldn't have shown up this fast, right? Could this be the price of a tier 3 cabin? Outside the wall, there were a good dozen plus zombies. And caught in the middle was an Alaskan Malamute that actually looked normal. The dog was nimble, circling only around the spirit rice planting area, barking like crazy while dodging the zombies. Luckily, the zombies had no interest in it. They were just desperately trying to tear down my wall. Especially the moment I came out and turned on the lights, those zombies started biting even more frantically. They're not scared of light at all. Just as I was standing there, dumbfounded, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure. That's the principal. I was completely stunned. Instead of rushing to shoot, I first snapped a photo of that zombie and posted it to the group at everyone. Everybody take a look for me. Is this the freaking bald-ass Principal Wang? The topic that had been hyping up Zhang Yi died instantly. Everyone was floored. Holy crap, it's really him. How did Bald Wang turn into a zombie? His mouth gaping wider than when he was chewing me out. A dozen plus zombies? Shen Lang, did you piss off both man and God? Serves him right. That's what he gets for not giving everyone food. Zhang Yi saw it too, and gleefully chimed in. Shen Lang, heaven's watching what you do. The principal's come to collect you. I couldn't care less about these messages. I just wanted to confirm I hadn't seen wrong. And it seemed it really was him. But thinking about it that way, a chill crept into my heart. What did they say when the frozen rainforest first descended? The chosen ones are aged 18 to 35. So what about everyone else? Now, it seemed I had my answer. Just then, Li Manwen sent me a private message. Shen Lang. He's the principal. No, he's a zombie now. Don't be scared. Don't hesitate to pull the trigger. That Baldy Wong was never a good guy anyway. He even hinted he wanted to sleep his way into promoting me. Huh. Sleep his way in? I instantly saw red. Seriously, that happened? I raised my gun, aimed at Baldy Wong. Bang, bang, bang. Blew his skull wide open. Jiang Ning. Shunlang, be careful out there. In Chun. Don't forget you've got weapons. Don't leave the cabin. Get back inside now. Li Lingshan. Shunlang, you okay? A dog can't lose its master. I ignored everyone else, but this contradictory little Li Lingshan. I couldn't help replying, good dog. Word as she shivered on the spot. That rebellious concern paired with her master's off-kilter praise, she ate it right up. I had no time for nonsense. After the gunshots, the zombies went even crazier, and the wall was about to give. That Alaskan Malamute spotted me and stopped barking, just locking eyes on me, its gaze full of wariness and curiosity. Facing the snarls of a dozen or so zombies, I stopped hesitating. Bang, bang, bang. Unlimited ammo is just glorious. No need to rack the slide, flip the safety, and blast away. In under a minute, everything outside the wall went dead silent. Every zombie was shredded to pulp, bodies and heads riddled with bullet holes. I made it look easy, but the truth is these zombies only die from headshots. They feel no pain, have no thoughts, and know no fear. Get enough of them together, and my whole shelter would have been torn apart. Thank God for the Desert Eagle. Otherwise, the principal really would have claimed me tonight. Once it was over, not a single piece of prime meat dropped this time. Seems like not every monster drops loot. Or maybe with a tier 3 cabin, the system stopped sending those feeder monsters. I couldn't figure it out for now, so I didn't dwell on it. I snapped a photo of Baldy Wong's mangled face and sent it to Li Manwen. Teacher Li, I'm the only one who gets to sleep his way to you. Everyone else deserves to die. Her reply, you bad boy, don't say things like that. I chuckled, then took a photo of the ground littered with zombies and posted it to the group. At Zhang Yi, who was it you said was coming to claim me? Zhang Yi was stunned. A dozen zombies, handled in 1 minute? He froze, not daring to make a sound. Chen Wei, holy crap. Brother Lang, you're an actual god. Brother Lang, I'm joining you for real. Whatever you say goes. Wang Yin, at Zhang Yi, what V you got to say now? Zhang Yi was so mad his nose practically twisted sideways. This Wang Yin was nothing but a fence-sitter. He fired back. I say screw your mother. Jiang Ning, Shenlang is amazing. You're definitely amazing in other departments too. In Chun, nicely done. Li Lingshan, Shenlang, don't get so full of yourself. Seeing this, Zhang Yi perked right up again. Exactly. Even my sister Shan says you're getting cocky. You'll get what's coming to you. But what he didn't know was that the moment his sister Shan finished typing that, she'd med me. Woof woof woof, does master like my little contradiction? From now on I'll infiltrate the enemy for you and feed you intel, okay? The group chat and my DMs were all buzzing around me, but I wasn't in the mood to look. My private messages had hit 99 plus ages ago, because I'd just noticed that the Alaskan Malamute still hadn't left. Curious, I walked over to the wall. It backed away as I approached, then, seeing me stop, edged toward the spirit rice patch, its nose sniffing away at something. That's when a prompt appeared. Spirit Hound, a neutral creature of the frozen rainforest. Does not attack players unprovoked. Extremely vigilant with a keen sense of smell. May offer players unexpected help. Traits. Loves eating spirit rice and drinking from spirit springs. Enjoys snowy environments. Status. Tameable. Requires 1 grain of spirit rice. Tame it. Huh. So it wasn't a Malamute. It was a spirit hound. And I could actually tame a frozen rainforest creature. Now that's interesting. This little glutton, it smelled the spirit rice through all that thick snow. What a nose. Only 1 grain of spirit rice? That'd take another month to grow. Where was I supposed to get one? But then it hit me. Isn't a spirit rice seed basically spirit rice too? I had few seeds, but that's still 1 grain, right? I could spare it. If I dawdled tonight and it wandered off, running into it again would be tough. Having a pet in an environment like this would be so nice, and it could even sound the alarm. Besides, I've always loved dogs. So I dropped to the ground and started digging through the snow to unearth a seed for it. The spirit hound watched me dig, dumbfounded, cocking its head with total curiosity, like it thought it had found one of its own kind. Once it caught on, it got excited and copied me, hopping around and pawing at the snow right in front of itself. Woof woof woof. My cheeks were bright red from the cold. I laughed. What? Getting impatient. I'll have it out in a second. 5 more minutes, and I finally had a spirit rice seed in my hand. The spirit hound got so worked up it threw itself against the wall, barking wildly at me. Not hostile, just hungry. Want some? Then come on in. I opened the gate, and it dashed right up to me, tail wagging, not afraid of people, not biting me, just sitting on the ground gazing up at me with pleading eyes. That look was way more genuine than the act Li Lingshan put on, minus all the flirty vibe. Here you go. Behave yourself from now on. And no digging up my spirit rice on your own. Once it's ripe, there'll be plenty for you. With that, I closed the gate. One grain. It was like eating nothing at all, but at least it got a taste. Congratulations, player. You have successfully tamed the spirit hound and gained your first loyal companion in the frozen rainforest. The marking feature is now unlocked for the player. The marking feature is provided by the spirit hound. Within range, it can flag areas as safe, cautionary, dangerous, critical, or fatal. In an instant, the map in my mind, centered on the cabin, changed. The formerly all-gray image now showed rough divisions, though the boundaries were a mess, nothing like a neat circle. It seemed only the places the spirit hound had explored got marked. I didn't fully understand it, but no matter, I was already plenty satisfied with today's haul. Come on, let's head inside. I'm freezing to death. Back in the cabin, that long mist warmth wrapped around me. The spirit hound followed me in, curiously scanning its surroundings. But the moment it saw the fireplace, it backed up several steps and even stuck out its tongue. Too hot. I was a little surprised, but one look at its snow-white long fur and I understood immediately. This guy preferred the cold. Made sense. How could a creature of the frozen rainforest not mind the heat? You want to go out in the yard then? I ruffled the fur on its head and opened the door. It ran right out, circled around a few times, then lay down beside the spirit rice patch. No sign of leaving at all, and no more digging around for rice, either. I felt reassured. From now on, I'd let it guard the place. I tossed it a chunk of lean meat and waited until it finished eating before I felt at ease enough to head back inside. After using the bathroom and crawling back under the covers, I finally checked Li Lingshan's message. Before falling asleep, I sent her a one-word reply. Fine. Honestly, I couldn't care less about any insider intel. With power like mine, no scheme or plot means anything. My real goal was to keep her in this contrasting state. That's what really did it for me. Li Lingshan. Yes, master. Me. I'm honestly getting impatient. I want to post our conversation in the group chat. Hell, maybe even post pictures of you down the line. Li Lingshan. No, please don't. Me. That's not up to you. Depends on my mood. She had no control over me, and it was exactly that sense of unknown danger that captivated her. She'd even started to anticipate it. What would happen if, in front of everyone, this prim and proper good girl suddenly became my dog? Caught between longing and panic, it took her a long time to fall asleep. I didn't sleep well that night either. Without Li Manwen's scent, my whole body felt off. Too bad the sheets had been washed. But for everyone else, that night wasn't about sleeping well or not. They couldn't sleep at all. Lying down likely meant never waking up. Besides me and Zhang Yi, plenty of others ran into monsters too. Under the double threat of extreme cold and monsters, how many could hold out? The vast majority could only huddle in corners, praying for the monsters to leave or begging for help in the group chat. So cold. I feel like I'm dying. Can anyone help me? There's a monster here too. That's it. I can't even survive the tutorial phase. I don't want to die. They barely made it to the small hours of the morning. Then, just as some were drifting off, the roof of a cabin suddenly caved in. The person buried underneath was crushed to a pulp on the spot, their blood frozen to ice before it could even finish spilling out. Turns out the snow was too thick and heavy. It kept piling up on the roofs, frozen solid like a giant boulder. How could anyone survive being crushed by that? And even if you somehow did, without the cabin's protection, you couldn't withstand the brutal cold. That night, countless ice sculptures appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, Li Manwen and her group got lucky and avoided this fate. That might have had something to do with my warning. They knew tonight wouldn't be peaceful, so they were extra careful. Though they couldn't clear the snow off the roof, they moved their beds into the corner where two walls met, so even if it collapsed, they'd have a better chance of surviving. Amid the trembling of countless people, the night of extreme cold finally ended, and dawn broke on the horizon once again. Congratulations, players, on surviving to day 3. The tutorial phase is about to end, and more gameplay features will soon unlock. Stay tuned. Also, last night's extreme cold blissfully turned quite a few players into ice sculptures, sending them off from the frozen rainforest. The system extends its blessings. Current time and weather: 6 a.m., clear skies, minus 15 degrees Celsius, no wind or rain. Perfect weather for gathering supplies. Players, please collect resources as quickly as possible to prepare for the real survival that begins after the tutorial phase. The moment the announcement ended, everyone still alive marveled in delight, and the group chat instantly came alive. It's morning? I actually survived, boo-hoo. Minus 15 versus minus 30. That's night and day. Big sun today. Perfect weather for gathering supplies. Better visibility too. Bet we'll find treasure chests more easily. Nice, let's get moving. I woke up too. Scrolling through the chatter in the group, I got up and walked to the window to look outside. The heavy snow had stopped, but it was easily over half a meter deep. With the weather this cold, the snow wasn't going to melt at all. and the system was calling it a great chance to gather supplies. Hell, more bullshit. Just then, Li Manwen sent a message. Xin Lang, my clothes. I need them. It's time to get up. Seeing that message, I raised an eyebrow. Mornings are prime time for raging hormones, and I'd never seen Ms. Li's real secrets yet. How could I not fantasize? Looking at that bright golden set hanging over the fireplace, I honestly couldn't hold back. After a moment's thought, I sent a message over. Ms. Li, after I blew Baldy Wong's head off last night, I basically couldn't sleep. I was scared, terrified, but I don't regret it, because he dared to try and pressure you into something. I would never allow that. Sure enough, Li Manwen panicked, replying with concern. Huh? Xinlang, are you okay now? What can I do to help? If you stay anxious like this, it's dangerous out here in the frozen rainforest. To her, my safety mattered more than anything. After all, I'd killed a zombie. Sure, a zombie, but just a few days ago it had been a living person. She must have thought I was scared out of my mind, and she blamed herself for not checking on me last night. I smiled. The groundwork was laid. Time to reveal my real intentions. Ms. Li, you can help me. Remember? I told you that having your scent makes me feel safe. But yesterday I washed them clean and didn't dare touch them, afraid you'd say I got them dirty again. It's okay though. As long as one thing can make me forget Baldy Wong for a while, I'm sure I'll recover quickly. What is it? If it's something I can do, I'll definitely help you. Ms. Li, I'm a pretty curious person. I've always wondered, what exactly is wrapped up inside that bra? Could you clear up that mystery for me? Don't get the wrong idea, I'm just curious. Of course, even if you do get the wrong idea, that's fine. Just consider it an order from me. When she saw this message, her pupils shrank. How could Xin Lang make a request like this? It made her incredibly bashful. But the thing was, I'd never really asked her for anything before. On top of that, I was unsettled right now and needed comforting. If she could help me climb out from under Baldy Wong's shadow, she clearly ought to help. And since she'd upset me yesterday, if she refused, wouldn't I be angry and hurt all over again? Most crucial of all, she wasn't actually opposed to it. Instead, she felt an indescribable, shameful anticipation. She'd harbored feelings for me that went beyond the ordinary for a while now. Especially those two words, an order, gave her a jarring sense of disconnect. One second I'd been so helpless, and the next I was giving her commands. But it was precisely this that made her press her lips together, her cheeks flushing pink. That feeling, I knew, was a woman's innate attraction to strength. I wasn't in a rush either. A request plus an order, hitting from both angles. This would probably work. And even if she said no, it didn't matter. Worst case, I'd wait until the tutorial phase ended today, and after that she'd come to me. Here, I'll tear it open with my own hands. Then I went to freshen up and started frying some prime cuts over the fireplace. Over on her end, Li Manwen was still trying to console herself. It's fine. Xin Lang is just curious. He just needs some comfort. As a teacher, how could I refuse a student's thirst for knowledge? This is my duty. A moment later, her private message came through. Xin Lang. Then you have to promise your teacher. Once I show you, you'll give me the clothes. I smirked to myself. Was Teacher Li really giving herself an out here? Did I ever say I wouldn't give her the clothes? But I didn't call her out on it. I was getting a little impatient. Fine. And you absolutely cannot post it in the group where others can see. I'm not stupid. I broke the principle, didn't I? I made myself pretty clear. Except for me, nobody else is allowed to have any ideas about you, let alone see anything. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Then she pulled back the blanket, tugged down her camisole dress, and, utterly mortified, snapped a photo for me. You saw it, right? No more being curious from now on. Do you feel any better now? I opened my eyes wide, not missing a single detail, then replied. Teacher Li, you're truly bountiful and generous. That thing doesn't even seem to fit anymore, does it? I feel like I'm worse off now. In an instant, she was so embarrassed her toes curled up. You jerk, I'm not talking to you anymore. Give me the clothes. Having gotten my eye full, I stopped giving her a hard time and handed over that bright gold divine outfit. She was too flustered to even respond. Even if she'd realized this was all just an excuse, she wouldn't have said so. This head housekeeper was basically won over, just one last little push to go. That morning, to reward her generosity, I gave her a portion of the fried prime cuts. All she dared reply was, thank you. As for Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning, I gave them nothing. I only gave Yin Chun a piece. I didn't have much prime cut left, and zombies don't drop anything at all, and even if they did, I couldn't stomach it. Besides, with types like Jiang Ning and Li Lingshan, I could never let them eat their fill. Keep them hungry but not starving. That's how you keep them under control. Once all that was done, I opened the door, faced the vast whiteness outside, and sighed. Looks like gathering supplies on my own is going to be tough today too. There was still so much I wanted to do. First, I had to upgrade Li Manwen's cabin. From that photo just now, Her delicate skin was covered in goosebumps from the cold, which shows just how bad a level 1 cabin is. If not for my prime cuts, she never would have made it through. Second, I wanted to build all the small blueprints, the living room, the bedroom, and so on. Third, I even wanted to upgrade the cabin to level 4 before the newbie period ended. Only then would there be enough rooms to house the people from the upcoming recruitment order. The thought of the cabin getting a second floor left me lost in a daydream. Damn, I have to upgrade to a level 4 cabin. The only problem was that all this required way too many supplies. It'd be hard to pull off in a single day. Just as I was fantasizing about a level 4 cabin and recruiting all kinds of servants, the spirit dog was already wagging its tail in front of me, looking up at me. Woof, woof woof, almost forgot about you. Here, go eat. I pulled out another piece of prime cut for it. There was no way I was digging up any more spirit rice. While it ate, I did a lap to inspect the walls. Fortunately, after a night of the howling blizzard, none of the buildings or the planting plots had any problems. The oil field had even produced 90 liters of gasoline. I collected it right away, planning to trade some and use the rest for the logging machine. Right, today I plan to log. Though it isn't as valuable as stone, the snow was too hard and too thick, and the mining machine was too inefficient out there. Honestly, the logging machine wasn't ideal either, but I had no choice. If I had a fast means of transport, going to look for treasure chests today would have been the best move. Ugh, I'm just so short on people to work for me. Otherwise, I'd send everyone out. Even at low efficiency, the haul wouldn't be small. Just as I finished fueling up the logging machine and was about to get started, the spirit dog, having finished its food, sidled up to me. It clearly wanted to come along, its gaze fixed on the distance, as if reminding me that something it wanted was out there. Huh, I froze. Right, how did I forget about you again? Aren't you the one with the sharp nose who can bring me pleasant surprises? And there's still a map in my head. Why not? Treat you like a sled dog, and have you pull me around to find treasure chests. Wouldn't that beat gathering wood? With a little luck, the payoff could be huge. I was just about to grab a few logs to make a sled when, out of nowhere, the recharge prompt appeared again. Congratulations, player, on successfully building a nuclear power plant. The recharge reward reminder is now triggered. Recharge 6 yuan for a simple wooden sled. Recharge 60 yuan for a premium alloy sled. Recharge 68 yuan for a premium, comfortable, safe alloy sled. Recharge 648 yuan for one top-tier snowmobile. Comes with a full set of helmet, goggles, and cold-resistant protective gear. Top speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Consumes gasoline. Recharge. Holy crap, my nuclear power plant is done. I'd almost forgotten about it. I turned to look, and sure enough, there was a new building next to the cabin. With it, my nights would no longer be dark, and all my appliances could run at night. Fantastic. When I get back tonight, I'll build the bedroom and living room, and party to my Harman Kardon into the wee hours. As for this recharge reward, it got me even more hyped. A snowmobile. A godly item in this frozen rainforest. With it, even if the mountains were snowed in, I could go anywhere I wanted, just like Dr. Mundo. The timing couldn't have been better, like handing someone a pillow right when they're nodding off. Congratulations, player, on successfully recharging 648 and unlocking the snowmobile. A flash before my eyes, and a blue snowmobile appeared right in front of me, with the full set of protective gear sitting on it. How could I resist? I immediately threw on the protective suit and put on the goggles. Don't underestimate these goggles. Spend too long in that blinding white environment, and your eyes can't take it. You could even go blind. So they're extremely important. Of course, if I'd had none, I'd been planning to borrow Lee Manwin's glasses. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I twisted the throttle, and the snowmobile let out a series of roars. If there's a more beautiful sound in this world, for me, it's probably only a woman's stifled moans. Let's go, spirit dog. Woof woof. The spirit dog wouldn't get on. It seemed like it couldn't handle the noise. It barked at me twice and took the lead, running ahead. I didn't force it. I gunned the throttle and followed. I have to say, this spirit dog was no ordinary kind of fast. My speedometer hit 80 miles per hour, and I could barely keep behind it. It clearly had a clear destination in mind. All right, let's see just where it wants to take me. Meanwhile, the others emerged from their cabins after a quick rest. No matter how cold it got, you couldn't just huddle inside. That only led to one thing, death. But what left everyone dumbfounded was, the snow was way too deep, and it was both hard and not hard at the same time. Hard, because it was tough to break through, making it nearly impossible to gather stone or lumber. Not hard, because it couldn't support a person's weight. The moment your foot came down, you sank right in, and every step was a struggle. Worst of all, when the snow hit your thighs, the cold made countless people's bones rattle. Faced with the problem, people instinctively huddled together for warmth. Wang Yin shouted in the group chat, "What do we do? The snow's too thick. Forget gathering supplies. There's no way to even get out. Chenwei. No way we're getting stoned today. Chopping trees is barely doable. At least they're easy to find. Liang. For real, but this terrain is brutal. How'd you all get around? The moment he spoke up, plenty of people came flocking to him. Yang, don't you have a forge? Mind upgrading my axe? Yang, today's the last day of the newbie period. Help us out here. Liang, you got any refined iron? If not, don't bother me. And besides, does anyone have a good way to get outside? Trudging through this stuff is completely useless. Unfortunately, nobody replied to him, whether because they had no answer or because they figured he was of no use to them for now. Zhang Yi was watching the group chat too, staring miserably at the half-meter deep snow. He spat. Damn it. You telling me a living man's gonna get held hostage by a piss he can't take? There was no blueprint to guide him today, but he was still determined to find a treasure chest. Once you've tasted the sweet stuff, who'd want to work themselves to death chopping wood and mining, or? Besides, he'd burned through so many supplies fixing his cabin last night that he had to earn it back today, and only a treasure chest could pull that off. Luckily, he had premium meat, so he stayed warm eating it himself and sold plenty to make up his losses. Add in all the people rallying to his side, and he might just upgrade to a level 3 cabin in a few days. With that in mind, he grabbed 2 tree branches, flopped down onto the ground, propped himself up with both arms, and slowly began sliding forward. This is supposed to stop me? Sure, it's slow, but the second I hit a downhill, I'll only go faster. Pot. He spat out a mouthful of snow, grimacing. Sliding like this made his chest ache a little, and it was freezing cold. As for the women like Jiang Ning and Yin Shan, even with premium meat to fend off the cold, walking was still incredibly hard. But being lightweight worked in their favor, and they gradually figured out a trick, strapping long wooden planks to their feet to slow the sinking. Only Li Manwen stood in a class of her own. She was too voluptuous, on the heavier side, so the usual methods didn't work for her. Luckily, she had a solid grasp of physics and understood perfectly that the larger the contact surface, the lower the pressure, and the less likely she was to sink. So this woman simply plopped down onto the snow on her rear. Up top she wore the windbreaker I'd given her, and down below she still had that skirt on, so sitting like this put her practically flush against the snow surface. And that smoothness? Even more absurd than the snow itself. Not only did she stop sinking, but with a single push of her hands, her body went sliding forward at lightning speed. Xin Lang, had absolutely no idea how everyone else was gathering supplies today. All I knew was that I'd been riding my snowmobile, trailing right behind this spirit dogs, but for a solid hour straight. This mutt just refused to stop, and I was already way far from my cabin. If it weren't for the map it provided me, there's no way I'd dare venture out this far. I couldn't help marveling to myself. It really lived up to the name Spirit Dog. Its stamina was insane. Just when I figured I'd have to keep riding for a while longer, the spirit dog suddenly stopped, barking a few times towards something in the distance. When I caught up, this thing actually leaped straight onto my snowmobile. Not a trace of its earlier fear of the engine, and its eyes were full of wariness, clearly on edge. I froze and glanced at the map in my mind. This place was a danger zone the spirit dog had marked. It scared the daylights out of me on the spot. You mutt, you brought me to a danger zone? Trying to set me up? I can't believe I fell for it. I didn't even check the map. The spirit dog seemed a little embarrassed, licking my face to butter me up, then barked twice more toward the distance. Puzzled, I said, you want to go that badly? Is there something good over there? Fine, we've come this far. Let's take a look. Once I'd finished grumbling, I pulled out my Desert Eagle ahead of time. Life comes first. If it weren't for the level 1 VIP perk of a daily medkit, I probably wouldn't have come at all. I didn't dare go fast, cruising along slowly at 20 miles an hour. A quarter of an hour later, a shimmering expanse of water suddenly appeared before me. A notification popped up at the same time. Congratulations, player, you've discovered a spirit spring. Area of 50 square meters, producing 50 liters of spring water daily. Spirit spring, a supreme divine treasure that quenches thirst, restores body temperature, and even accelerates plant growth. Spirit rice, which normally takes a month to mature, ripens in a single day when watered with spirit spring. Ripens in a single day? My eyeballs nearly popped out of my head. So this mud had brought me here to find a spirit spring? But right as I was celebrating, it suddenly hit me. Wait, that's not right. If it were just about finding it, why would the spirit dog have stopped so early? And it was still trying to hide behind me. Plus, I hadn't received any notification saying I could actually claim the spirit spring. Just then, a furious roar. I looked up to see a massive snow beast appear at the edge of the spirit spring. This thing looked like Nunu, but far more terrifying, its head taking up nearly its entire upper body, with dozens of fangs about half a meter long, all crisscrossing each other. Clearly, one nasty piece of work. Holy crap, I yelled. The spirit dog barked even more nonstop, and it was downright excited, barking while glancing at me, but it just wouldn't get off the snowmobile. In an instant, I got it. You son of a, you brought me here to get revenge for you? I had to admit, a spirit dog was still a dog, the kind of thing that throws its weight around only when it's got a bigger dog backing it up. In the past, it never would have dared provoke a snow beast, but today it probably saw me take out those zombies with ease, so it came here to strut and show off, and to drink from the spirit spring, too. Curse it though I did, I obviously wasn't truly blaming it. This was actually a sign of its intelligence and psychic bond with me. I understood the value of the spirit spring the moment I read the description. It was worth a fortune. Once I had all three, gasoline, spirit rice, and the spirit spring, I could lie back and live just fine. And a level 4 cabin wouldn't be far off, would it? With that thought, I drew my Desert Eagle and took aim at the snow beast. By now, the beast had sensed the danger too, and seeing that we hadn't fled after its warning, it got even angrier. It dropped onto all fours, kicking up a huge cloud of snow mist, the very ground trembling. You can imagine just how heavy it was. Yet even at that weight, it was blindingly fast, closing in on me in mere seconds. I'd meant to have the spirit dog hold it off, but when I looked down, this thing had long since bolted to the rear to enjoy the show. You really are a beast. Cursing under my breath, I transformed straight into a gunslinging badass, driving with one hand while opening fire with the other. The gun. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed through the air. The snow beast kept roaring, but it wasn't going down that fast. It just slowed down. I was stunned too. Talk about a thick health bar. Still, with a snowmobile and a Desert Eagle in hand, taking it out was just a matter of time. 5 minutes later, the snow beast let out one final, unwilling roar and finally collapsed. Congratulations, player. You've successfully slain the guardian beast, the spirit spring snow beast. Loot obtained. Prime meat X100. 1 spirit spring key. Snow beast prime meat. Greatly improves mobility in snow, boosts cold resistance, and provides a huge energy replenishment. UVE obtained the right to claim the spirit spring. Claim now? Requires 1 spirit spring key and a tier 3 log cabin. How could I not claim it? I hit confirm immediately. UVE successfully obtained 50 square meters of spirit spring land, producing 50 liters of spirit spring water daily. Haha, awesome. As I burst out laughing, the spirit hound looked totally dazed, barking furiously at where its spirit spring used to be, as if shouting, "Where'd my spring go?" It didn't take long for it to figure out. Its master had claimed the spring because it could smell it. I'm not stingy, and I don't hold grudges. I drew out some spirit spring water and gave it a chunk of snow beast prime meat too. The hound instantly started eating and drinking, totally content. All right, you mangy mutt. Eat up and then leave me to more good stuff. Don't screw me over again, got it? Woof woof woof. I chuckled, then sent a chunk of snow beast prime meat to both Lee Manwin and In Chun with a message. Eat this. Not only will it keep you warm, it'll let you move around easily in the snow. In Chun replied fast. Thanks, hubby. Wait for me. I already spotted the glow of a treasure chest, a red one. I'm just moving too slowly. I should be able to grab it any minute now, so wait for the surprise I've got for you. I raised an eyebrow. In Chun ran into another red treasure chest? Wait a second, am I the VIP here, or is she? Lee Manwin replied soon after. Shun Lang. Teacher can finally walk in the snow, sort of. This prime meat is amazing. Before, my little bottom was chafed so bad it hurt like crazy. It's probably all red now. Huh, what does walking in snow have to do with your butt? I was completely lost, but that didn't stop my curiosity. Me, that bad? You've got me worried sick. Ms. Lee, hurry and send me a pic to check. Lee Manwin, bashful, in no way. Me, HM, defying the royal decree. Lee Manwin, teach them tonight, maybe. Me, now you're being sensible. Lee Manwin, question mark. Me, you appreciate how much I care. Lee Manwin, smooth talker. Me, you'll never know unless you try, right? Lee Manwin, I'll hit you. You little brat, I'm not talking to you anymore. Heh, smiling, I ended the chat. When it comes to study materials, I know just as much as she does. Thinking about how she'd promised me a good show tonight, I was actually looking forward to it. Just then, a flash of light suddenly caught the corner of my eye. HM, a treasure chest. I immediately shouted, Spirit Hound, stop eating, catch up. And with that, I gunned the snowmobile straight toward the chest. The hound gulped down the last of its meat and followed close behind. I glanced at the map. I was already out of the danger zone, but I still wasn't at ease. Treasure chests like these usually come with danger. Just because other players don't run into it during the newbie phase doesn't mean I, Xin Lang, won't. I pulled out my Desert Eagle and started circling the chest. The snow was now over half a meter deep, but the developers seemed to have thought of the players. They didn't let the chest get buried. Instead, It sat right on top of the snow. A golden chest. But then I frowned. The treasure chests I'd seen before had a portion buried in the snow. So does that mean the longer a chest stays put, the higher the chance a guardian creature shows up? Maybe this one had just appeared, so there was no danger yet? I couldn't be sure, but I had a way to test it. I had the spirit hound, didn't I? First, I'd wait to see if any dangerous creatures showed up, then have the hound memorize the chest's scent and lead me to the ones buried in the snow. Once I confirmed it, I'd know exactly what kind of chest was safe. I didn't sit idle while waiting, either. A thought struck me. What if I let the hound sniff Lee Manwin's scent to see if it had any related memory in its head? Maybe I could figure out where she was. The idea got me excited, so I quickly messaged Lee Manwin. Ms. Lee, let me sniff your undies. I mean, let the dog sniff them. Lee Manwin. She was flustered and suspicious. Who calls themselves a dog? And why the sudden request to sniff? Lee Manwin. Shen Lang, don't do this. I'm scared. I quickly replied. Don't let your imagination run wild. I've got something urgent to verify. Hurry up. What could she do? No matter how embarrassed she was, she didn't want to refuse me, and she definitely didn't want to hold up my important business. Soon, a photo of some white panties came through. I froze for a second. Ms. Lee's wearing this today? No wonder she said she got chafed. But right now I had no other thoughts on my mind. I only wanted them because I figured the scent would be stronger, helping the hound distinguish it better. Come on, good boy, take a whiff. The hound approached carefully. It clearly caught the unfamiliar scent, sniffing at about 10 centimeters away. And then it actually tried to stick out its tongue for a lick. I jumped and yanked my hand back. You mangy mutt. You're lucky I even let you sniff, and now you want to use your mouth? What if you get it dirty? After scolding it, I looked at the map. No change at all. The hound's eyes were full of blankness. It probably had never encountered Lee Manwin, which made sense. With that many players out there, it'd be weird if it had. Once the hound had memorized the scent, I thought about using Jiang Ning's, Li Lingshan's, and Yin Chun's scents to test further, but on second thought, I gave up. First, it would cause misunderstandings, and second, if I confused the hound, how would it help me find treasure? After all, one woman, one scent. Mix them up and the hound would be done for. Afterward, I sent Lee Manwin a photo of the hound sniffing the scent. No way was I going to let her think I was some kind of creep. The moment Lee Manwin saw it, her face went beet red and she was horrified. Why, you're being ridiculous. Shenlang, teacher has to tell you. There are some videos you can only look at. Better yet, you shouldn't even look, and you definitely shouldn't let your mind wander. What kind of person do you take teacher for? She was genuinely angry. She could accept being humiliated by me, but this she absolutely could not. Me? What are you talking about? I ran into a neutral creature, a spirit hound, with an incredibly sharp sense of smell. I was trying to see if it could lead me to your location. What videos? Ms. Lee, I have no idea what you're talking about. Lee Manwin's eyes went wide. In that moment, instant social death. After a long pause, she tried to play it cool. What I mean is, those survival videos online won't work here. I don't want you breaking the official game settings just to find my location. That could put you in danger. If you really care about me, don't take that risk. That's all I meant. You just had to make me spell it out. Me? Oh yeah? You think I've never checked out the gore section? Teacher Lee. Oh, Teacher Lee, what kind of guy do you take me for? I'm so disappointed. I just didn't realize you had such a strong, curious streak. Called out on the spot, Lee Manwin nearly fainted right there. Lee Manwin, Shenlang. Stop. Please, I'm begging you. It was your Chinese teacher, Zhang Yan, who took me to watch it that time. I swear I only glanced at it once and threw up for ages. Please stop talking. I'm really not the kind of person you think I am. I could tell she was genuinely panicking. Even I couldn't bear to keep going, let alone her. But that Chinese teacher, Zhang Yan? The image of that 30-something woman flashed through my mind. I never would have guessed that someone who acted so high and mighty had such twisted tastes. I shook my head and pushed the thought away, replying, Relax, Teacher Lee. I'm not the kind of guy you think I am either. Lee Manwin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, she absolutely hated Zhang Yan. But come to think of it, it was strange. Where had that woman Zhang Yan gone? Was the frozen rainforest divided by class and homeroom teacher? Was she in another class in a different group chat? Lee Manwin couldn't figure it out, but clearly, she didn't exactly want to run into Zhang Yan. As for me, I had no interest in worrying about Zhang Yan, because right at that moment, a creature actually showed up near the treasure chest. The thing looked like a snow leopard, blending almost seamlessly into its surroundings as it moved. If I hadn't been lying in wait, I never would have spotted it. So it was true. The creatures came to guard the chests after they appeared. They seemed to be assigned tasks. It looked like the frozen rainforest still had plenty of secrets waiting for me to uncover. I didn't waste another second. I gunned my motorcycle straight at the snow leopard and pulled the trigger from a distance. I had no choice. The thing was too agile, disappearing in the blink of an eye. For safety's sake, If I couldn't kill it, driving it off would do. The instant the gun fired, the snow leopard burst out of nowhere and made a sudden leap. But instead of fleeing, it lunged straight at me. In a flash, it was right in front of me, so fast that even my spirit dog didn't catch it. Only now did it start barking, woof, woof, woof. I fired the desert eagle in rapid succession, but the snow leopard still pounced right onto my face, its claws raking my arm. It shredded my riding suit and tore away a chunk of flesh. If the desert eagle hadn't kept it at bay, I figured my throat would have been ripped to pieces. You beast. You're that vicious. Congratulations, player. You've successfully killed the snow leopard and obtained 100 premium meat. Consuming it boosts agility, greatly increases satiety, and slightly improves cold resistance. Huh, it boosts agility too? So it seemed that in the frozen rainforest, aside from zombies, every species premium meat gave players a corresponding stat boost? Which meant, could I just guard a chest without opening it, lie in wait, and farm creature meat to sell? Believe it or not, some players actually did exactly that. But I shook my head. No need. Too much of a waste of time, too painful and dangerous. I had 5 billion to my name. Why would I bother with garbage like that? I stored the premium meat and immediately ate a piece, then used up one medical kit. This thing was a VIP Tier 1 reward. I never expected to use it so soon. A medical kit still couldn't compare to that original 1 of 8 first aid kit. I didn't recover as fast, but at least it stopped the bleeding instantly, so I was out of danger. After that ordeal, I was even more on guard. From now on, I had to be careful, extra careful. I couldn't let the desert eagle go to my head. This frozen rainforest was definitely not as simple as I'd thought. Woof, woof, woof. The spirit dog ran to my side, barking nonstop, its eyes full of concern. I smiled and rubbed its head. I'm fine. Didn't you say you were super alert? Guess that was an exaggeration after all. It seemed a little wronged. And no wonder. My motorcycle's engine throws it off, plus the snow leopard was naturally more cunning, so it was understandable that it didn't notice. In a quiet setting like my cabin, it definitely would have warned me ahead of time. All right, I'm not blaming you, just messing around. Come on, let's open the chest. Man and dog approached the golden treasure chest, and I couldn't have been more excited. I'd finally run into a golden chest. Sure, it wasn't a red one, but hey, gold's still gold. Golden treasure chest detected. Open it. Open. Obtained. Arrow Tower Blueprint. The Arrow Tower, an autonomous defense structure. Building it required 50 wood and 50 stone, with a daily upkeep of 10 wood. It automatically fired crossbow bolts at threats, and the bolts upgraded alongside it. Even servants I recruited would fall within its attack range the moment they posed a threat to me. Good stuff. With this thing, I'd sleep soundly at night, and I'd feel a lot safer bringing in workers down the line. I quickly stored the blueprint and pulled the spirit dog over to the chest. Sniff it. Remember the scent of the chest. Today you're going to help me find these things. Right as I was getting pumped, a message from In-chun came in. In-chun, hubby, guess what blueprint I got? Though, I'm not sure you'll be able to use it. And with that, she sent the blueprint straight over. I opened it and just froze. Tier 4 cabin blueprint. Holy crap. In-chun, you're really? I could cry. With this thing, I might actually upgrade to a Tier 4 cabin today. Me. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I needed. In-chun. Hee, as long as you like it, hubby. Can I keep calling you hubby from now on? Me, no. In-chun. Okay, hubby. Pushing your luck, huh? Whatever. I owed her one now. This woman pulled this every time, making it hard for me to shut her down harshly. I sent her back a piece of snow leopard premium meat. Eat it to boost your agility. My guess is, the longer a chest sits out, the more dangerous it gets. Stay safe. Let me know if you get hurt. In-chun. Got it. Thanks, hubby. I sighed. I wondered, if In-chun really started calling me hubby in front of everyone someday, what would the look on Li Manwen's face be? The thought actually left me a little eager to find out. I sent a piece of premium meat to Li Manwen, Li Lingshan, and Jiang Ning as well. It was almost noon. I couldn't let anything happen to them. Li Manwen went without saying, and both Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning were of great use to me too. Li Manwen, Shunlang, you're amazing. Please, stay safe. Li Lingshan didn't say anything. She sent a photo instead. She'd placed the premium meat on the snow. He was chowing down on the meat while staring right at the camera. My breath caught. When a good girl gets flirty, everyone else better step back. Jiang Ning. Thank you, Shunlang. I thought you'd forgotten about me. I replied. Keep an eye on the blueprints for me. Don't forget. Jiang Ning. Got it. I can forget anything else, but never what you asked me to do. I didn't reply again. I let out a whistle. Come on, spirit hound. Show me what you've got. In an instant, man and dog took off in the same direction. The spirit hound had clearly caught the scent of a treasure chest. I could already tell today's haul was going to be huge. While trailing behind it, I didn't stay idle either. I listed all my surplus prime meat, gasoline, and spirit spring water on the trading market. Upgrading to a level 4 cabin takes 800 wood and 800 stone, and I'd still need to build out the bedroom, living room, kitchen, and all that. A small structure only costs 50 wood and 50 stone at level 1, but I need 4 of them. That's 200 wood, 200 stone. Altogether, that's 1,000 wood and 1,000 stone. And if I want to upgrade all of these to match the main building's level, I'll need even more. Not to mention I've still got an arrow tower to build, and I'm short one level 2 cabin blueprint to give Lee Manwin. Doing the math, even 2,000 wood and 2,000 stone might not be enough. But it doesn't matter. I'm definitely upgrading to a level 4 cabin tonight. I'm already fantasizing about that second floor, floor-to-ceiling windows, a big balcony, playing cards while watching the snow. How great would that be? Just as I was picturing it, the spirit hound suddenly stopped. Woof, woof, woof. Found a chest? I raised an eyebrow and patted its head. Let's go. This dog never seemed to get tired. The snow was its natural playground. Even without any spirit rice to eat, with my prime meat and spirit spring water, it showed no signs of fatigue at all. Soon it led me to a spot and started barking furiously at the snow off in the distance. The chest is under the snow? Is it dangerous? I had it hop onto the motorcycle and charge straight over. From a good distance out, I pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Creature or not, I figured I'd fire off a few rounds first. Sure enough, some wolf-like creature warily backed off and fled. It had no intention of fighting me at all. Smart enough. Shame I couldn't get any prime meat out of it. Spirit hound, you're up. Once the wolf left, the spirit hound didn't hesitate. It gave a sniff and started digging away. In no time, a purple glow emerged. A purple treasure chest. Nice work. Obtained. Premium spiral staircase blueprint. How could a high-end cabin be complete without a classy staircase? Construction requires 50 wood and 50 stone. Oh, a staircase? Perfect. Even the heavens are helping me upgrade to a level 4 cabin. My villa is really taking shape. After stashing the blueprint, the spirit hound and I kept searching. An hour later, we found a blue chest, and what came out left me speechless. Obtained 1 pack of sanitary pads. In the frozen rainforest, how could a female player go without such a divine item? I cursed under my breath. I'm not a woman. The system must have made a mistake, right? Then again, this stuff sells for a pretty penny in the marketplace. Toilet paper and pads are both necessities, and the higher the demand, the higher the price. But I had no plans to sell it. I just tossed it straight to Lee Manwin. On her end, Lee Manwin saw it and her face flushed red. This little rascal. How does he know my wound is about to start bleeding? But I really do need it. Lee Manwin. Thank you. I didn't reply and kept hunting for chests. Today I finally understood the thrill Zhang Yi felt yesterday. So finding treasure chests was this easy. Having a spirit hound really was the best. Still, it was the beginner phase, so chests were scarce. Each one meant traveling a long way. If it weren't for the motorcycle and the spirit hound leading the way, relying on luck alone would have been brutally hard. At that very moment, Zhang Yi was face bruised and battered, sliding along on his belly in the snow, half frozen to death. Damn it. No blueprints, no navigation. I haven't run into a single chest. Frozen rainforest. Did you forget to drop any treasure chests for me? As for everyone else, they had it even worse. Rather than hunt for chests, they'd rather chop trees, because that was a guaranteed payoff. It was like how ordinary people don't dare invest in a business, afraid of losing everything. But working a job like chopping wood has a safety net. Getting a bit of wood at least meant they could trade for something to eat. But is wood really that easy to come by? You want the wood, and the frozen rainforest wants your life. Take Chinwei. Right then he was standing under a big tree, having finally cleared the snow around the roots so he could start chopping. He'd hacked away for ages and was just about to reap the reward when, on the final swing, his foot suddenly slipped and the axe went wide, straight into his own leg. Ah, my leg, my leg. Blood gushed out and he panicked, lying on the ground wailing, the corners of his mouth visibly going pale and blue. Save me, someone save me. Brother Zhang, save me. Unsurprisingly, his cries for help popped up in the group chat. But it was already the 3rd day of the beginner phase. Deaths had long become routine. Who had the ability to save him? And what value did he have that would make anyone bother? Zhang Yi ignored it. He was nearly freezing to death himself. Chinwei wouldn't give up and at me. Brother Lang, I'm begging you, save me. It was all my fault before. Forgive me just this once. This Chinwei, I remembered him crystal clear. A textbook lackey of Zhang Yi's. He never dared touch me himself, but the moment someone else bullied me, he'd pile right on. How could I possibly save someone like that? In a way, he was even more repulsive than Zhang Yi. I didn't reply, but the others in the group chat weren't having it. Shen Lang, fine, you won't share your food, but you're just going to watch Chun Wei bleed out and die and not lift a finger? Liang, we're all classmates. There's no deep grudge here, just petty squabbles. Wang Yin, yeah, Hurry up and save him. Don't make everyone look down on you. That whole school bullying thing was just classmates messing around. You're not that petty, are you? Predictably, every one of these comments was just their envy, jealousy, and resentment showing through. They were even more green-eyed toward me than toward Zhang Yi. I not only had a warm house and hearty meals, but also a campus beauty like Jiang Ning fawning over me like a lapdog. How could they pass up a chance to vent? Put plainly, this moral blackmail was born of jealousy, but also a fear that they might face the same situation someday. If I saved Chen Wei today, then I could save them. If I didn't, they'd have no safety net when trouble came for them. After all, everyone could see it. I was better off than they were. That's the laughable thing about human nature. I hadn't planned to respond, but I just couldn't hold back. I usually don't say much in the group chat. Did these people really think I was a pushover? Me? Am I your father or your ancestor? Do I owe you something? You won't go after Zhang Yi, the guy who scammed you out of your supplies. Instead, you come pressure me? Pathetic, all of you. Now get the hell away from me. And if I ever run into you for real down the line, don't blame your daddy for showing no mercy. As soon as these words, the moment I sent that, the group chat went dead silent. A lot of people suddenly remembered I'd just killed over a dozen zombies last night. Still, some folks felt like they'd lost face. Keyboard warriors, right? Tough as nails behind a screen. They tossed out a couple of snide, passive-aggressive remarks. Zhang Yi chimed in too. Shen Lang, if you want to stand by and let people die, that's on you. Don't drag me into it. That behavior is disgusting. I smirked. Big talk online, huh? Fine. I quietly jotted down a few names. Zhang Yi, Wang Yin, Zhang Lei, Zhang Chong. Perfect. Yin Chun had already started cursing them out on my behalf. Why should Shen Lang have to save anyone? Bunch of clowns. Did any of you appreciate him when he was doing fine? Now you suddenly remember he exists? Get lost, all of you. Wang Yin. Oh, look who it is. What's your deal with Shen Lang, defending him like that? Don't tell me you've got a thing for him. Weren't you possessed by some monster? Don't tell me that monster is Shen Lang. Yin Chun. You nailed it. I do have a thing for him, so what? Honestly, I wish that monster were Shen Lang coming to possess me. Huh. Li Lingshan. In your dreams. If anyone's getting possessed, it's me. Huh. Wang Yin and his crew completely forgot about Chen Wei, who was on death's door. Shanjia, what's that supposed to mean? Li Lingshan froze, suddenly realizing she'd gotten way too worked up the second Shen Lang came up. She quickly backpedaled. Oh, I dream about teaching this Shen Lang a real lesson. If he dares show his face, I'll show him what surrendering on the spot really means. Wang Yin. That makes sense. That's our Shanjia. Bet Shen Lang chickens out the second he sees you, huh? Zhang Lei. For real. Shen Lang's gotta be the only guy on Earth who can actually piss off Shanjia.